The story begins with the protagonist, Uzil, reflecting on the recent events. He thinks about the game Ether World, which, despite being a dating sim, had gained immense popularity among male players. The game allowed players to roleplay as various characters, some of which were difficult to control, while others were more efficient. Among these characters was Bayek Uzil, a character known for his complexity and lack of magic abilities, making him unpopular among players. However, Uzil, the protagonist, had chosen to play as Bayek Uzil, mastering the character despite his limitations. One evening, Uzil notices new posts on a forum discussing an update to the game. The posts mention a final boss in the dating sim, which surprises Uzil. He reads a post by a famous player who complains that the final boss is unbeatable. The boss is described as a dark demon dragon, and the player characters are being deleted as the boss appears. Uzil finds it strange that a magic nullifying boss exists in a magical world. He also learns about an organization called the Dark Demonic Humans, whose objective is to help another world, Persona Gate, take over this world. As the Dark Demonic Humans succeed in taking over 90% of the continent, Uzil realizes that the game's story has taken a dark turn. Uzil, who is primarily focused on PvP rather than the story, decides to confront the final boss. He enters the game, determined to showcase the skills he has honed over the past 10 years. As he stands before the towering dark demon dragon, he realizes the odds are against him. His character, Bayek Uzil, is a side character who cannot use magic, unlike the other characters. Despite this, Uzil has mastered the one spell Bayek can use: Blink. Blink allows Uzil to teleport between 3 to 10 meters in a random direction. However, if the distance is not controlled, the user dies immediately due to the speed and impact. The spell also has a long cooldown and high mana cost, with an additional penalty of being unable to move for 2 seconds after using it. Most players avoid this spell, but Uzil has mastered it, able to control the direction and distance, and even nullify the penalty. Since Bayek Uzil has no mana stat, the spell doesn't consume mana, making it a unique tool in Uzil's arsenal. As the dragon attacks, Uzil smirks and uses Blink to dodge the incoming strike. He slashes at the dragon with his sword, eventually defeating the final boss. Uzil is surprised by his victory, as he had used a character considered trash by most players. However, his triumph is short-lived, as he is bombarded with notifications about the world being destroyed due to a bad ending. The system informs him that he was the closest to achieving the true ending and instructs him to reach it. Suddenly, Uzil is enveloped in a white light and transported to another world. Uzil wakes up lying on the floor, disoriented and unsure of where he is. He notices a mirror and approaches it, only to be shocked by his reflection. He now resembles his in-game character, Bayek Uzil. A notification appears in front of him, marking the beginning of Episode 1. Escape the chase. Uzil realizes that he is now in Bayek Uzil's prologue quest. He reaches into his pockets and pulls out a letter, which is an entrance certificate to Stellar Academy. This confirms that he is in the world of Etherworld and has become Bayek Uzil. Uzil begins to calm down and thinks about the true ending. However, he recalls that the game doesn't have a single true ending, only multiple endings. He wonders if no one has managed to reach the true ending in the past 10 years. Frustrated, he bites his lip, remembering something crucial. Right after Bayek wakes up, the people chasing him burst into the hut where he is hiding. Uzil tries to hide behind a wall, but the pursuers notice the hut and order their men to search it. Uzil is in a dilemma, knowing he cannot keep avoiding them but also unable to fight. Just as he is about to panic, a notification informs him that he can use his skill, Blink. Uzil learns that his body is affected by mana leakage syndrome, which prevents him from accumulating mana. However, he still has one hope: the Blink spell he has practiced his entire life. Back in the present, Uzil is nervous. Before, he was using Blink in a game controlled by a mouse and keyboard. Now, he is in a real-world scenario, and his pursuers are running towards him at full speed. Hearing their footsteps, Uzil realizes they are already here. Knowing there is no time left, he decides to try using Blink. His pursuers, wearing magic boots, are faster than him, so Blink is his only option. However, Uzil hesitates, unsure if he can execute the spell in this new reality. Uzil calms himself down and tries to remember the muscle memory of using Blink. His pursuers are right behind him, almost reaching him. The main disadvantage of Blink is that if the user fails to control it, they could collide with an object and die instantly. As one of the pursuers draws his sword and attacks, Uzil uses Blink to dodge the strike successfully. He feels a surge of excitement upon executing the spell flawlessly. His pursuers are shocked, but their leader orders them not to falter, claiming Uzil will be paralyzed after using Blink. However, Uzil continues running, proving them wrong. Uzil arrives at an uneven terrain and decides to use it to his advantage. He knows that if players don't learn how to use Blink at this stage, they won't be able to progress to the next episode. In reality, 99% of players fail the tutorial for Bayek Uzil. and even the 1% who pass struggle with controlling the blink distance and continuous blinking. Uzil uses blink again, shocking his pursuers. The leader orders the mages on his team to attack Uzil from a distance. The mages prepare their spells, and Uzil realizes they are going to use magic arrows. Suddenly, another notification appears, informing Uzil that his mana leakage syndrome has derivative skills, Sixth Sense and Cognitive Acceleration, which are now active. Uzil's eyes widen as he senses his surroundings, allowing him to dodge the arrows easily. As the last arrow approaches, Uzil uses blink to dodge it, noting that it was a close call. He arrives at the final part of the tutorial, where he must cross a canyon using blink. The only way to do so is by perfectly controlling the distance of his blink. If he succeeds, he can meet up with some passing mages and escape, ending the tutorial. However, failing means death. Uzil realizes that his pursuers are closer than expected. With blink on a 3-second cooldown and the distance between them being 100 meters, he won't be able to make it. He concludes that the only way to survive is to defeat all of his pursuers here. Fast forward, Uzil is hiding beside a rock, doubting if he can fight them since he has never been in a real fight before. He decides to break the system rules, as it's the only way to attack those chasing him. The thought of killing someone doesn't bother him, not because they're his parents' enemies, but because he believes he can win against them. As his pursuers get near, Uzil comes out of hiding. Their leader immediately orders them to attack. Uzil stands in front of a charging soldier, who smirks, thinking Uzil is foolish for doing so. Just as the soldier gets within 10 meters, Uzil uses blink, striking the soldier and ending his life. Uzil slices the soldier's throat, feeling no guilt, as he believes he is only doing what is necessary to survive. As the soldier falls, Uzil pushes his body onto the other soldiers, burdening them and giving himself a chance to escape. The pursuers start chasing him again, and Uzil notes that next time, it won't be easy. He ponders his next move, but suddenly, he notices that there is no sound coming from behind him. He realizes that the pursuers have flanked him. They begin to prepare to use magic again, and Uzil tries to dodge, but his feet slip due to the snow. The mage fires a wide area spell, making it even harder for Uzil to dodge. He notices a branch up ahead and uses blink to reach it. The spell hits its mark, causing an explosion and producing a large amount of smoke. The pursuers think they have succeeded, but as the smoke clears, they realize Uzil is not there. Uzil attacks from above, dropping down and slashing one of the pursuers with blink. The other pursuers are shocked, wondering what just happened. Before they can grasp the situation, Uzil takes down another one of them. Their leader is completely shocked upon seeing all this. Uzil notes that it's finally down to only 2 of them, and he needs to end them before the 2 more behind them can catch up. One of the pursuers remarks that Uzil has an uncanny reaction speed for a mage, wondering what he truly is. Uzil's reaction speed is indeed faster than even most professional gamers, but he realizes he won't be able to dodge their attacks forever. He rushes towards them to end the fight as quickly as possible. The pursuer thinks he has figured Uzil out, noting that he only uses blink and a dagger. The pursuer focuses on protecting his face and neck, believing Uzil won't be able to scratch him. He uses an ice wave attack and calls out to Uzil, challenging him to come at him. Uzil uses blink again, but instead of attacking the pursuer directly, he goes for the other guy with him. The pursuer is shocked, noting that Uzil was fighting like a coward earlier, but now it's different. Uzil replies that it's all thanks to him, which angers the pursuer. Uzil then rushes towards the remaining pursuer with a spear in one hand, throwing it at him. The pursuer tries to defend, breaking the spear, but Uzil uses blink to attack from the front, catching the pursuer off guard. Fast forward, episode 1 is finally over. Uzil receives XP and additional rewards for developing the story in a unique way through the Constellation project. He is exhausted after fighting so many pursuers and looks over their bodies, realizing that this is not a dream. With a grim expression, he reflects on his first battle, his first use of blink, and the first time he ended a person's life. He gets up to leave the place, but before he does, he decides to loot the bodies, thinking that he needs to do this to survive. Now, Uzil faces another problem: crossing a cliff. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting, asking if there is anyone there. Uzil realizes it's the group that appears in the tutorial. He shouts back, and the group asks him if he can cross the cliff. Uzil replies that he is on his way. The group decides to wait for him, though one of them doubts if he can accomplish the feat, as it requires at least the skill of a third-class knight. Uzil uses blink to cross the cliff, shocking the group. They wonder if it's some kind of jumping magic, but a blue-haired girl behind them explains that it's blink. The group is surprised, as blink is known to be uncontrollable, yet Uzil is using it flawlessly. As Uzil continues to cross the cliff, the group notices 2 people standing behind him, wondering if they are with him. However, they soon realize that the 2 are not with Uzil, as they begin charging up a spell and fire it towards him. Uziel notices the incoming spell and uses Blink to dodge, getting higher and observing the two remaining pursuers. He wonders if they were mercenaries before, noting that dodging magic with Blink's 3-second cooldown would be impossible. He looks around to find another foothold but notices one of the pursuers charging up another spell. The spell is blasted towards him, and Uziel barely dodges it this time. Losing his foothold, he starts to fall. Uziel quickly tries to find another floating stone to use as a foothold, but they are all too far from him. He uses Blink, hoping to land on one somehow, and successfully grabs the ledge of one of the stones. However, his worries are far from over, as another fire spell comes towards him. Uziel thinks he is going to die, but suddenly, another spell is blasted towards the incoming fire spell, nullifying it and leaving only some floating ice shards behind. Uziel is shocked, realizing that the spell was an ice sphere covered in lightning. He wonders who could perform such a feat, as it requires precise calculation and control over two elements. His pursuers are also shocked and run away, scared. Uziel climbs back up and crosses the canyon, finally meeting up with the group. He thanks the blue-haired girl who helped him, but she replies that she hasn't done anything to deserve his gratitude. Uziel thinks that she has the prettiest voice he has ever heard, though she seems difficult to approach. Uziel reflects on his pursuers, noting that even though they are known as bandits, most of their activities are carried out by the dark demonic cult. However, their pursuit will end once he enters the territory of the mages, as they won't be able to follow him there. Additionally, they don't even know his identity. Suddenly, another notification appears, informing Uziel about the start of Chapter 2, enrolling in Stellar Academy. Uziel thinks that this won't be too hard, though the word, academy, annoys him, as he wonders how he will go through school again at his age. Fast forward to night, Uziel is traveling with the group in a caravan. He starts to dream of Bayek Uziel's memories, recalling how Bayek wanted to become a mage. His parents did their best to get him a magic book, which he studied hard to make them happy. However, his dream came to an end when he was diagnosed with mana leakage syndrome. Uziel wakes up with a slight headache, looking outside and noting that it's morning already. The guy with him informs Uziel that they will be arriving in Lezocha, the satellite city of Arcanium. The caravan stops, and everyone gets out to take a break. Uziel notices the blue-haired girl staring at him, but when he looks back at her, she simply leaves. Uziel notes that things are fine the way they are right now, and he is glad that the timeline is closer to modern times rather than the Middle Ages. Even though magic exists in this world, there are also trains, flying ships, and warpholes in certain cities. They will be taking a flying ship to Lezocha, which lies on the route to Arcanium, the city of magic, where the real episode begins. Uziel reflects on Stellar Academy, the most prestigious magic academy in the world, filled with geniuses and nobles from all over. He wonders how he managed to get admission into such a place. He begins to check out his skills, noting that if it weren't for his sixth sense and cognitive acceleration, he would have been dead. He has a cursed physique that stops mana from accumulating within his body, but it also allows him to sense mana around him with sixth sense and dodge incoming attacks without looking. It enhances his reaction speed to the point that he senses things as if time has slowed down. This is necessary for him since he cannot use mana, though it uses a lot of mind power. As for his stats, Uziel notes that they are not bad for just starting out. However, Bayek Uziel originally had low sensitivity, but it took part of the stats of the character Uziel fostered in the game. He explains that there are level 2 stats as well, with skills in the form of levels and stats in stars. The maximum amount, 9 stars, is essentially impossible to reach. Even after playing for 10 years, Uziel only reached 8 stars. For now, he upgrades his sixth sense and reaction speed, as other stats can be raised through other methods. The only problem left is his disease, and he notes that he needs to upgrade it to the Secrets of Nature physique as soon as possible. The way to reinforce his physique is within Stellar Academy, so Uziel has no choice but to go there if he wants to stop the end of the world and treat his syndrome. Suddenly, he sees some missed notifications, but just as he is about to check them, he is called out by the blue-haired girl. Fast forward, Uziel is on a huge flying ship with many students inside. An announcement is made that they will be leaving for Arcanium. One of the students notices Uziel and mocks him for his clothes and looks, calling him a country bumpkin and wondering why Stellar Academy lets peasants in. The student berates Uziel, saying he is sullying the academy with his lowly origin. Uziel ignores him, which only angers the student further. Uziel leaves, thinking that kids will be kids no matter where you are. As he tries to shout at Uziel to stop, everyone behind him is in shock due to something else. Uziel looks back and is shocked as well. It's the entrance of Princess Bayon, the princess of the Adolabid kingdom, Hong Bayon Adolabid. As she walks by, the purple-haired guy who mocked Uziel tries to greet her, but she only gives him a cold stare, completely ignoring him. Uziel starts to stare at her, noting that she is this world's villainess. She is one of the main characters in the game, always in conflict with the female protagonist, and she dies in the end. No matter which ending you pick, Princess Bayon is brutally murdered in some, bullied and expelled in others, or goes through something so shameful that she never appears in public again. Uziel thinks that the developers must have had some personal resentment towards her, as they wanted her to suffer no matter what. Despite her tragic fate, Princess Bayon is incredibly popular among male players, and Uziel acknowledges that she is indeed very beautiful. As he watches her, his stomach growls, reminding him that he needs to find something to eat. He checks out the food available on the ship but is hit with the high prices, which surprise him. Deciding to wait until they arrive in Arcanium, Uziel goes back to his seat. Suddenly, an announcement is made that they will be arriving in Arcanium in 10 minutes, and everyone is instructed to make their way to the first floor. Uziel smiles, noting that it's finally starting. He gets ready to embrace his new reality. Fast forward, and Uziel begins to doubt himself, wondering if he can really survive in this world. He thinks about whether there is anything that could help him and suddenly remembers the missed notifications. He quickly opens up the system window and receives a special reward. The reward offers him a choice. A downgraded version of his items, a downgraded version of his skills from the game, or experience points. Uziel searches for one of his skills, but the system informs him that the item's grade is too high and will be severely downgraded. He searches for more items, but everything turns out to be too high level. However, the system does offer him the option to slightly upgrade his blink spell using the reward. Due to his lack of narrative power, the system cannot be fully materialized. Uziel wonders what narrative power is and learns that it is the force that drives the progress of the story. If he explores unknown branches, like he did before, it will accumulate. Uziel mocks the system for being unable to provide him with anything useful and does a final search for the bulbul glasses. The system finally agrees and provides him with the bulbul glasses. The bulbul glasses are an item that contains all the information Uziel collected when he played the game. In the game, it was impossible to read and recall information, so players developed other ways to store it. As Uziel wears the glasses, their information windows appear. He opens the bulbul folder and finds that the information he collected is still there. Since he is now in real life, grinding like in the game isn't possible, but with the glasses, Uziel claims to have already regained half of his former ability. Suddenly, Uziel hears people around him talking about a student named Isel, whom they call the traitor Dutch Molfzolder's daughter. They mock her for showing up at the academy after her father's betrayal. Uziel remembers that his glasses also allow him to register or check character information within the story. The system shows Isel as the fake heroine. Uziel recalls that the game Etherworld is based on a romance fantasy novel called Don't Love the Princess, where the heroine is supposed to be Isel. She loses her entire family and grows by confronting the schemes of the villainous Hong Bayon, eventually ending up with the male protagonist. However, in the game, the story is different. The developers added an original character named Flame, who took over the role of the heroine. Flame has a backstory as someone who lived in the modern world and enjoyed reading Don't Love the Princess before being transported to this world. Unlike Isel, Flame became the real heroine, and despite players' best efforts, Isel doesn't survive in any of the endings, pushing her out of the heroine position. Uziel declares that he doesn't have anything to do with it, but as he looks at Isel, he wonders if he has seen her before. He dismisses the thought as his imagination. The story moves forward, and they arrive at Stellar Academy. A professor begins giving a speech, but the students mock it as boring and tedious. The teacher calls out the students who were admitted with the highest scores, as well as the freshman representatives. Uziel watches them, noting that their faces shine like the main characters they are. Among them, one stands out, the freshman representative, Ma Yujing, who entered with the highest score. Uziel explains that Ma Yujing is a character who best fits the phrase, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. His mana status is 9 stars, and his potential is close to the realm of deities. He is a natural genius among geniuses, capable of controlling all the elements in this world. Uziel notes that even if he cannot reach the true ending, he must bring Ma Yujing to the good side to avoid any bad endings. However, he realizes that it would be up to Flame to do that, as it depends on how she acts. Uziel thinks about befriending Flame since she is also from the same reality as him. But Uziel notes that things could get complicated if Flame thinks of him as an enemy. However, he would still have the upper hand due to having more information. Uziel's importance in the story cannot even be compared to that of a shop NPC in a village. Flame possesses a special ability to cleanse the dark demonic humans and even has an ability to impoverish those around her. Uziel notes that being around her is going to affect him, so he decides to support her from afar. As the entrance ceremony in episode 2 ends, Uziel states that he will try his best not to get involved with the main characters as much as possible. Fast forward, and Uziel is sitting in a classroom. He feels weird since he has already graduated once in his previous life. He takes a look at a pocket watch, stating that having it feels good. It's known as the Stellar Pocket Watch, a symbol that proves he is a student at the most prestigious magic academy. With it, he can receive better treatment and service, even compared to most magic warriors with licenses. Uziel gets excited to use it. The professor enters the classroom, telling everyone to get seated and announcing the beginning of her exam. She instructs those who use glasses to have them examined first. The academy's curriculum is more difficult than most Korean universities, and students have to take exams even on the first day. This exam is used as a class placement test, and the professor shouts for it to begin. Uziel looks at the questions and is stuck, as he doesn't know anything. The exam is unrelated to the entrance exam, which is known for being extremely difficult. Students are assigned to classes F to A and S based on their results. Most playable characters end up in S class, but Uziel entered the academy in last place among 1,141 students, automatically placing him in F class. He wonders if he will get expelled for turning in a blank sheet. Suddenly, Uziel notices Ma Yujing sitting casually, looking at his exam paper, which he has already finished. Uziel notes that for someone like Ma Yujing, living itself is boring. Ma Yujing was born into the strongest family in the world, with the most genius brain and talent. Everything comes easily to him, and depending on how the female lead acts, he could turn out either good or evil. The dark demonic humans would obviously be very interested in him. However, Ma Yuxiang's biggest issue is his family. Uziel gets an idea to use the bulbul glasses on the exam. He is still doubtful if it will work, but he decides to try anyway. He starts to pull out the glasses, but just then, the professor notices and asks him about them. She reminds him that she just told everyone to get their glasses examined first. Uziel had forgotten, but he hands them over to the professor for examination. The professor examines them thoroughly, while Uziel is scared of getting expelled if he gets caught. Suddenly, his system acts up, asking if he wants to call a missing part of the bulbul glasses that have been found. Uziel freaks out and tells the system to stay quiet. The professor is unable to find anything suspicious and tells Uziel to ask for permission first next time. Uziel notes that he would have been in trouble if the glasses still had their original functions. After wearing the glasses, Uziel is able to see all the answers. He quickly starts writing his paper, excited at the prospect of getting first place. However, his dream is shattered as the professor ends the exam and tells everyone to hand over their papers. All the papers automatically fly to the professor, but Uziel has only completed 3 questions. Seeing Uziel's paper, the professor is shocked, while Uziel is disappointed at being unable to escape F class. Suddenly, the professor shouts at Uziel, telling him to hand over the glasses immediately. Uziel hands them over, and the professor examines them again but finds nothing. She calls out Dr. Grian, the magic engineering professor, to examine the glasses as well. Dr. Grian states that it is suspicious that Uziel solved those questions, but he concludes that Uziel did not cheat, as he cannot feel any magic tool energy from the glasses. He claims that Uziel definitely solved the questions with his own ability. Dr. Grian calls it very interesting and tells Professor Hanwell to apologize to the student. Professor Hanwell apologizes for the misunderstanding, and Uziel forgives him, knowing that he did, in fact, cheat. Uziel thinks it would have been bad if the glasses still had their original functions. Now, in the teacher's faculty, Professor Hanwell is checking the papers, staring at one of them in deep thought. Another professor, Professor Adeltaman, enters and asks if there are this year's papers. She notes that there are many interesting freshmen this year, which Hanwell agrees with. They discuss the prominent students, including Hong Belyong, the Princess of Adolabid, Jeremy Scalvin, the chosen successor of the Scalvin Empire, and Hao Wunryong, the successor of the Full Moon Tower. Professor Adeltaman notes that it must have been difficult to set the exam questions for such prominent students. Hanwell agrees and mentions that this year, there was a new type of question. The first 3 questions were designed to test flexibility and creative thinking. Over 1,000 students left them blank, and only 3 students got them right: Ma Yuzhong, Flame, and Baek Uziel. Hanwell is surprised that Uziel, who had the lowest admission score, was able to solve the problem, as even countless formulas and equations couldn't solve them. Adeltaman considers it a coincidence, but Hanwell notes that the principal gave Uziel special admission for being able to control the blink spell. Hanwell smiles, saying that a mage combat student who specializes in blink is quite unique. He will find out soon enough whether Uziel's success was a coincidence or if he is truly special. Many students chatter about the class assignment being put on the board, though Uziel is slightly embarrassed to check it in person. One of the students notices Baek Uziel and mocks him for getting the lowest score in the admission test. They disregard Stellar's decision to accept him, but Uziel ignores them and moves on to check his class. However, he is unable to find his name on the board. He wonders if he failed, since he only solved 3 questions. Suddenly, Uziel overhears voices of surprise about him. Students comment that even prominent students got an A class, and they are doubtful and jealous of Uziel's class placement. Uziel is confused and decides to check the board again. He is shocked to see his name written under S class, which completely surprises him. S class is where only the best students gather, and it's a class most students only dream of getting. Class S has only 41 students, and Uziel wonders what is going on. He thinks his assignment is a mistake and that he will now be running into the main characters often. Knowing that getting involved with them will shorten his already short life, Uzil decides to keep a low profile. As Uzil thinks about how he will manage this situation, he notices Flame behind him, observing something. The scene switches to Princess Bayan, who is getting slapped by someone. The woman slapping her is also a professor, Yil, a fire element professor. She berates Bayan for getting those 3 questions wrong and compares her to Aizel, saying that even Aizel got some of them correct despite being an insect. Yil calls Bayan even lower than an insect and orders her to do the questions again. Bayan agrees, and Yil tells her not to become someone like her, who was chased out of the kingdom and had to become a professor. She grabs Bayan's face, telling her to become better than her sister, while smiling with an evil grin. Bayan replies that she understands, though in reality, she doesn't. She starts to cry, as she only lives the way she is told to and is unable to solve problems she hasn't learned. In tears, she expresses her grief of being tormented. Back to Uzil, he is still troubled by the fact that he got assigned to a class full of social weirdos. Students around him comment in shock about how he is here, as even their parents protested against it. The teacher shut them all down, which the students find ridiculous. Uzil feels like an outcast but gets past it, relating to their frustration since they've been studying here since they were young, unlike him. He notes that a class can change according to one's performance, though it's rare to be demoted. He remembers that one student will rise up to Class S in the future as well. Looking around the class, Uzil finds it amazing, as all of them were characters in the game he used to play. He knows that most of them will become world-renowned, and some will even betray the magic world. Uzil thinks it would be good if Flame could stop them. Now, Professor Hanwell enters the classroom, telling everyone to get seated. He introduces himself as the professor of S-Class, Lee Hanwell. The students comment about his popularity and the ridiculous number of dark demonic humans he has hunted. He is also known as the 7th class magic warrior. Professor Hanwell starts the class, lecturing about the academy being a place to foster magic warriors. He hopes that everyone will show their best efforts, even though not everyone will be able to keep up with the rigorous education over 3 years. He asks if there are any questions, but there are none. As the class begins, Uzil notices Princess Bayan arriving late. He is surprised to see her being late and wonders if something happened to her. He decides to use the bulbul glasses to check her info. In her status window, Uzil notices that she is guaranteed to die. He remembers that Aizel dies because of Flame, while Bayan dies because of both Aizel and Flame. Uzil feels that he would like to save her if he could, but he is not in a position to do so. He feels bad but decides to keep his distance. Just then, Bayan walks right up to his desk, surprising him. She looks at him with a cold glare, making Uzil nervous, but she silently sits right beside him. Uzil starts to feel incredibly nervous, as things are already getting twisted right from the start. Professor Hanwell announces the staff succession ceremony, where students will choose their staffs. Uzil smiles, knowing that it's annoying but also something to look forward to. In Stellar Academy, there are 2 big events, the Familiar Contract Ceremony and the Staff Succession Ceremony. The Staff Succession Ceremony is quite special, as the staffs choose their wielders based on resonance. Uzil looks around, wondering which staff he should choose. He knows that the staff that best fits him is the wand, as staves are divided into 2 classes. The short form, wand, and the long form, staff. Wands are wielded by spell knights who spam magic quickly, while staves are used by bishops who focus on single hits with longer casting times. Students comment and wonder what Uzil is going to pick, mocking him that it should be easy for him to cause a resonance effect. Uzil ignores them once again. Suddenly, someone calls him out from behind. The guy introduces himself as Usleg, though Uzil is not interested. Usleg asks Uzil about his choice of staff, to which Uzil replies that anything will do. Usleg mocks him, saying he should pick a staff that fits his commoner status and not make trouble for anyone. Uzil simply leaves, saying that Usleg shouldn't either, which angers Usleg. Uzil uses his bulbul glasses to check Usleg's information and starts to pity him for being too much of an extra character. Usleg points at a staff to show off that he is going to pick it. Uzil is surprised to see that it's the Edmarietta Myri, the highest class staff available. It's a middle-high class staff, something used by professional magic warriors. For students, having a middle-low class staff is the limit, no matter how talented they are. Even professional magic warriors are barely able to get a middle-low class staff. Uzil notes that there is another middle-high class staff as well, but it's not for picking, it's just for show. Professor Hanwell tells everyone to stand in front of the staff they like. Uzil sees Jeremy and Wanyang pick their staffs, and as Bayan takes hold of her staff, it emits an incredibly blinding light. Everyone is shocked to see Wanyang, Jeremy, and Bayan able to pick middle-class staffs, noting that this year is crazy. Usleg is annoyed and goes to pick his staff as well. He tries to resonate with the middle-high class staff, smirking confidently as he grabs it. However, the staff retaliates, and Yu's leg fails, getting hurt badly. Uzil is not surprised by his failure, stating that they all need to give up anyway. Uzil sees Ma Yujing walking towards the middle high-class staff. He continues to explain that the owner of that staff has already been decided. Everyone is surprised to see Ma Yujing there, doubting that even he could handle that staff. But when Ma Yujing grabs the staff, a bright light shines, and he successfully holds it. All the students are shocked, except for Uzil, who already knew. Now, more people will realize how talented Ma Yujing is. Ma Yujing notices Uzil and smiles in his direction, which confuses and shocks Uzil. Uzil remembers that Flame is supposed to own another high mid-class staff, Terevan. He notes that this is where the route could split. If Flame manages to grab Terevan, Ma Yujing will take interest in her because of her ability, starting the Ma Yujing route. However, if she picks another staff, it would open a completely different route. Uzil decides to use Flame to bring Ma Yujing to their side. He finds Flame walking towards Terevan and watches her carefully, wondering what she will do. As Flame gets close to the Terevan staff, Uzil wishes for her to grab it, which would result in Ma Yujing taking an interest in her. However, Flame completely ignores the Terevan and walks past it, surprising Uzil. He is shocked by her lack of interest in the staff, wondering if she doesn't know about its significance. Uzil realizes that this could be bad, as Flame, being the female lead, should be able to resonate with any staff. He worries that if she picks a strange staff, it could potentially close off other good routes. Uzil starts to charge up with the intent to push the Terevan staff toward Flame. He uses his blink spell and appears right behind her. Flame turns around, startled by his sudden appearance. Uzil asks her about her choice of staff, making an excuse that she looked lost. Flame gives him a cold shoulder, saying it's none of his business, and leaves immediately, ignoring him. Uzil is surprised by her reaction, as she is supposed to be friendly with everyone. Uzil doesn't give up and calls out to her once more, telling her that he really wants to help her. Flame tells him to mind his own business, clearly annoyed. Uzil tries to push her toward the Terevan staff, but Flame gets even more irritated, asking him what he knows about staffs. Uzil wonders if he did something wrong and tries to incite her by saying that he has heard a lot about her, so she should be capable of grabbing the Terevan. Flame notices the staff and asks if he is talking about Terevan. Uzil confirms that he is. Suddenly, Uzil notices something and hears a noise, as if something is getting closer to him. A bright light shines, and when he opens his eyes, he is left speechless. He finds himself holding the Terevan staff instead of Flame. Uzil freaks out, wondering why he has it instead of her. He realizes that he messed up and slowly turns his head toward Flame, who is now visibly angry. Uzil shrinks back in fear, knowing that he has made a big mistake. Fast forward to the evening, Flame is walking back when she overhears students talking about Ma Yujing and Uzil. They discuss how the two of them have become 2 out of 7 students in the history of Stellar Academy to grab high mid-class staffs. The students are especially focused on Uzil, as he only used Blink during his admission test, which surprises them. Their parents had taught them that Blink is a useless magic, yet Uzil has mastered it. Flame starts to think about Uzil as well, wondering who he really is. Now, at the self-study hall, Flame finally gets some peace and quiet. Everywhere she goes, people are talking about Uzil. The news that 2 students grabbed high mid-class staff spread instantaneously, but Flame doesn't understand something. She wonders who Uzil is, as there was never a character named Beck Uzil in the original novel she read. She is frustrated, as it is said that no one is able to grab the Terevan staff, let alone resonate with it, yet Uzil did. It's as if he is trying to show off to her. For now, Flame decides to ignore it. Some of her friends call out to her, asking if she is going for self-study. Flame turns back to them and smiles. She asks them if they think she is a nerd, to which they reply that it's just because she is always studying. They also ask why she always calls them kids despite being the same age. Flame passes it off as a habit, saying she got it from always being treated as older. The real reason, however, is that she is from the modern world and is used to being older than the characters in the novel. A red-haired girl named Jackie asks Flame if she is going to be alone today as well. Flame notices that Jackie's style is similar to hers and tells her that she is going to attend supplementary lessons before leaving. As Flame walks away, she thinks about how hard it is to be a student at her age. Suddenly, she bumps into someone at a corner. It turns out to be Ha-Won Ryang, who asks if she is okay. He notices her expression and asks if something is bothering her. Flame wonders if he is worried about her but tells him that nothing in particular is wrong. Won Ryang asks if she is going for self-study, and Flame confirms that she is. She asks him if he is going to the S-Class exclusive training hall again. Won Ryang says that he cannot be lazy when it comes to training, which makes Flame call him unnecessarily sincere. Won Ryang notes that it's something they both share. As he looks at her, he smiles and cleans up her shoulders before leaving, saying he will see her later. Flame turns around, calling the interaction bland. However, she notices Jackie staring at her from behind a corner, wondering why she is there. Flame tries to call her out, but Jackie leaves before she can. Flame arrives at the self-study hall and stands right outside, noting that according to the original novel, both Bayan and Isel will be attending this meeting. It's important to watch them face off in a romance fantasy novel. As Flame enters the hall, she notices Isel, Uzil, and Ma Yujing. She realizes that all the important characters are here. She observes the host, Kyle, who is quite intimidated due to all the S-class students present. Flame sits down and notices, to her surprise, that even Ma Yujing is here. She knows that Ma Yujing is the male lead of this world and is interested in Baek Uzil, which cannot be a coincidence. Flame also knows that Ma Yujing didn't solve any other questions than the 3 questions from hell, which leads her to assume that he already knew solving those 3 questions would get him into S-class. Flame starts to think that if he knew beforehand, he is a dangerous person. As Ma Yujing is stuck with Uzil, Flame wants someone to take him off her hands. Uzil asks Ma Yujing about his reason for coming here and tells him not to listen to the people around him. He asks if Ma Yujing had a special reason for coming, to which Ma Yujing replies that he doesn't, though the real reason was that he was told to do so. Uzil wonders what got Ma Yujing so interested in him. Kyle tells them to stop chatting, as they're going to look over the exam problems now. Kyle starts talking about the 3 questions from hell that appeared in the placement exam. He tries to flex that he solved one of them, though he is quite nervous due to the presence of S-class students. He was actually going to use this meeting to expand his influence. However, Kyle notices Uzil and thinks he might have a chance to show off if he challenges him, since Uzil got the lowest score in the placement exam. Kyle smirks, trying to show off that he is better than Uzil. Ma Yujing completely ignores Kyle, focusing on Uzil instead. He asks Uzil if he thinks Kyle is right, though Uzil is speechless, as he doesn't even understand what Kyle is trying to do. Uzil decides to be honest and simply says that he doesn't know, which is heard by Kyle. All the students misunderstand Uzil's response as him saying that Kyle is wrong. Uzil looks around, wondering why everyone is looking at him like that. Kyle is pissed and asks Uzil if he really thinks he is doing it wrong. Kyle then calls Uzil out to come and solve the problem himself in front of everyone. Uzil is completely shocked by this. He looks over to Ma Yujing, who starts to hype him up, realizing that Ma Yujing is doing this on purpose. Uzil starts to walk over to the blackboard, stared at by everyone. He wears his glasses, realizing that the question is more like a pun quiz. For example, one question asks, a mage cast a spell, saying, "The earth shed tears, and there was double the amount of dirt than before." Why would that be? The answer is simple. If dirt cries, it's in a state of decomposition. As ridiculous as it sounds, it's really this kind of problem. Kyle solved the question like a math problem, but Uzil tells him that his method was wrong, even though he got the right answer by luck. Uzil explains that if the question had been about water or wind instead of earth, Kyle's method wouldn't have worked. Uzil tells Kyle that everything has to be done differently, and it was only luck that he got the answer right, not because it was what the test maker intended. Hearing this, Kyle is left speechless but agrees with Uzil. Uzil wonders if he killed Kyle's confidence too much, but he shows him the right way to solve the problem. All the students start to learn from Uzil's explanation. On the other hand, Flame is in shock, as other students are actually writing down what Uzil is saying. Both Bayan and Isel should have gotten into an argument, but they are distracted by the problem. Flame starts to wonder if a story going like this is really okay. After the class, Ma Yujing excitedly leaves, telling Uzil that he will see him tomorrow. Uzil is worried, claiming that he doesn't want to see Ma Yujing ever again. He assumes that it's probably because of the Terevan staff. As Uzil leaves, he starts to wonder why the Terevan staff came to him instead of Flame. There was no instance of anyone else using it besides Flame in the game. In the hallway, Uzil finds Bayan waiting for someone. He thinks she might be waiting for someone but ignores her and tries to leave. However, Bayan calls him out, saying that she wants to ask him something. Uzil is surprised and asks her what it is. Bayan asks him about the solution earlier and why he didn't explain it fully. Uzil is lost for words, as in reality, he can't explain it because it's a nonsensical quiz. He makes an excuse that he just didn't have anything to say. Bayan takes it the wrong way, thinking that Uzil didn't want to announce the solution in that place. Uzil is surprised to hear that, but Bayan makes him an offer. She will compensate him for the solution. She asks Uzil to explain the solution to her, which shocks him. Uzil realizes that he is once again involved in a major plot point but agrees to help her. We see both Uzil and Bayan sitting in the library. Uzil questions her on why she is paying him simply to help her understand 3 questions on a placement test. Bayan replies that she has her reasons, so Uzil goes along with her request. He calls her, "my lady," though he asks her if she isn't embarrassed to ask him for help, since he got all the other questions wrong. Bayan replies that she is not embarrassed at all. In fact, She is embarrassed that she still doesn't know the solutions to these problems. She is willing to do anything to find the answer, which gets Uzil thinking of her as a model student. However, he asks her why she specifically chose him. Bayan explains that out of all the freshmen, only Uzil, Flame, and Ma Yujing were able to solve the 3 questions from hell. These questions were meant to be unsolvable, yet the 3 of them got them right. Uzil is shocked upon hearing that no one else was able to solve those questions, which prompts Bayan to ask him if he didn't realize that. Uzil finally understands how he got into S-class and why Flame held him back. He doesn't know the details of the world building or about those questions, but Flame is different. She has read the entire novel, so she knows most of the setting, including those questions. Since Uzil is an extra character who wasn't in the novel, Flame had no choice but to acknowledge his existence. Uzil finally realizes her reason for acting the way she does and laments it. Bayan asks him why he looks like that, to which Uzil shrugs it off. He reminds Bayan about their deal. She will fulfill one of his requests as thanks for helping her. Uzil puts down his request to alter his staff into a magic sword. Bayan is surprised to hear this, as only low-level mercenaries use those kinds of weapons. Uzil replies that it suits his style better, though in reality, he cannot tell her that he is a cripple. Bayan pauses for a moment and replies that she will get it done, as it would be quite easy. Now, they move on to the questions. Uzil explains that the way to solve the first one is a change of perspective, which leaves Bayan a bit confused. Her weakness is that she uses magic strictly from textbooks, and she's stuck in a rut. She only realizes this in her second year after losing to Flame in a bad way. Uzil decides to push her in the right direction, even if he cannot give her important insights right now. He asks her if she knows what a nonsense quiz is. Bayan replies that she thinks she does. Uzil starts off with an example, asking her what's between a knee and a knee. Bayan ponders for a moment and answers that it's the back of a knee. Uzil corrects her, saying that the answer is, and. Bayan asks how, and Uzil explains that he asked what is between a knee and a knee, which pisses Bayan off. Uzil tells her to calm down and look at the questions, as they have to solve them using creativity. He questions her if it's possible to memorize creativity, which leaves Bayan with no answer. Bayan replies that it's not possible, and Uzil smiles, telling her that knowing many spells and techniques is important, but there is something more important for a mage: to look at the world beyond the boundaries of their thoughts. Magic can grow with even the slightest change. Bayan only thinks about things as she sees them, and spells aren't something to just learn and cast. Even though she is better than Uzil in analytical thinking and judgment, she lacks the most important quality: creativity. Hearing all this, Bayan starts to get serious. Uzil tries to tone it down and asks her if she understood what he was trying to say. Bayan replies with a confident face that she did. On the other hand, Uzil is surprised, as he himself has no idea what he is talking about. Now, they move on to the next example. Uzil asks Bayan what the man said to the horse before putting him to bed. Bayan replies that she doesn't know, and Uzil answers that it's bedtime. He then asks why beds don't work hard, and Bayan again doesn't know. Uzil answers that it's because they are always lying down on the job. Uzil once again asks what happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered the race. Bayan, slightly irritated, again says she doesn't know, and Uzil answers that rock began to roll, but paper and scissors were stationary. At this point, Bayan starts to get quite irritated, as she is unable to answer anything. Uzil realizes that she could explode at any moment. He asks her one more question. What did the cloud say to the ocean when it was raining? Bayan starts to ponder and think, while Uzil prays that she gets the answer this time. Bayan answers that it's getting a bit emotional, which surprises Uzil. Uzil tells her that she got the right answer, which makes Bayan really excited and happy. Uzil is surprised, as this is the first time he has seen her smile in both the game and reality. He praises her, saying that as expected of a princess, her creativity is on another level. Bayan accepts the praise, albeit a bit embarrassed, and asks for the next question. Uzil chuckles, and just like that, time passes. It gets late, and we see Uzil walking away, completely exhausted after spending 3 hours on those nonsense questions with Bayan. He didn't expect her to believe what he said, but she is undoubtedly an excellent magician with a sharp mind. Her weakness is her rigid way of thinking. Uzil feels bad about taking advantage of her like this, but he needs to modify the Terevan staff into a sword quickly. Now, he goes on to search for the books he needs for his class. He looks around and finds the shop he was looking for. Inside the store, Uzil notes that it's quite run down, but he knows about the owner, who has a habit of watching people while pretending to be asleep. In this store, the study notes of Morella, the student who graduated at the top of the academy 10 years ago, are hidden. In the game, a screen would show the notes with the press of a button, but in reality, a textbook is needed for the major, and his grade will also depend on which book he chooses. Uzil used to buy books from famous stores, but later he realized that the good ones are hidden in shops without any signs. If he takes magic engineering classes with Morella's study notes, he will easily get full marks. Even using the bulbul glasses would get him decent marks, but he also needs the hidden recipe. Looking around, Uziel finally finds the notes tucked into a corner. As he reaches for them, another hand comes for the same book and touches him. That person is Izel. She asks Uziel if he knows her, to which he replies that she is famous. Izel then remembers Uziel from the study group, Beck Uziel. Uziel wonders if she doesn't remember him from before entering the academy. Izel tells him that she enjoyed the debate, but it was unfortunate that he couldn't finish the explanation. Uziel remembers that Izel also couldn't figure out those questions fully. She simply leaves, saying it was nice meeting him. Uziel is thankful that the book wasn't taken, but he wonders why Izel would be here. Seeing a book she pulls out, Uziel notices that Izel is sighing in relief. He wonders if it's because of that. This bookstore deals with used books, and only poor students like him come here. As someone from a fallen family, Izel probably didn't have any choice but to come here. Her father was likely killed by dark demonic humans. It's quite sad for a princess like her to buy books from here, worrying about the price since she doesn't have money. On top of that, she faced an unfortunate ending in the original novel, dying before even Flame, who became the main character. Izel is probably the most unfortunate character in this world. Uziel comes beside her and puts down a whole bunch of books, buying them. He smiles at her, while she looks a bit irritated. Izel asks him what he is doing, and Uziel replies that he is just picking some interesting books. Izel is about to call him a name for picking such books but changes her line to say that he picked some interesting books. Uziel catches on that she was about to call him names and asks her what she means. Izel replies that she is surprised he is reading topics like advanced sealing theory, as it's an ancient magic involving the use of items. In the current world, magical engineering is so advanced that this skill is rarely used. Uziel replies that he knows it doesn't have much use, but that is the reason he is taking it. Izel is surprised to hear that, and Uziel tells her that everyone is thinking the same as her, which makes it easier for him to get better grades in this class. Izel is quite confused by his statement, but Uziel leaves. What Uziel said is true. Because everyone thinks the same way, he can spend little time on this class and still get good grades compared to other classes. With this, he won't have any issues this semester. Now, on to the second day. Izel is going to attend a class on nihility. Since it's easy to get good grades in, it shouldn't be too bad. However, as she enters the classroom, she notices that there are already a lot of students. The students comment that the news has spread about this being an easy class to get good grades in, so everyone is attending it. Izel also thinks the same but decides to do better in other classes. Fast forward, and the class ends. Everyone starts to leave, but for Izel, it's troubling, as it will be hard to get a scholarship with so many people signing up for the same class. She starts to get hungry and wonders if she should get a meal. She notes that she should only get bread this time, as she only has 60 meal tickets for this semester. As Izel is walking by, she notices something. It's Uziel, who she sees attending classes. She wonders what he is doing there and notices that it's due to the lecture. She also notices that there aren't many students, and all of them are those who scored low grades. This lecture would probably get cancelled at this rate. Suddenly, Izel gets a thought. If she signs up for this class, she would be able to raise her grades without putting in too much effort. If she uses that same time for other subjects, she will be able to earn more scholarship money. Izel gets curious about Uziel and how he knew that this subject would be easy to score in. Perhaps he planned all of his classes in such a way that it makes his life easier. However, Izel walks away, ignoring the thought, deeming it not possible and a coincidence. Now, in the lecture, Professor Layden explains that the founding mage, Magian White, spread magic all over the world, allowing humans and other species to learn magic. He taught the elves nature class magic, the dwarfs matter magic, and humans elemental magic. After that, he traveled to the heavens. The professor continues, explaining that humans were not satisfied with what they were given, so they traveled and began to steal magic from other species. Even that wasn't enough, but they couldn't learn any more than that. The founding mage left behind the 12 divine moons and disappeared. The professor asks the class if they know anything about the divine moons, and Izel answers that they are known as guardians who protect the balance of power. It is said that they scattered throughout the continent, carrying out their duties until 1,000 years ago. The professor agrees with her and explains that each of the divine moons had special powers given to them. For example, the divine moon that symbolized summer, the 6th moon of the red summer, wielded a red flame, and it is said that those flames never die out. If they want to see it, they can go to the deep sea of Alamanca, where the flames are still there. Uziel thinks if the professor is serious about letting them go there, as entering the domain of the King of the Seas would be deadly. The professor explains about the Levion's coast, where a great whirlpool appeared in the middle of the ocean but was frozen solid by the 12th moon of the blue winter. Each of the moons has individual power, and it is said that a miracle would occur if they all gathered together. One of the students asks about the miracle, to which the professor replies that no one knows, as the moons have fallen asleep 1,000 years ago. Uziel agrees but remembers that he met some of the divine moons in the game, though it was only 5 and through limited time events. He was only able to meet them because he gathered information from the community, and there weren't other players who managed to meet more than he did. Uziel assumes that the divine moons probably have something to do with the true ending. Since no one has managed to reach the true ending, the answer must lie in content that no one has ever reached. However, Uziel was only able to meet 5 divine moons, and that 2 after risking his life multiple times. He has no choice but to do that again. Now, we switch scenes to an open training field, where Professor Hongyeol is teaching the students. She instructs them that their attacks don't matter if they cannot hit the enemy. As she walks by and observes the students, an attack comes from over her head, creating a huge explosion. However, the target is still completely unscathed. Professor Hongyeol observes and calls the attack quite terrible. We see that it's Bayon who launched the attack. Bayon gets frustrated upon her mother's words and her own failure. After the training session, we see her sitting on the side with a gloomy face, thinking that she must have disappointed her mother. Suddenly, a girl calls her out, asking if she is okay. The girl sits beside her and compliments Bayon for how amazing she is, which confuses Bayon. The girl replies that even when she used the same magic as Bayon, it was several times stronger. Bayon replies that it doesn't matter, as she couldn't even aim right. The girl tries to cheer her up with compliments about how cool and incredible her magic is. Seeing her talk, Bayon realizes that the girl is a fire-type mage as well. She remembers the girl's name as Arswang, and she has heard of her before. Arswang is someone who is called the next generation genius of the fire attribute. Bayon thought she must be nothing compared to her, but Arswang tells Bayon that if she practices more, it would be nothing for her. Bayon calls this rubbish and gets up, but she tells Arswang that talking to her did make her feel better. As Bayon leaves, saying her goodbye, Arswang's expression changes to something more serious. Now, as Bayon arrives in her room, someone calls her. It's her personal maid, Yi Taerin, who welcomes her back. She serves Bayon some drink and ginseng candy and starts talking about the staff remodeling commission that Bayon asked for. Yi Taerin informs Bayon that since the staff is so good, a top-grade magic sword will be made. However, there is something questionable about the staff. It continuously sucks in the owner's mana. Bayon is surprised by this and asks if it's a dark demonic tool. Yi Taerin replies that it's different, as it is consistently in resonance with nature's energy. Hearing this, Bayon is quite surprised. She wonders why such a garbage staff is considered high middle class. Yi Taerin explains that its original ability would drastically strengthen the user's mana, making it a high class or even higher staff. However, because it sucks in mana just by holding it, it was downscaled to a middle-high class staff. Bayon is greatly surprised by this and wonders how a student could wield such a staff. Yi Taerin is also confused about this. Bayon realizes that the staff wasn't there for them to resonate with in the first place, as most students wouldn't even use it, even if given to them. Bayon leaves it to Uziel to figure it out, thinking that he is quite unique. Fast forward a few days later, and in class, the professor is giving a lecture about attack magic. The professor explains that attack magic is different from normal magic, so the mono-orbitology class is mandatory. From today, for their PvP battles, they will be learning shooting and targeting. The professor begins the class with a water attribute question and formula. None of the students have any answers, as it's a water attribute question, and without being a water attribute major, the answer is impossible. They wonder if the teacher is just trying to bother them, while Uziel is yawning from boredom. He is wondering why the classes are harder than Korean, and the teacher catches him slacking off. The teacher calls Uziel out to solve the question. Shortly after, Uziel completely solves it, surprising the professor. The professor is very impressed by him and asks if he is a water attribute major. Uziel replies that he isn't. After class, as Usul is leaving, someone calls out to him. He turns and sees that it is Isul. Isul states that she has a question for him. She explains that after observing him for some time, she has concluded that he is undeniably intelligent, regardless of his grades, even compared to the top-ranking students. She recalls the moment when he solved and sold the difficult question, leaving her utterly shocked. The complexity of that question was at the level of university professors, possibly even beyond. Even though Stella Academy gathers geniuses, she cannot help but grow curious about his true identity and origins. Initially, she had doubts, but now she is certain. He must have a strategy for course registration. She directly asks him what his next class will be, hoping to uncover his method. Usul, slightly taken aback by her question, responds with a teasing remark, wondering aloud if she is interested in him. Without hesitation, she dismisses the notion as disgusting. Usul questions what he is even doing and then asks for the real reason behind her curiosity. She responds that she has done her research. Every class he has chosen seems to be one where high scores are easily attainable. She gets straight to the point, asking him about his strategy and where he obtained it. To her frustration, Yusul simply claims it is a coincidence and attempts to walk away. Isul, unwilling to let him leave just yet, urgently tells him to wait. Seeing him casually brush her off makes her desperate, and she rushes after him, pleading for him to hold on. Yusul dismisses her by suggesting she learn from someone else, pointing out that there are plenty of smart students around. Alternatively, he tells her she could just follow his choices since she has already looked them up. She argues that while it is true that anyone taking Divine Moon Studies receives an automatic A+, registering for other classes he takes could negatively impact his grades as well. Yusul notes her sincerity. Despite her own circumstances, where losing her scholarship would be disastrous, she is still considering the effect her actions might have on others. Though she is undeniably persistent, he acknowledges that a female lead remains a female lead. At that moment, Isul interjects, asking if he can recommend some courses that are easy to get good grades in. Yusul, unconvinced by her approach, comments that she must think she can fool him with her expression. She responds in a lighthearted manner, saying that simply looking at her own face helps her relieve stress. This leaves Yusul momentarily speechless before she laughs it off as a joke. She then mentions that she has prepared a form of compensation for him in return. Yusul internally questions why people at this academy are so eager to offer compensation for everything. Isul asks if he has heard the ghost story of the Seventh Tower, which immediately catches his attention. He admits that he does know about it, prompting Isul to note that not many are aware of it. She elaborates, explaining that the tower is an abandoned building that mysteriously vanished. Powerful barriers now surround the site, preventing anyone from getting too close. Before she can finish, Yusul abruptly stops her. She asks if something is wrong, and Yusul, lost in thought, mutters that this is incredibly significant information. He realizes that with this knowledge, Flame could greatly increase her affection with the male protagonist. If Flame possesses this information, it means that in the original novel, Isul must have known about it as well. However, she was only ever supposed to share it with the protagonist, not with an extra like himself. Wanting to avoid further complications, Yusul quickly leaves, dismissing her words as boring and claiming he does not want to hear more. She questions if he is afraid of ghosts. Ignoring her taunts, he abruptly offers to give her the answer she seeks for free. Isul, amused, remarks that he initially acted as if he would not share anything, only to change his mind so suddenly. He simply counters that it is his decision to make. Despite his nonchalant attitude, Yusul is slightly moved by her sincerity. Her willingness to offer him something in return shows her earnestness. He then advises her on a class that, while not directly tied to grades, would be incredibly useful for her. He tells her to take meditation. Journey into the Abyss as her liberal arts elective. She expresses surprise, asking if he is into cultivation since both meditation and Divine Moon Studies seem aligned with that path. He flatly denies it. Instead, he explains that his master was once in a similar position as her, and this particular class helped her greatly increase her magic power. She asks if that is truly possible through meditation alone, and he confirms that it is. He further elaborates that while it is not yet widely recognized, meditation is crucial for bishops who use large-scale destructive magic. He explains that while precise casting relies on formulas and equations, in the end, everything is controlled by the mind, which in turn directs mana. He advises her to keep this information a secret, adding playfully that he only shared it with her because she is cute. She immediately reminds him that he previously called her ugly, but she cannot hide her amusement. Ultimately, she thanks him, saying she will enroll in the class even if it does not improve her grades. Yusul, watching her leave, feels a slight worry about how this decision might affect the future. However, he also recognizes that if he did nothing, she would likely face a tragic fate once again in this life. If meditation can help her, perhaps it is worth it. Suddenly, a realization strikes him: he is a mage too. He should be training as well. In the game, Baek Yusul maintained rigorous physical training, which eventually led to his awakening of the magic revelation delay physique and a significant increase in power. Unlike in the game, where one could simply gain experience points with the press of a button, here, he has to improve himself directly. A small smile forms on his face as he decides to start training again, silently thanking Isul for reminding him of its importance. Later, he arrives at his dormitory, which is spacious and well-maintained. Every student at the academy resides in the dorms, though the system itself was only a minor feature in the game. However, for Baek Yusul, this dormitory is his only home. His village had burned down long ago. Dorm assignments are divided based on class ranking. While the room sizes remain the same, the number of occupants varies, with S-class students receiving the highest floors to themselves. Now alone, Yusul finally begins his training. Stats are not the only thing that matters. He needs to familiarize himself with his own body. In the game, Baek Yusul was an unrecognized genius who achieved the manifestation of Sword Aura by taking advantage of the constant flow of mana in and out of his body. Though no one acknowledged him, he was the only person in this world to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Now, he must walk that path once more. His breathing dictates the flow of mana through his body. By gradually increasing the intake, he will soon be able to absorb more mana at once. Unlike in the game, skills do not level up through simple experience accumulation, they require repeated practice. The only solution is relentless training. Time passes, and by morning, Yusul completes his session and opens his eyes. He feels it, the same faint sensation that Baek Yusul once did. For someone who accepted his condition from an early age, even the slightest change is significant. His mana leakage syndrome has improved, and his blink spell has also strengthened. With this progress, he is one step closer to his goal. Determined, he sets his sights on finding a true ending. Now, the scene shifts. Flame stands in an open grass field, feeling the cool breeze as it rustles the artificial landscape. Though created through magic, the wind and grass feel entirely real. The Stellar Dome, a vast pocket dimension established on the Academy grounds, has the ability to manipulate space freely, adjusting its size and terrain as needed. This is where students train, hold sports events, conduct dungeon simulations, and even battle monsters. She scans her surroundings, noting the crowd of students gathering on the field. She quickly counts a total of 141 participants, 50 students from A1, another 50 from A2, and 41 from the Elite S class. However, something about the numbers catches her attention. According to the original novel, there should have been 39 students in S class. With her inclusion, that number should have increased to 40. But instead, there is one extra. Her gaze shifts toward Yusul. She wonders where he came from, realizing that in the original novel, the Academy had exactly 1,140 students. With her presence, it should have been 1,141. But if Yusul is here as well, that means he must have always been part of the story, unnoticed. A sense of unease creeps in. She reminds herself to take things slowly, reasoning that she is the only one who knows the contents of the novel. There is no need to rush her conclusions just yet. As she refocuses, she overhears a conversation nearby. Someone is asking Jeremy if he has completed his course registration. He casually responds that he has, adding that many students have signed up for the same classes as him. With an easy smile, he encourages them all to enjoy their time together. From a distance, Flame observes him carefully. Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he was deeply obsessed with Easel. After facing rejection, his fixation drove him down a dark path, ultimately leading him to become a villain. Even now, as he maintains his friendly demeanor, Flame notes that his every action is calculated. She instinctively decides to keep her distance. But before she can look away, Jeremy notices her watching him. Meeting her gaze, he smiles faintly and raises a hand in greeting. She hesitates for a brief moment before returning the gesture. Though he is undeniably handsome, she knows better than to let her guard down. It is easy to see why so many students are drawn to him, but she reminds herself that this is no longer just a story, this is reality. She needs to prepare for what is to come. Meanwhile, Jeremy observes her in return. A subtle smirk crosses his lips, though his true thoughts remain unreadable. Before Flame can dwell on it further, a voice suddenly cuts through the air. Professor Hanwell arrives, standing before the assembled students. He wastes no time, immediately announcing that today's session will begin with a simple training exercise. The purpose, he explains, is to assess their current skill levels before providing proper instruction. He states that he will personally oversee their training. Those who do not wish to participate are free to leave. However, he warns that professors have the authority to award or deduct points, and any student whose points drop below a certain threshold will face expulsion. Without pause, he moves straight into explaining the training session, a dungeon mock training. He informs them that they will be placed into simulated dungeon environments where they will encounter various scenarios, traps, and monsters. The scoring system is as follows. Defeating a Risk Level 1 monster earns 4 points. Defeating a Risk Level 2 monster earns 8 points. Acquiring a point stick grants 20 points. He then announces that the top 5 students with the highest points will receive rewards and special privileges at the Academy's shop. Conversely, any student who finishes with 0 points will have their existing points deducted. He also mentions that students may choose to form teams if they wish. However, points will be distributed among all team members accordingly. Additionally, eliminating another student will result in claiming all of their points. With a final word of encouragement, he steps back and declares the training officially underway. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath them. A massive root bursts forth, stretching toward the sky. Flame immediately recognizes it. This is the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The students find themselves in a dense, sprawling forest. Trapped within this environment, they must now navigate and survive. Flame readies herself. Before she can move, someone calls out to her. Turning, she sees Jackie approaching. Jackie questions whether she intends to go alone again, noting that forming a team would be more advantageous. Flame, however, chooses to stick to her own path. Jackie merely nods, stating that she understands. After all, teaming up would mean dividing the points. Flame cannot help but sense a hint of sarcasm in her voice. With that, Jackie steps away, casually remarking that they should team up next time. As she watches Jackie leave, Flame gets the distinct feeling that the girl is imitating her. Time passes. An hour into the training session, Flame continues to make her way through the forest, defeating monsters along the way. She wonders how long this test will last. As she moves forward, she suddenly senses something shifting. In an instant, vines lash out toward her. Reacting quickly, she casts a defensive spell, forming a barrier to block the incoming attack. She takes a moment to assess the situation. It is not just the monsters she has to worry about, the terrain itself is hostile. Even this seemingly simple dungeon simulation is proving to be more challenging than expected. Checking her progress, she counts a total of 18 points collected so far. It is a decent score, but she knows that acquiring just 1 point stick would easily surpass this amount. Determined, she presses on. Moments later, she detects a presence ahead. Her first instinct is that it could be a monster, but upon closer observation, she realizes it is a person. She hesitates, puzzled. How could a student conceal their presence this well? Moving cautiously, she inches closer, taking care to remain hidden. Utilizing her skill, one with nature, she blends into the surroundings. With her specialized abilities, binding, destruction, defense, and healing, she believes she has the upper hand in an ambush situation. As she draws near, her eyes widen in surprise. The figure she has been tracking is none other than Baek Yusul. She watches him carefully. Like her, he is moving alone. She recalls that many students had attempted to recruit him into their factions, yet he rejected every offer. She struggles to understand his way of thinking. Then, she notices something in his hand. A point stick. Her mind immediately calculates the opportunity before her. This is the perfect chance to test him. Without hesitation, she begins channeling her magic. She chooses Light Cluster, a spell that generates condensed energy projectiles. Judging the distance between them, she determines that at this range, he will be unable to evade any counterattack. Enveloped in a glow of yellow light, she completes her casting. The moment she releases the attack, Yusul suddenly turns. His expression does not change, but in a blink, he vanishes. Her breath catches. He has used Blink. Shock courses through her as she grips her staff tightly. A second-class spell, dodged at this distance. Yusul continues using Blink to create distance between himself and Flame. Observing her from afar, he wonders if she is actually trying to kill him, considering she launched an attack without warning. He acknowledges that if his mana leakage syndrome had not recently improved, he would have been in serious trouble. He still has 2 blinks left, and though he believes he could take her on with the right terrain advantage, he determines that avoiding a confrontation is the wisest course of action. Using the remaining blinks in quick succession, he puts even more distance between them. His goal is to secure 5th place, and he is not willing to take unnecessary risks. The reward for 5th place, Ethelic Roots, is particularly valuable, as it enhances both health and strength. He considers that the top 4 spots are likely to be taken by the main characters, who only need 3 more point sticks each to secure their positions. As he moves through the dungeon terrain, he suddenly hears a voice. Someone addresses him mockingly, and as he turns, he finds himself confronted by a group of students. They stand confidently, certain that they can take him down. Among them, Yusul recognizes Raiden, a well-known student at the academy. He recalls that Raiden is a member of Yuzulek, Jeremy's group of followers, often seen as pushovers who rely on their connections. He also takes note of the 3-point sticks in Raiden's possession. Raiden and his group taunt Yusul, expressing disbelief that someone like him has managed to collect point sticks. They ridicule him, calling him a failure who cheated his way into S-class. One of them remarks that the academy must have truly fallen in standards if it admitted someone like him just for solving 3 questions. Yusul listens to their words with disinterest, realizing that they are merely repeating the same insults as always. Raiden steps forward, demanding that Yusul hand over his point stick. Yusul simply responds that he has no intention of doing so. Raiden then asks if he is actually resisting, pointing his wand at him while sneering. He questions whether Yusul truly believes he can take them all on by himself. As Raiden continues his mockery, Yusul calmly considers his options. He acknowledges that fighting Raiden, who comes from a prestigious family, would be difficult with only a first-class blink. If he had a third-class blink, the situation would be different. However, he reassesses the variables at play, the point stick in his possession and the fact that they are inside a dungeon. Making his decision, Uziel holds out his point stick and tells them to take it. Raiden, smirking with confidence, steps forward to claim it. But just as he reaches for it, Uziel suddenly smirks as well. In an instant, Uziel activates Blink, closing the distance between himself and Raiden in the blink of an eye. Raiden, caught off guard, barely registers what has happened before Uziel appears directly in front of him, still smirking. Uziel strikes at him with the point stick, but Raiden's defensive magic activates in time to block the hit. Angered, Raiden shouts at Uziel, but his voice catches in his throat as he realizes something. Uziel has already vanished. A moment later, he hears a voice behind him. Spinning around, he sees Uziel standing there, holding one of Raiden's point sticks. With an amused expression, Uziel casually thanks him for it. Raiden, furious, demands that Uziel return what he stole, but Uziel refuses. Internally, Uziel notes how efficient the point sticks are. He remembers discovering their peculiar properties while playing the game. Unlike ordinary items, point sticks possess unnaturally high durability, making them resistant to both magic and physical attacks. For most students, magic would be the more effective weapon, but for Uziel, who prefers close combat, these sturdy weapons are invaluable. Enraged, Raiden orders his group to attack. Just as they prepare to unleash their spells, the dungeon itself begins to shift. Despite the commotion, Raiden remains focused on Uziel, instructing his group to be ready and not to lose sight of him. Uziel, however, takes advantage of the distraction and starts running. One of Raiden's group members spots him, and they immediately launch their spells in his direction. Uziel acknowledges that they are better than he expected, but he swiftly evades their attacks using Blink. The group quickly loses sight of him, overwhelmed by his speed. For Uziel, who has spent years in PvP combat, using the terrain to his advantage is second nature. Raiden, growing frustrated, insists that they only need to land a single hit on him. One of his teammates warns him about the dungeon's unpredictable shifts, but Raiden orders them to remain calm and wait for the terrain to stabilize. He reminds them that if their spells fail, the resulting magical rebound could be dangerous. Before Raiden can finish his sentence, Uziel suddenly appears in front of him again. Without hesitation, Uziel strikes. Though the attack is blocked, the force of it destabilizes Raiden's wand, triggering a massive magic rebound. As Raiden and his group collapse to the ground, Uziel observes them with mild amusement. He notes that the fight is already over. Frustrated, Raiden glares at him, but Uziel simply reveals another point stick he has taken. Casually, Uziel remarks that he will be keeping it. Then, with a smirk, he jokes that if he ever gets a girlfriend, he might give one of these point sticks to her as a gift. Raiden and his group stare at him in disbelief, struggling to comprehend when he managed to steal it. Furious, Raiden demands that Uziel return what he took, but Uziel decides that taking the last point stick from them would be more trouble than it's worth. He activates Blink once more, disappearing before they can retaliate. As Raiden's group screams after him in frustration, another figure silently watches the battle from a distance. Meanwhile, Uziel leisurely strolls through the field, chuckling to himself. He considers this encounter a fortunate stroke of luck. Had he fought them directly, he likely would have been overwhelmed. However, the dungeon's environment made all the difference. He mentally refers to this as adult experience, knowing when to fight and when to retreat. Suddenly, a spell comes flying toward him from a distance. Uziel initially dismisses it as his imagination, but upon looking back, he is struck by shock. A massive fire spell hurtles toward him at high speed. As it nears, he barely has time to react. With a yell of disbelief, he exclaims internally about how dangerous this is. Though he manages to dodge at the last second, the spell's impact leaves a deep impression on the battlefield. Examining the blast site, he acknowledges that this attack was particularly troublesome. He immediately recognizes the spell's power. A voice speaks, and Bayon appears before him. She asks why he did not take the last point stick from Raiden's group. Uziel, momentarily stunned, wonders what she is doing here. He replies that it was not that he didn't take it, but that he couldn't. He then questions why she even cares about whether he collects point sticks or not. For a moment, Bayon remains silent. Then, realization dawns on Uziel. He grows irritated as he pieces together her intentions. She had been waiting for him to fight Raiden's group, intending to swoop in at the last moment and take all of the point sticks for herself. Even after all he had taught her, she still intended to take advantage of him. Bayon, unfazed by his frustration, states that as a member of royal blood, she finds it undignified to simply take from a commoner. Instead, she will fight him for the point sticks and claim them properly. Uziel scoffs, recognizing her words as nonsense. He points out that she is simply using her status as an excuse to rob a weaker opponent. Bayon, however, counters by saying that he never even used proper magic against Raiden's group, he had only played around with them. Now facing her directly, Uziel knows this will not be an easy fight. Bayan stands before Uziel, her expression unwavering. She recalls how she had been wandering the battlefield when she overheard voices, Raiden's group. Recognizing them as Jeremy's lackeys, she had paid little attention at first. However, the moment she spotted Uziel among them, she had paused, contemplating whether she should attack. She quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that even for her, taking on 6 opponents at once would be risky. Instead, she decided to wait for the right moment, after they had exhausted themselves, before stepping in to claim the point sticks. But what happened next caught her completely off guard. Uziel, moving alone, had taken on Raiden's group effortlessly. What astonished her most was the way he fought, not with spells or complex magic, but with blink and pure combat skill. Though the members of Raiden's group were weaker than her, they were still elite mages. Yet Uziel toyed with them, dodging their attacks and using the terrain to his advantage. Bayan had watched in frustration, biting her lip. If he was capable of dealing with them so easily, then she had no choice but to face him with her full power. With that decision made, she had unleashed a massive fire spell at him. But to her dismay, he had dodged it at the last second. Undeterred, she had launched a second attack, this time aiming for where he would land. However, he had reacted with remarkable speed, using blink twice in succession to escape. Now, as she stands before him, she suppresses the irritation bubbling inside her. Uziel, still catching his breath, mentally acknowledges her skill. As expected of Bayan, she is an exceptionally dangerous opponent. If he had not trained his intuition in advance, that last attack could have been disastrous. However, dodging twice in a row has left him drained. Using blink repeatedly is difficult, and he wonders if there is another way to deal with her. Bayan asks him directly why he has not drawn his staff. Uziel responds, questioning if she does not remember what happened to it. She, in turn, asks if he is referring to the basic staff that was provided to all students upon entering the academy. Uziel hesitates. He had forgotten about that completely, though he had never intended to use it anyway. Bayan, growing irritated, remarks that he is always joking around. She thinks to herself that while she is desperate to defeat him, this brainless commoner continues to act as if none of this is serious. Determined, she tells him that he needs to go all out against her, unlike how he handled Raiden's group. Uziel does not respond, but he watches closely as she flares up her magic, preparing another attack. He feels a flicker of nervousness. She states firmly that if he does not fight seriously, she will kill him. She launches multiple fireballs at him. Uziel reacts instantly, dodging each one with precise movements. Another fireball heads straight for him, forcing him to duck at the last second. He briefly glances behind him, noting the trail of destruction her attacks leave. Even if he continues dodging, the sheer radius of her attacks makes escape nearly impossible. He wonders what his next move should be. At that moment, he hears a distant sound, the familiar shifting of the battlefield. Recognizing the opportunity, he quickly blinks to a safer position, taking cover behind a massive tree. He exhales sharply, realizing that he was lucky this time. However, he knows that if this fight continues, the difficulty will only increase. Even if he manages to get close to her, the flames surrounding her body will explode the moment he enters her range. He recalls past experiences, memories from the game where he had fought countless PvP battles against fire mages. From those experiences, he knows that Bayan is much stronger than one would expect. If this battlefield were a flat, open field, he would have already lost within a minute. His thoughts are interrupted as a new wave of flaming arrows rains down on him. He grips his point sticks tightly, recognizing that he cannot afford to remain passive. With that decision made, he rushes directly into the flames. As the arrows streak toward him, he watches them intently. His vision sharpens, and suddenly, the attacks take on a different form. Each individual spell becomes clear to him, their structure visible as if they were mere shapes of magic. He moves without hesitation, deflecting the arrows with only a point stick. Bayan, watching from a distance, is momentarily stunned. She mutters to herself, questioning whether it is even possible to deflect magic with a physical weapon. Meanwhile, Uziel begins to feel something shift inside him. His senses start to blur as his awareness heightens. The experience of moving his body in real combat, not in a game controlled by a keyboard and mouse, but in reality, feels startlingly vivid. The flow of mana, once an abstract concept, now seems almost tangible, as if he can reach out and grasp it with his own hands. Bayan, still observing, cannot comprehend what she is seeing. Given that the battlefield is filled with obstacles, she should hold the advantage. And yet, Uziel continues to maneuver through her attacks with increasing ease. Frustrated, she decides that she will no longer hold back. She declares that she will use an even stronger spell. Uziel, realizing that defending alone will not be enough, decides that he must go on the offensive. He grips his point sticks tightly, knowing that he must find a way to break through her magic shield. Bayan stands firm, fully surrounded by flames. Uziel circles her, searching for an opening. The moment he spots it, he activates Blink, closing the distance instantly. Caught off guard, Bayan is forced to react. She quickly casts Lighter Crash, a spell commonly used by fire mages specializing in close combat. The spell generates a shockwave that knocks back anyone within a 2-meter radius. But Uziel, having faced this spell countless times in the past, smirks. The instant he sees the activation circle form beneath her feet, he takes a single step back, avoiding the range of the knockback effect entirely. Bayan's eyes widen in surprise. Without wasting a second, Uziel immediately steps back in and swings his point stick at her shield. A visible crack forms on its surface. Bayan, in shock, realizes that her barrier is breaking. A moment later, the shield shatters completely, leaving her defenseless. Uziel, now sitting comfortably in front of her, calmly states that he has won. Bayan, blushing from the sheer embarrassment of defeat, demands to know who he really is. Uziel simply replies that he is just a normal student. Before he can say anything more, another voice joins the conversation. Flame steps out from her hiding place, stating that she was not hiding but merely observing. She asks Uziel how he knew she was there. Uziel responds vaguely, saying that it was just a feeling. In reality, his sixth sense skill had alerted him, but he chooses not to reveal this. Flame, unconvinced, presses further. She questions whether he truly believes that he can break a magic barrier using only training sticks. She reminds him that training devices have limits and accuses him of simply assuming that his method would work. She then asks why he thinks traditional knights have disappeared from this world. Uziel has no answer. Flame, watching him carefully, states that she had already thought he was strange before. Now, she asks directly, who is he? Bayan, still recovering from their fight, listens closely, just as curious about his answer. Uziel internally acknowledges that things have escalated much faster than he expected. It has not even been a full month since he arrived, yet people are already questioning him. He briefly considers whether he should reveal his identity. However, he quickly dismisses the idea. It would be far too dangerous. Especially considering that Flame holds no particular favor toward him. Instead, he tells her that while he may seem suspicious, she has nothing to fear from him. Flame narrows her eyes and asks what he means by that. Uziel replies that, simply put, he wants to help her. She grows more confused, now even more uncertain about Uziel's identity. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Uziel begins to walk away. He casually states that he would love to chat more, but he does not have the time. As he leaves, something suddenly strikes him from behind. A point stick. Turning around in annoyance, he sees Bayan, who looks just as surprised as he is. Uziel complains that if she has something to say, she should just use words instead of throwing things. Bayan responds flatly, saying that since he can dodge magic and avoid traps, she assumed he could catch it. Uziel is well aware that even his sixth sense has limitations. Its effectiveness depends entirely on his mental endurance, and right now, his reserves have been completely drained. The result is an intense migraine that makes it difficult for him to focus. Through the pain, he asks Bayan why she threw the point sticks at him. She responds that it is because she lost and that he should take them. Uziel wonders if this is her version of pride, though he hesitates. If he takes all the point sticks, his ranking will rise too high, which is not part of his plan. After a moment's thought, he decides to pick up only one. Smiling, he gestures for them to keep the rest, choosing to walk away. As he leaves, he thinks to himself that he is a man who shows kindness even to a defeated opponent. He inwardly praises his own sense of honor, convinced that his actions make him look quite cool. Behind him, both Flame and Bayan watch his retreating figure. They simultaneously conclude that he is an idiot, a commoner with no common sense. Meanwhile, in a different location, the ongoing test is being broadcast on large screens. A group of observers watches with great interest. One of them remarks that this year's S-class students are truly extraordinary. Among these onlookers are notable figures. Elder Telex of the Magic Council and Jarina Eon, a director from the Blue Mage Tower. Both of them acknowledge that the test is well worth watching and appear to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Professor Hanwell, who is also present, finds it remarkable that so many influential figures have gathered just to observe the new students in a practical exercise. He reasons that it is only natural, they are here to scout potential talent. He assumes that even the other professors must be watching this test closely. As he observes the screens, something suddenly catches his attention. His gaze sharpens as he notices two students, Wan Riang and Ma Yuzong, have encountered each other. On the screen, Wan Riang unleashes a massive magic attack toward Yuzong. However, Yuzong reacts swiftly, leaping into the air and evading the spell with ease. One of the elders watching is taken aback. He notes aloud that Yuzong has just activated a third rank jump in rapid succession and expresses shock that such a feat is possible for a student of his age. Hanwell provides context, explaining that an average mage typically reaches the third rank in their mid to late 20s. Yet, Ma Yuzong is already using it freely at only 17. The revelation astonishes the elders, leaving them in disbelief. As the duel continues, they observe that both Yuzong and Wan Riang are wielding 3 different elemental spells. The display of skill causes yet another stir among the onlookers. Hanwell remarks that most mages only possess an affinity for one element. Acquiring a second element is possible, but it requires extensive training. The ability to control 3 or more elements, however, is not something that can be achieved through effort alone. It is a sign of innate talent, something both of these students were born with. Suddenly, a powerful sound erupts across the battlefield, startling Hanwell. A massive shadow passes over the screen. The source is revealed: a giant bird, a hidden boss. The bird lets out a piercing cry and descends rapidly, landing directly between Yuzong and Wan Riang. Both students momentarily freeze, caught off guard by the unexpected arrival. However, before either of them can react further, another figure makes her presence known. Perched atop the massive creature is Isel. She glances between the two of them, realizing that she has interrupted a fight. With a calm expression, she offers an apology. Hanwell immediately recognizes the significance of what has just happened. Hidden bosses are special entities that only appear when a student's abilities surpass a certain threshold. Not only are they incredibly rare, but they are also extremely difficult to defeat. That Isel managed to hunt one down alone is nothing short of extraordinary. Despite their admiration, some among the observers express regret. They lament that Isel is the daughter of Grand Duke Mulf, a man branded as a traitor. If not for her lineage, her talent could have flourished even further. While their attention is still on the battle, one of the elders suddenly notices something else: Princess Bion. However, his focus quickly shifts again when he sees the spell that Yuzong is using. His eyes widen in shock. Yuzong is using Blink. He voices his disbelief. Throughout history, countless scholars have attempted to control this spell, but every single one of them has failed. Many who tried perished or were left permanently crippled. In the end, everyone gave up, accepting that Blink is an uncontrollable magic. And yet, right before their eyes, there is a student who wields it as naturally as if it were an extension of his own body. A heavy silence settles over the group. They all begin to wonder the same thing: just who is this boy? Professor Hanwell provides an answer. He introduces the student as Baek Yuzong, a unique individual who specializes in Blink. His statement surprises the elders. One of them comments that Yuzong's abilities seem vastly different from the usual powers displayed by other geniuses. Another questions why Yuzong does not simply use other forms of magic. If he did, he could end his battles much more quickly. Before Hanwell can respond, a new voice enters the conversation. Eltman Eltwin, the headmaster of Stellar Academy, speaks. He states that Yuzong is taking this fight seriously. His words momentarily surprise the others, but he remains firm in his assessment. He declares that it is fascinating how none of them seem to notice it. He recalls that the way Yuzong fights reminds him of an old concept: chivalry, something that once existed in past generations. The elders react with skepticism. They ask if he is referring to the chivalry that vanished along with traditional cold weapons. The idea that such a thing could be revived by someone as young as Yuzong seems absurd. Hanwell elaborates. He explains that the conversation is not simply about old combat styles but rather about the knight's mentality. Even in a world dominated by magic, there have always been those who still wield swords. He describes the ancient heroes who stood against evil, carrying only a single blade. The elder dismisses it as unrealistic, yet he cannot ignore what he is witnessing. Yuzong is using a point stick as if it were a sword. If Eltman, a 9th-rank master mage and one of the 10 great sages of the continent, recognizes something in him, then perhaps there is more to it. Time passes. The dungeon practical exam comes to an end. In the S-class training hall, Wan Riang is deep in thought. His mind replays his battle with Yuzong, and he finds himself unsettled. He does not feel like he won. If Isel had not interrupted them, he likely would have lost. The realization frustrates him deeply. It has always been this way with Yuzong. Despite barely putting in effort, Yuzong still manages to achieve above-average results. During the practical test, even though Wan Riang had carefully set up magic circles and calculated his every move, Yuzong had countered him with ease. For the first time, Won Ryang questions whether the gap between them is something he can ever overcome. He wonders if talent is truly an insurmountable wall. However, he quickly shakes off his doubts. He reminds himself that all he needs to do is train harder. At the same time, Princess Bayan enters the training hall. She immediately notices Won Ryang practicing, and she finds it unusual that someone as composed as him seems so irritable. However, she admits that she is not one to talk. Her own frustration is still lingering. She unleashes a powerful fire attack on a target, her magic crackling with intensity. Won Ryang notices her mood. Bayan, lost in thought, recalls that despite being handed a point stick, she only managed to secure third place. Though her mother was satisfied with her performance, Bayan knows that failing to earn that ranking would have been unacceptable. She mentally curses Yuzong once again, firing another burst of magic. Won Ryang, watching, suspects that something has happened to her as well. As her attacks land, he realizes something: her magic has become noticeably more precise. Won Ryang observes Bayan's magic carefully. He notes that her spells, which are usually overwhelming in force but difficult to control, now seem far more precise than before. However, considering how unstable and explosive her fire magic is, it should be nearly impossible to refine it to this level in such a short time. Meanwhile, Bayan, despite her frustration, cannot deny a certain truth: Yuzong's classes are effective. She had initially dismissed them as a waste of time, but after switching to his recommended study methods, her magic achievements have increased significantly. Even though she detests admitting it, she knows deep down that Yuzong is the only one who understands the weaknesses in her abilities and how to supplement them. But despite recognizing this, her irritation remains. As she continues firing off attacks, her maid, Taravan, approaches and informs her that the staff she requested to be remodeled has been completed. Taravan asks if she should deliver it to Baek Yuzong. Bayan pauses for a moment, then gives her approval. However, just as her maid turns to leave, Bayan suddenly stops her. For a brief moment, she hesitates. A slight blush appears on her face. Taravan notices the reaction and curiously asks if something is wrong. Time moves forward, bringing the scene to the second main tower. Bayan arrives, having heard that Yuzong is there. As she walks through the area, she takes in her surroundings and realizes that this is where the research faculty operates. A thought crosses her mind: why did I even come here? She realizes that she could have simply given him the staff at the training hall. Instead, she had come all the way to the research tower, which makes it seem as if she is following a commoner around. The very idea frustrates her, and she blushes slightly at the thought. She considers turning around and leaving. Before she can do so, however, a voice calls out to her. She turns to see Professor Hemeril. The professor greets her warmly, mentioning that it has been quite some time. She reminisces about how it feels like just yesterday when she was teaching Bayan magic back at the royal castle. With a gentle sigh, she remarks that she must be getting old. She then asks Bayan what brings her to the research tower. Bayan, still feeling flustered, quickly responds that she just had some business but is already planning to leave. Hemeril advises her that it might be best to go back anyway, mentioning that the tower is currently in a state of disorder. She explains that the chaos is due to the actions of a student, Baek Yuzong. Bayan, upon hearing this, is visibly surprised. She immediately asks what Hemeril means. The professor gives her a knowing look and asks if Bayan recalls her battle against Yuzong. She points out that during the fight, Yuzong did not use magic at all. Bayan is momentarily taken aback, realizing that her teacher must have watched the match. A wave of embarrassment washes over her. She cannot believe that one of the people she respects most had to witness her losing to someone who did not even use proper magic. Hemeril notices her reaction and reassures her. She tells Bayan not to blame herself, emphasizing that her opponent had also fought with everything he had. Still confused, Bayan asks how that can be true when Yuzong never even used magic. Hemeril then explains that Yuzong follows a creed. She elaborates further, stating that the headmaster, Eltman Eltwin, personally observed Yuzong's fight and made an intriguing remark. He believed that Yuzong was attempting to revive chivalry, an ideology that had disappeared long ago. Bayan is stunned. To her, the idea makes no sense. Chivalry, in a world dominated by magic. However, as she recalls their battle, she suddenly remembers something. Yuzong had fought using the point stick as if it were a sword. A realization begins to take shape in her mind. She wonders if this is the reason he had asked for a magic sword as well. The thought lingers, and for the first time, she finds herself seeing Yuzong in a new light. Bayan expresses concern that if Yuzong refuses to use magic, it will result in severe disadvantages for him at the academy. She notes that he will continue to receive penalty points during practical training and other assessments. However, Hemeril responds that this is the path Yuzong has chosen for himself. She praises his determination, acknowledging that despite already achieving the remarkable feat of mastering Blink, he continues to push himself further. His unwavering commitment makes her believe that his creed is genuine. As evening falls, Bayan finds herself waiting for him. She begins to wonder if he is truly serious about following the path of chivalry in a world where magic reigns supreme. If he insists on upholding such outdated ideals, she realizes that most people will mock him. A faint sense of guilt washes over her as she recalls how she had dismissed his beliefs earlier, telling him not to joke around. Eventually, Yuzong arrives, noticing her standing there. He questions what she is doing in this place. Caught off guard, Bayan suddenly becomes flustered. She quickly insists that she is not here because of him, though Yuzong had never implied that she was. Still blushing, she glares at him before handing over the Teravan staff. Yuzong accepts it with gratitude. As he examines it, he notes that it is a shapeless sword, a true masterpiece of Dolabit craftsmanship. He acknowledges that its quality is unmatched. He casually asks if he can keep the box it came in. Bayan, irritated by his nonchalant attitude, tells him to do whatever he wants. However, just as he prepares to leave, she suddenly calls out his name. When he turns to look at her, she hesitates. Then, with a serious expression, she asks him directly if he truly intends to never use any magic beyond Blink. Yuzong simply stares at her, seemingly confused by the question. His silence causes her to feel embarrassed. Without waiting for an answer, she quickly turns and walks away. As Yuzong watches her leave, he recalls that Professor Hanwell had also expressed similar thoughts to him. The professor had stated that he understood Yuzong's intentions and would respect his creed, or whatever nonsense he had called it. For now, Yuzong is satisfied. With the magic sword in his possession, he is confident that he will be safe enough for the upcoming events. Wanting to test it out, he heads to the S-Class Training Center. There, he takes out the weapon and begins channeling his mana into it. As he does, the sword reacts, expanding and emitting a swirling white energy. He watches in admiration, impressed by its power. It is even better than he had expected. However, as he holds the weapon, a thought crosses his mind. He wonders if Flame would have been a better wielder for it. Unlike him, she possesses extraordinary talents. Despite being human, she can utilize elf, dwarf, and angel magic. He recalls that her staff is a specialized weapon, unusable by most people. It continuously absorbs its wielder's mana, which makes it highly impractical for ordinary mages. However, Flame has the unique ability to replenish her mana through the energy of nature, allowing her to wield the staff as her ultimate trump card. For Yuzong, the situation is vastly different. He lacks the ability to store mana in the first place. His body continuously absorbs magic energy, but due to his mana revelation delay physique, he is unable to accumulate it. The only way he can utilize mana is by directing the concentrated energy within his breathing. Still, now that he has a proper weapon, he feels that his combat potential has increased significantly. Instead of relying solely on experience points, he can now improve his strength through direct training. Determined, he declares that he has no time to waste. He must begin practicing with his sword immediately. Time moves forward to a new day, and the magic defense lecturer, Varian, is preparing to teach proper defensive magic to the students. Walking along the rows of students, he observes them as they practice their magic shields. He notes that there are many talented individuals in this class and feels satisfied that he arranged them according to their rankings. However, as his gaze sweeps over the students, something catches his attention. His expression hardens as he spots Yuzong. He refers to him internally as the infamous S-Class student. He recalls the details about him, Baek Yuzong, the commoner who somehow resonated with an upper-middle-class staff and managed to place 5th in the dungeon training. Varian makes it clear that he dislikes him. He questions why Yuzong is just standing there instead of practicing like the others. When confronted, Yuzong casually explains that he is studying a different defensive technique and, therefore, does not need to learn basic magic. Varian is immediately irritated. He finds Yuzong's response arrogant. If he were training in some noble succession magic like Princess Bayan, it would be understandable. But he is just a commoner, and to make matters worse, Varian has heard rumors that Yuzong cannot use any magic beyond Blink. Wanting to put him in his place, Varian orders him to demonstrate his so-called incredible defensive technique in front of the other students. For his opponent, he selects Morso from B class. Morso grins maliciously. Varian has his own motives for this choice. Connections are important, and Morso hails from the powerful Scalvan Empire. Making a good impression on him would be beneficial, especially if he could humiliate an S-Class student in the process. Without hesitation, Yuzong agrees to the duel. As they step onto the training platform, a wave of excitement spreads among the students. Many of them begin cheering for Morso, eager to see Yuzong humiliated in public. Yuzong recognizes the voices among the crowd. They belong to members of Yuslek and Raiden's group. Rather than feeling intimidated, Yuzong sees this as an opportunity. Since this is a mandatory class, he has no choice but to participate. However, it also allows him to test the results of his training. Across the arena, Varian watches with a smirk. Yuzong recalls that the professor has been notorious since his first introduction. Deciding to turn this situation to his advantage, Yuzong smiles back. The professor explains the duel's rules. The match will consist of attack and defense turns, and magic may only be used within these designated phases. The first attack turn is given to Morso. Among the watching students, several begin whispering that Morso is likely to win. They note that he has trained in defensive-type earth magic, which is particularly difficult to counter. Jeremy is also present, observing with an unreadable expression. The duel begins. Morso immediately activates his magic, summoning a massive boulder and lifting it into the air. The audience gasps in surprise. Second-rank magic is being used, even though only first-rank spells are allowed in basic practical training. They begin wondering if Yuzong will be able to handle it. With a confident smirk, Morso hurls the boulder toward him. Yuzong remains still for a moment, then tightens his grip on his sword. In a single motion, he swings, cutting the massive stone cleanly in half. The magic completely disappears. The crowd falls silent. Varian's expression shifts slightly in shock, though Jeremy remains calm. Morso stares in disbelief. His spell was erased as if it had never existed. Among the students, murmurs spread. They wonder how Yuzong managed to cut magic with a sword. Some speculate whether the blade possesses some unique property that allows it to nullify spells. Varian himself is unsettled. He knows that magic follows a path of mana, and that in theory, if someone could cut that path precisely, the spell would vanish. However, such a feat should be nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Yuzong examines his sword. He notes that it performed even better than expected. Though he is currently only capable of cutting third-rank magic, his training has clearly paid off. He quietly tells himself that with this sword, it might just be possible. Morso is completely flustered. The fact that Yuzong cut through his magic so effortlessly leaves him shaken. Professor Varian, on the other hand, starts to feel uneasy. He knows that if Morso loses here, it will reflect poorly on him as an instructor. Still, he tries to remain composed. After a pause, he acknowledges that Yuzong's technique is impressive. However, he points out that there is a limit to dealing with magic by cutting it one spell at a time. He asks what Yuzong would do if multiple attacks were launched at once. Hearing this, Morso immediately understands the hint. Without wasting any time, he prepares another attack, this time, charging up multiple projectiles simultaneously. The spectators quickly notice that something is wrong. The number of spells Morso is preparing is far beyond what should be allowed in this duel. They glance toward Varian, expecting him to intervene, but the professor remains silent. Morso smirks confidently, fully believing that this will end things. Then, with a powerful motion, he releases a flurry of stone projectiles toward Yuzong. Yuzong quickly counts the incoming attacks, 11 in total. He acknowledges that blinking through them is not an option, and slicing through all of them individually would be impossible at his current level. That leaves only one option. He raises his sword and blocks them all at once. A stunned silence spreads through the arena. Even Morso, who had been convinced that this attack would finish the match, is left speechless. Professor Varian's composure begins to crack. He watches in disbelief, realizing that Morso is losing. Meanwhile, Yuzong takes a deep breath. He had just attempted something he had only seen in games before, a technique called panning. While effective, he notes its drawbacks. Unlike traditional blocking, panning requires an immense amount of mental focus. Each incoming attack must be predicted and intercepted with precision. While it is useful against weaker attacks, the defensive power is lower than directly blocking a single high-power spell. Additionally, it rapidly drains stamina. Still, Yuzong is relieved that this was only a duel. Against a stronger opponent, this technique alone would not have been enough. As the audience slowly processes what they just witnessed, students begin whispering among themselves. Many are impressed by Yuzong's defensive abilities, but others turn their attention to Morso, who is clearly struggling to maintain his composure. Morso grits his teeth, his frustration growing. His pride cannot accept this humiliation in front of so many people. But something is wrong. Despite the duel being over, Morso is still attacking. Some of the students begin murmuring, realizing that his turn has ended. Professor Varian should be stepping in to stop this. But he does not. Instead, he simply watches as Morso, driven by rage, prepares another attack. As Morso yells that he will not let Yuzong go, another voice suddenly cuts through the air. Someone calls out to the professor. The attention shifts immediately, and standing there is Jeremy Scalvin, still smiling. Professor Varian, startled, turns toward him. Jeremy politely asks why Yuzong has not been given his attack turn yet. His tone is calm, but his words leave the professor speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere changes. The gathered students begin to murmur again. This time, their focus is on Varian. They are starting to notice his bias. Some exchange glances, questioning whether he is deliberately trying to let Morso win. Varian realizes he has made a mistake. He was too focused on the duel and let his emotions affect his judgment. He quickly decides to correct himself. Just as he is about to officially change the turn, he looks toward the platform. And freezes. The match is already over. Yuzong stands with his sword pointed at Morso. Morso is completely defeated. Jeremy's smile remains unchanged, but there is a faint glint in his eyes as he watches the scene unfold. Around them, students begin to react. Some express genuine admiration for Yuzong's abilities, while others whisper among themselves, realizing that he is stronger than they initially thought. Jeremy, still watching closely, tilts his head slightly. Then, without warning, his smile shifts into something darker. Later that day, in an entirely different location, the sound of someone grunting in pain echoes through the air. Morso, badly beaten, weakly begs for forgiveness. Jeremy, standing over him, observes his state without any sign of sympathy. He calls over his assistant, instructing her to take a look at his friend. He comments that Morso seems quite sad after today's events. The assistant watches him carefully. She notes that Jeremy referred to Morso as a friend rather than a loyal subject. In the Scalvin Empire, where the right to the throne is determined solely by magical ability, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvin had crushed his own brothers in battle at the age of 12 to secure his position. The fact that he no longer considers Morso his subject means only one thing. Morso's family has just been thrown out of the political world. And Morso is not the only one. Jeremy's eyes narrow slightly. He has taken an interest in someone else as well. That commoner, Baek Yuzong. He decides that Yuzong will not have an easy time at this academy. Time moves forward once again. In another class, students are discussing Yuzong. They mock his ideals, calling his chivalry nothing more than a desperate attempt for attention. Some even ridicule him for defeating Morso, arguing that he has now angered the Scalvin Empire. Among the students, Flame listens in silence. Her expression darkens as she hears Yuzong's name again. Everywhere she goes, it is always about him. She is frustrated, though she does not fully understand why. She tells herself that it is not because she wants attention, it is simply that hearing about Yuzong constantly irritates her. Meanwhile, Professor Mason Terran calls for everyone's attention. She reminds the class that alchemy requires precise measurement, timing, and temperature control. Today, they will be practicing the creation of the Terran Fatigue Recovery Potion. Flame sighs in annoyance. Alchemy is a delicate subject. One small mistake can ruin everything. It is also not one of her strong points, and she generally tries to avoid it when possible. As the lesson begins, the professor suddenly scolds a student for minor errors in their potion making. Flame observes this with mild amusement, noting that Professor Mason's strict personality will likely make her become even more unhinged in the future. However, her thoughts are interrupted by an unfamiliar sound. A soft chuckle reaches her ears. She turns her head, and freezes. Standing beside her, smirking, is Yuzong. Her immediate thought is that he must have joined this class to get close to Easel. However, a moment later, she revises her assumption. No, he is simply a pervert. Time passes, and Flame finally completes her assignment. Due to her high academic achievement, she finishes before most of the class. With time to spare, she glances toward Easel, observing her work. She finds that Easel is performing decently well. However, a realization suddenly strikes her. In the original novel, Easel was supposed to accidentally come across Morella's magic engineering notes during this lesson. With that knowledge, she was meant to create a high-rank version of the Terran Fatigue Recovery Potion. Yet, right now, Easel is making the potion normally. Flame overhears Professor Mason scolding Uziel for changing the ingredients, as he argues that his alteration has produced better results than her original formula. She is shocked to witness the confrontation, particularly because the potion Uziel has created is of the high quality that Easel was supposed to achieve. She finds it strange, wondering how Uziel was able to produce a potion identical in quality to the one Easel was meant to create in the novel. Professor Mason reprimands Uziel for his insolence and mocks him, calling him a commoner due to his behavior. Flame takes note of this detail, recalling that in the original novel, Mason's words were supposed to be, "This is why your family fell." That line had deeply impacted Easel, who had lost her family, and haunted her until she successfully completed the potion. Flame speculates whether Uziel knew about this and deliberately provoked the professor to shield Easel from that painful remark. However, she also recognizes that Professor Mason wields considerable influence within Stella Academy, and those who cross her often face repercussions in their other classes. This makes her wonder what exactly Uziel is trying to accomplish and why he would go to such lengths for Easel. Professor Mason raises her voice at Uziel, stating that his tone is inappropriate and demanding that he summon his parents immediately. Uziel, caught off guard, realizes he had completely forgotten about this troublesome situation, having been too engrossed in alchemy. He responds that he does not have parents. Despite Mason's continued fury, Uziel resigns himself to his fate, knowing he is already on her bad side. However, he suddenly recalls something else, his plan to create a kimchi potion and a cola potion the following day. Weeks pass, and once again, Uziel's name is called out in front of everyone. Professor Mason scolds him for repeatedly using ingredients outside the curriculum, despite her explicit instructions against it. Uziel defends himself, asserting that his modifications improve her compositions. Enraged by his defiance, Professor Mason glares at him, and Uziel activates his bobble glasses to analyze her status. He notes that her dark demonic erosion progress is at 21%. Everything is proceeding according to his plan. In episode 8 of the novel, Dark Demonic Erosion boss, Mason Tehran, she succumbs to her dark emotions and undergoes full demonification, becoming one of the villains. Once her dark demonic erosion reaches 90%, she will completely transform into a dark demonic human. However, while the erosion level remains below 50%, magical detection methods cannot identify it. At 21%, there is no way to prove her corruption, meaning he must continue provoking her. His objective is to push her past the 50% threshold, at which point he will summon the Dark Demon Assassination Squad. In cases of ordinary dark demonic erosion, there are methods to reverse the process before full demonification occurs. However, since Mason willingly formed a contract with a dark demonic human, her transformation is irreversible. The seeds of corruption have already taken root within her. The fourth episode has not even begun yet, and since she is a formidable boss, Uziel knows he must be well prepared. If he fails, she will turn other students into dark demonic humans, posing a grave threat to Stella Academy. As Professor Mason departs, she warns Uziel that he should not expect to receive favorable grades in her subject. Uziel considers this an advantage, as avoiding excessive attention will minimize collateral damage. However, he is soon taken aback upon learning that the practical exam will be conducted as a group project. The other students express their concerns, while Uziel remains silent. Uziel observes the tense atmosphere and takes the initiative to introduce himself. One by one, the others do the same. Liwan, appearing anxious, privately laments that their group is doomed. He believes that since Professor Mason is known for unfairly grading students she dislikes, they stand little chance. Uziel, aware of this, feels guilty for involving them in his predicament. Uziel steps forward, refusing to let them give up so easily. She explains that the practical exam will be evaluated by at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemy Castle, which means Professor Mason cannot single-handedly sabotage their grades. Hearing this, the group feels reassured and regains some confidence. Uziel, watching Uziel with admiration, smiles, but she pointedly ignores him and turns away. She then details their assignment, to create a vitality potion. While the potion itself is not difficult to craft, gathering the necessary ingredients presents a challenge. She inquires who among them can procure the tail of a fire lizard. Uziel volunteers, and Uziel warns him that the monster's corpse is the most crucial component. She stresses that he must ensure the ingredient is fresh. He reassures her that he understands. Seeing his confidence, Uziel entrusts the task to him. Uziel smirks, already planning to have the fire lizard delivered directly to them. Meanwhile, Professor Mason secretly meets with a student, handing him a note. She instructs him to deliver it to all the first-year alchemy students in Group C, except for Team 12. The student accepts the task, and Mason smirks, radiating confidence. Since the practical exam is conducted before official alchemists from the Alchemy Castle, Mason anticipates that if Uziel makes a fool of himself, his future in alchemy will be ruined. She declares that she will teach him the consequences of defying a professor. At the S-Class training hall, a student approaches Flame and hands her the note from Professor Mason. The student informs her that she must not share its contents with others, as the professor expects her to understand the implications. Flame immediately grasps the meaning. The information pertains to Team 12, which includes Beck Uziel. She contemplates whether to act on it but ultimately decides to disregard the professor's instructions. However, a thought crosses her mind. If Uziel truly knows the novel, he should be prepared for this incident. Instead of retrieving a fire lizard tail, he will likely obtain italic spider scales, which are required for the Terran Point potion. This presents the perfect opportunity to test him. Fast forward, and Uzil uses a barrier to transport himself to Daravel Stadium, though he struggles with dizziness upon arrival. A lady greets him warmly, welcoming him to Daravel. He clarifies that he is merely a cadet, not an official mage. She reassures him that even a cadet from Stella Academy is entitled to the same treatment as an official mage. Onlookers gaze at him with awe and envy, many never having seen a Stella Academy uniform in person. The woman offers her assistance if needed, and Uzil thanks her before departing. As he walks, he reflects that possessing a pass and a Stella pocket watch grants him the privileges of an official mage, including free access to the warp gate, which would otherwise cost 100,000 credits. Over the past weeks, he has explored the city and confirmed that the information he possesses aligns with reality. Now, he searches for the monsters needed for his ingredients. The fire lizard, classified as a level 2 risk creature, boasts high stamina and strength. It requires at least second-rank magic to subdue due to its magic resistance. To prepare, Uzil has been testing himself by hunting level 1 risk monsters, finding them relatively easy to defeat. He concludes that a level 2 creature should be manageable. Suddenly, he hears a sound behind him. He turns to see the monster emerge, ready to strike. The fire lizard lunges at him, attacking from behind. Relying on his sixth sense, Uzil detects the movement, swiftly pivots, and drives his sword through the beast. However, more rustling noises surround him. Multiple creatures emerge from the bushes. Rather than feeling alarmed, Uzil grins. He readies himself, declaring that it is time to gather some ingredients. As Uzil faces the incoming creatures, he swiftly assesses the situation. The fire lizards are known for their high resistance to magic, but their physical endurance is their true weakness. He tightens his grip on his sword and rushes forward. Back at the academy, Uzil examines the ingredients with keen eyes. She appears surprised by the freshness of the fire lizard tail, acknowledging that Uzil has a good eye for alchemy materials. She states that all that remains is to execute the potion-making process flawlessly. Professor Mason gathers the students and announces that the exam will take place before the official alchemists of the Alchemy Castle. She emphasizes that excelling in this test could be beneficial for their future careers. She instructs them to begin, revealing that today's task is to create the Terran Point Potion Type B. A wave of shock passes through Uzil and his team. They had prepared for the D Vitality Potion, and this sudden change throws them off balance. Mason smirks and asks whether they have the correct ingredients. Uzil, still in disbelief, speaks up, saying that the students were under the impression that the exam was for the D Vitality Potion. Professor Mason coldly states that she sent out an announcement about the change, turning to the other students as if expecting them to confirm it. Under her intimidating gaze, none dared to speak. Uzil, observing the situation, realizes that this is how she intends to sabotage them. While it does not personally concern him, it will be difficult if his entire team fails because of him. He wonders if this event was part of the original novel's plot. Flame, watching him closely, begins to question his knowledge of the novel. If he truly understood the events, then why was he unable to prevent this from happening? Mason focuses on Uzil, mocking her for failing to properly prepare. She sneers, about to disqualify Team 12, but before she can proceed, Uzil interrupts, asking whether the only requirement is to produce a Terran Point Potion. His confident tone surprises Mason, and she questions what he means. Uzil asserts that they will successfully create the potion, one with greater efficacy than hers, despite using different ingredients. His declaration sparks murmurs among the observing alchemists. Mason, taken aback by his boldness, chuckles to herself. She thinks that he has fallen into the perfect trap. The core ingredient for the Terran Point Potion is italic spider scales, which contain vast amounts of nutrients. The potion functions as a thermal supplement, relying on this nutrient foundation. However, if Uzil intends to use fire lizard tail instead, then his arrogance will only ensure his failure. Amused, she allows them to proceed and sets the time limit at 1 hour. Uzil's teammates question his sanity, arguing that their approach will not work. He reassures them that they have no other choice but to try, urging them to trust him. They hesitate but ultimately decide to follow his lead rather than accept immediate failure. Uzil swiftly takes charge, explaining the process. Alchemy was one of his main interests when he played the game, and he had recorded every single recipe. Among them was the formula for Terran Point Potion Type B. Initially, he had not planned to use this recipe since it was supposed to be a future invention of Mason's. However, given the circumstances, he now has no choice but to implement it early. He explains that the reason italic spider scales work so well is because they contain the nutrients necessary for hatching eggs. However, the fire lizard's tail possesses a similar property due to its blood vessels. The Alakar tribe from the southern desert uses these blood vessels to enhance the health of their leaders, increasing their life expectancy. By applying the same principle, they can replace the core ingredient with this alternative. Liwan steps forward, revealing that he has knowledge of this method and volunteers to handle this part of the process. Uziel continues, stating that the spike mulberry mistletoe must be dehydrated using the desert-style mana release technique. Soam, having learned this skill from his father, offers to complete it within 5 minutes. Ezel also raises her hand, taking responsibility for another step in the procedure. With everyone assuming their roles, they begin crafting the potion with determination. Observing them, Uziel is mildly impressed. His team is far more capable than he initially expected. As time passes, the potion nears completion. Professor Mason watches with skepticism but is soon met with a sight she did not anticipate: the potion is successfully finished. Uziel steps forward, presenting their creation as Terran Point Potion Type B. The alchemists from the tower, initially doubtful, are visibly shocked that a group of students managed to achieve such a feat. Mason stiffens, realizing that this is the very potion she had spent years attempting to perfect. She refuses to believe that they could have replicated it so effortlessly. One of the alchemists steps forward to examine the potion. As he carefully assesses it, his expression shifts in astonishment. When asked for his thoughts, he acknowledges that while the potion is slightly incomplete and contains excess ingredients, it is, in fact, more effective than Professor Mason's original version. The revelation stirs excitement among the alchemists, who praise Team 12 for their impressive knowledge and creativity. Mason, unable to contain her frustration, snatches the potion and inspects it herself. She begrudgingly notes that the technique used, harnessing monster nutrients to supplement human vitality, is indeed present in the formula. The potion is undeniably perfect, yet she refuses to accept that students managed to surpass her work. However, she remembers that she still holds the authority to assign grades. She considers disqualifying them on the grounds of missing ingredients, believing she can still maintain control over the situation. Just as she is about to enforce her decision, one of the alchemists intervenes, stating that even an A+ would be insufficient to reflect Team 12's accomplishment. He turns to Professor Mason for her evaluation. Rage builds within her, and she glares at both the alchemists and the students. Trapped, she has no choice but to pass them. A wave of excitement spreads through the group as they realize they have succeeded. Their initial despair turns into elation, and they celebrate their unexpected victory. As they leave, Mason remains still, dark energy swirling around her. She seethes with barely contained fury, warning Uziel in a low voice to just wait. At the S-Class Training Center, Flame finishes her training session. As she prepares to leave, she overhears a conversation nearby. Ars Huang and her friends are gathered, offering words of encouragement and telling her that she is improving at an incredible rate, faster even than the princess. Flame takes note of Ars Huang, recognizing her as the Genius Fire classmate she had heard about before. The conversation continues, with Ars Huang's friends discussing her astonishing growth speed. They express disbelief that despite the princess's years of training, Ars Huang is already catching up, and soon, she might even surpass her in control. This information shocks Flame. She knows that Ars Huang's abilities should only begin developing at such a level in the second year, according to the original novel. She begins to wonder if Beck Uziel is somehow responsible for accelerating this progress. Her mind drifts to the practical exam. Something about it had been off. The Terran Point Potion Type B was a recipe that the future Ezel was supposed to discover, only for Professor Mason to steal and finalize it. Yet, Uziel already knew the recipe. She questions how this is possible, as it was never mentioned in the original novel. However, at the same time, he seemed unaware of the incidents that were meant to happen. A realization suddenly strikes her. Uziel possesses knowledge of the future, but he does not seem to be familiar with the original novel itself. This leads her to consider a new possibility. What if he is not a possessor, but a regressor? If he had truly come from the future, it would explain why he knows about upcoming events but lacks details about specific moments in Ezel's story. She recalls that in the original novel, Ma Uziel had once obtained the chance to regress. The ability to turn back time belonged to the sole being with such power in this world, the 11th moon of the Silver Age. That entity had the power to grant someone the ability to return to the past. Her thoughts are interrupted when someone approaches her, asking if something is wrong. She turns to see Ha Wanryang standing nearby. Considering it a good opportunity, she decides to ask him about Uziel and his thoughts on the student. Wanryang responds that Uziel is a strange individual. Flame presses further, asking if he has noticed anything else unusual about him. Wanryang, after a moment's thought, answers that he does not particularly feel anything more. Flame feels a wave of frustration. Wanryang then asks if Uziel is bothering her. She admits that he does. Wanryang hesitates before responding, saying that he understands. Flame observes his reaction carefully and concludes that he, too, must know about the original novel, just as she does. She suddenly declares that this will not do. Wanryang appears confused by her words. She elaborates, stating that whining like this does not suit her personality. With newfound resolve, she informs Won Ryang that she intends to confide her thoughts to Baek Uzil. Her statement catches him off guard, and he stands in stunned silence. As he processes her decision, Flame thanks him for listening to her today and begins to leave. Won Ryang waves her off, though his expression darkens slightly. Something about what she said clearly unsettles him. The next day, Baek Uzil sits alone in the cafeteria, lost in thought. He contemplates his next move. At this moment, Mason Tehran's Dark Demon erosion progress has reached 37%. Based on his calculations, this means that the incident will occur within 3 months. Mason's Dark Demon erosion randomly affects 1 student, and 3 individuals are potential victims: Jackie, Flame's friend; Ars Huang, a member of Hong Bion's clique; and Ha Won Ryang, heir to Full Moon Tower. Among them, the worst-case scenario would be if Won Ryang were the one affected. He knows that whenever Won Ryang is involved in a Dark Demon erosion event, it almost always leads to a bad ending. With that in mind, he tries to determine who among the 3 is the most likely candidate. Before he can reach a conclusion, he notices someone approaching. It is Flame, and she looks determined. Without hesitation, she demands to know his real identity. Uzil is caught off guard and asks her what she is suddenly talking about. Flame states that she never received a proper answer the last time she questioned him about who he truly is. Uzil realizes that the conversation is becoming increasingly difficult for him to navigate. She is asking the same question again, unwilling to let it go. He considers the possibility of telling her the truth. If she also possesses knowledge that could lead them toward the true ending, sharing information might be beneficial. He wonders, since he has nothing to lose, should he just tell her everything? Before he can decide, his vision is suddenly flooded with red alert notifications. They warn him that he lacks the narrative power to reveal his identity. They forbid him from disclosing that he is a possessor or sharing any of the knowledge he has with a relevant character. The sudden restrictions frustrate him. He concludes that this is how things are meant to be. Unable to be fully honest, he proposes an alternative to Flame. Since they both have secrets they wish to keep, he suggests that each of them share only half of their truth. Flame considers his offer before agreeing. She then asks him her first question. She wants to know if he can see the future. Uzil internally complains that she is moving too fast. He only asked them to share half-truths, yet she is already pushing toward the core of the matter. He answers carefully, saying that since she is asking such a question, it must mean that she, too, can see the future. He then turns the question back on her, asking what she is trying to achieve by attending this school. Flame responds that she wishes to change the world's course so that it does not collapse. She states that the world is unstable, and she wants to prevent its destruction. Uzil feels a sense of relief at her answer. However, he cannot tell if she is being entirely truthful. Now it is her turn to ask another question. She asks why he behaves the way he does. Uzil, confused, wonders what exactly she means by that. He decides to keep his response vague, stating that he believes this is simply the best course of action. Flame appears surprised by his answer. Believing that he has said enough, he prepares to move on, but Flame suddenly raises her voice. She insists that he is lying. Her outburst surprises Uzil. She questions how someone can be so kind. She argues that he must have some goal, some desire driving him forward. Uzil firmly replies that he does not. Flame is taken aback. Uzil elaborates, saying that even if she asks what he wants, he is unsure himself. She demands clarification on what he means by not sure. Uzil finally gives her an honest answer. He simply wants to live. Flame freezes at his words, clearly shocked. Then, unexpectedly, she apologizes, admitting that she overstepped. Uzil watches as she abruptly turns away. To his surprise, tears form in her eyes. She quickly excuses herself, saying that she will leave first. As she walks away, Uzil reaches out as if to stop her. He wonders why she is crying and realizes that it was supposed to be his turn to ask a question. Before he can process the situation further, a voice calls out to him from behind. It is Ha Won Ryang, and he is furious. Won Ryang demands to know why Flame left in tears. He warns Uzil that if he gives the wrong answer, he will not let him off easily. Uzil immediately feels threatened. He has forgotten just how terrifying Won Ryang can be. After all, he is the rival of the world's strongest person. Worse, he recalls that Won Ryang harbors an unrequited love for Flame. If he misunderstands the situation, things could escalate quickly. Knowing he must handle this carefully, Uzil reassures Won Ryang that nothing happened between him and Flame. He asks why Won Ryang is even questioning him about this. Won Ryang, still unconvinced, challenges his response. However, Uzil firmly repeats that nothing happened, especially not what Won Ryang might be thinking. After a moment of hesitation, Won Ryang ultimately decides to believe him. He apologizes for the unnecessary confrontation, and Uzil tells him that there is no need for an apology. As Won Ryang walks away, Uzil watches him go. He is puzzled. This behavior is unlike the character he remembers. Won Ryang was always calm and composed, yet now he seems strangely unstable. Something about all of this makes Uzil uneasy. Later that night, at Uzil's dormitory, she finds herself unable to concentrate on her studies. Her mind keeps drifting back to the events of the alchemy class earlier that day, when she had approached Uzil with a question. She had asked whether the mixing method he had used earlier was something he had devised on the spot. Uzil had responded that the first part of the process was his own creation. That answer had caught her off guard. She remembers simply replying, "I see," but deep down, she had been shaken. She had always thought of herself as a genius. She had believed that if she worked hard enough, she could surpass that woman. That belief had carried her forward all this time. But now, she finds herself questioning everything. Frustration builds within her. If things continue like this, she will never be able to take revenge for her father, the man who was framed as a traitor by the corrupt Adalabit's family and lost his life because of it. Her entire purpose is to one day bring them down, yet now, she feels as if she is falling behind. She suddenly slaps her own face, forcing herself to focus. She reminds herself that she cannot afford to be discouraged. She must work harder. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory, Flame lies in bed, struggling to sleep. The noise in the room bothers her, making her regret choosing a shared four-person room. She had once thought she enjoyed the bustle, but in moments like this, she wishes she had opted for the S-Class exclusive single dorm instead. Her thoughts drift back to her conversation with Uzil. She replays his words in her mind, his claim that he had no goal. To her, this serves as proof that he must have regressed. There is no other explanation. She recalls the final chapter of the original novel. In that story, the 11th moon of the Silver Age had spoken directly to Ma Uzil, offering him the chance to turn back time. The being had warned him of the price. He would lose most of his memories, and after fulfilling his mission, his very existence would be erased. No one would remember that he had saved the world. Even those who loved him would forget he had ever existed. Despite that, Ma Uzil had smiled and accepted his fate. But in the novel, it had been Uzil who stopped him. She had arrived in a hurry, begging him to wait. She had told him that rather than living in a world without him, she would rather let the world be destroyed, as long as she could remember him. In the end, they had embraced. They had chosen to face destruction together, and because of that, the world had collapsed. Flame sits up in bed, staring into the darkness. If this world is different from the original novel, then it must mean that Baek Uzil is the one who used the power of the 11th moon to regress. She realizes what this truly means. Once he fulfills his mission, he will disappear. His existence will be completely erased from this world. Yet, despite that, he had told her that he wanted to live. She clenches her bedsheets, feeling a strange determination rising within her. If that turns out to be true, then she has no intention of letting it happen. Before she can dwell on it further, her door bursts open. Jackie rushes inside, looking flustered. She informs Flame that Ha Won Ryang has come to see her and is waiting outside. Flame, still deep in thought, dismisses it without hesitation. She tells Jackie to inform Won Ryang that she is not here. Jackie hesitates, clearly uncomfortable with lying. However, Flame does not seem to care and simply states that she is going back to sleep. Jackie frowns, visibly irritated. Something about Flame's behavior bothers her. Downstairs, Ha Won Ryang patiently waits in the dormitory's main hall. His expression remains calm, but his eyes are filled with purpose. Instead of Flame, Jackie arrives to speak with him. She calls his name, her face slightly flushed. When Won Ryang turns to look at her, she seems momentarily happy. However, much to her dismay, his response is cold. He asks who she is. Jackie is stunned. She stares at him in disbelief, unable to process his words. She asks what he means by that, but he does not acknowledge her confusion. Instead, he immediately inquires about Flame's whereabouts. Jackie, gathering herself, replies that Flame is sick and currently sleeping. Won Ryang considers this for a moment. He wonders if she is feeling down because she confessed her feelings and was rejected by someone. After a pause, he turns to leave. As he walks away, Jackie watches him go, her expression filled with quiet despair. She reflects on her feelings, how deeply she likes him, yet, to him, she is nothing. He does not even remember her name. It has always been like this. Outstanding ability, unwavering attention from everyone. The person who had everything was always Flame. Even Ha Won Ryang's heart belonged to her. A shadow crosses Jackie's face as she clenches her fists. She quietly mutters to herself, calling it all so annoying. Morning arrives at Stellar Academy, and in the first main tower, Professor Mason Tehran stands before a superior, her posture rigid with tension. She is being reprimanded for her failure. The vice principal of Stellar Academy, aka Hayden, scolds her, expressing his disappointment that she allowed herself to be humiliated by a mere student. Mason lowers her head, admitting that she is ashamed of her failure. AKA Hayden then shifts the conversation. He reminds her that she should be well aware of the Academy's high expectations. He asks her about the progress of her research on the random sequence convergence technique, the study she is conducting in collaboration with the Moon Shadow Order doctors. Mason immediately assures him that everything is proceeding as planned. She states with confidence that she will not disappoint him. The vice principal gives her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He tells her that he trusts her. Mason, looking proud, responds enthusiastically, telling him to leave everything to her. As she turns to leave, AKA Hayden watches her go. His expression changes, his polite smile twisting into something far more sinister. He quietly mutters to himself, calling her a fool. She does not even realize that she is being used. Completely blinded by her ambition, she fails to see the true nature of her research. AKA Hayden smirks to himself, amused by the irony. A magic warrior, a figure meant to stand against dark demonic humans, is unknowingly furthering the very research that will empower them. He cannot wait for the day when alchemic magic engineering is finally complete. The scene shifts. A young girl struggles to carry a towering stack of papers, voicing her frustration that she cannot see where she is going. As she stumbles forward, Uziel appears and takes half of the stack from her hands, asking if she is all right. Together, they continue their delivery, and upon reaching their destination, she expresses her gratitude, saying that without his help, she would have been in trouble with Professor Mason again. Uziel dismisses it as nothing. Looking around the room, he notices that the place is in complete chaos. His gaze lands on a particular board covered in diagrams and information. The girl notices his curiosity and explains that it contains the formula that Professor Mason is researching with the doctors. She speculates that it might be the random sequence convergence technique. Hearing this, Uziel is shocked. He wonders if this is the random sequence convergence technique, the first formula of alchemic magic engineering. He recalls that in Professor Mason's blackening episode, the dark demonic humans and Mason had collaborated to complete this technique. The difference in technical skill between them had caused catastrophic damage. However, after Altalicia appeared, the situation had shifted. This realization makes Uziel wonder, what if Altalicia were to solve this formula before the dark demonic humans did? He immediately calls out to her. She misinterprets his urgency, asking if he wants coffee. Uziel quickly corrects her, stating that it is something else entirely. He then brings up how Professor Mason constantly annoys her and treats her unfairly. She is confused by his sudden question. Uziel then asks what she would think of a very satisfying way to get revenge. Altalicia hesitates at the idea. She reminds him that she is just an assistant, and if she were to do something reckless, she would be fired and left with nowhere to go. Uziel then offers her an alternative solution. Instead of direct revenge, he suggests that she become a better alchemist than Professor Mason. His words confuse her. He steps closer and tells her that if she achieves that, no one will ever be able to look down on her again. Hearing this, Altalicia's expression softens. She mulls over the idea, murmuring that if such a thing were to happen, it would be wonderful. Uziel notes that Altalicia is already exhausted with her current position. There is no way she would be satisfied doing Professor Mason's dirty work in a dusty storage room forever. He knows that she dreams of becoming an alchemist, of inventing all sorts of new creations. More importantly, he knows that she has the talent to make it happen. After all, one day, she will become this generation's greatest genius alchemist, a figure renowned for her countless inventions and groundbreaking ideas. However, at this moment, reality has discouraged her. She has set aside her dreams. Uziel makes a silent promise to himself. He will make sure her dreams come true. After Stella's first round of exams ends, Uziel begins visiting Altalicia regularly. He observes how much happier and more excited she becomes, passionately discussing her ideas with him. One day, she talks about her latest project, creating a pen that changes color with the press of a button. Uziel casually suggests that she should consider adding an eraser function as well. Altalicia's eyes light up at the thought, remarking that it would be like a mechanical pencil, and she finds it a great idea. Uziel notes that while her inventions are developing smoothly, her formulaic problem-solving skills are still lacking. He begins to think of a way to subtly guide her toward discovering the answer before Professor Mason does. It will not be easy. His thoughts are interrupted when someone suddenly calls his name, questioning why he is spacing out. The voice addresses him as an old man. Turning around, he sees Flame standing there. She warns him that if he keeps wandering around absent-mindedly, he will end up walking into something. Uziel, slightly irritated, asks who she is calling an old man. Flame replies that it is obviously him. Uziel is further annoyed, especially since he never even told her his age. Despite this, he notes that she has been speaking to him much more frequently than before. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, he tells her that she has arrived at just the right time. He then asks if she knows her friend, Jackie. At the mention of Jackie's name, Flame's mood visibly sours. She turns away in disgust, making a vague comment about something being a crime. Uziel, now even more irritated, protests that he has not even said anything yet. Ignoring his frustration, he tells Flame to keep an eye on Jackie, as she might not be in a stable condition. He considers the possibility that she is being influenced by dark demon erosion, which would make her highly unstable. Flame responds that she does not understand why he insists on involving her in things like this. However, since she plans to go hunting with Jackie over the weekend, she agrees to watch over her during that time. Uziel thanks her for this. Hearing the word hunting reminds him of something, the location they will be visiting. He immediately recognizes it as Martabus Cemetery, the very place where the 4th episode of the novel will begin. This event involves all the main characters, Ma Uzong, Uziel, and Flame, and it is a significant battle in which a 5th-class necromancer appears. Though he does not intend to interfere in the story itself, he knows that obtaining the hidden reward from this episode will be valuable for the familiar contract ceremony. Fast forward to a few days later, and Uziel hands his leave pass to the instructor. The instructor glances at the reason listed, training. He comments that there is no way Uziel can learn swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella. Uziel is momentarily confused by this remark, but the instructor brushes it off as nothing. His gaze then lands on another leave request on the table, one belonging to Ma Uzong. Seeing this, Uziel casually comments about how many students seem to be requesting leave for hunting trips. The instructor responds that most of them are headed to Martabus Cemetery for club activities, likely in an attempt to earn points. Uziel then remarks on how both Ma Uzong and Ha Wan Ryang have impressively high marks, yet still seem so diligent. The instructor corrects him, revealing that Ma Uzong is not going to the cemetery. He has put in a request to return home. On the other hand, Ha Wan Ryang is accompanying Flame to Martabus Cemetery. Uziel is taken aback by this. He quickly realizes the problem. Without Ma Uzong, they will not be able to withstand the necromancer's attack. He recalls that Ma Uzong would never go home without a specific reason, which makes the situation even more suspicious. Regardless, the fact remains that the current group lacks the strength to defeat a 5th-class necromancer. Uziel considers his options. He cannot request outside support without solid evidence. At the same time, due to the narrative power restrictions, he cannot properly warn them about what is going to happen. However, one thing is clear, he cannot let them die. Realizing he has no other choice, he resolves to handle the matter himself. A few days later, at Martabus Cemetery, a second-year student swiftly kills a Predict Fish, a risk level 2 creature, with a single blow. This student is introduced as Dok Cholkwang. From behind, another student suddenly shouts at him, calling him an idiot. The voice reprimands him for recklessly destroying everything and scolds him for not following orders. The second-year student arguing with him appears just as frustrated. Nearby, a third student, Ban Dion, observes the commotion but chooses not to intervene. Instead, she turns to Uziel, who stands beside her, and advises her to ignore them, stating that talking to people like them will only be exhausting. Uziel simply nods and replies with a quiet, "Okay." Unbeknownst to them, the two bickering students hear their conversation and are immediately irritated. They voice their annoyance, pointing out that they can clearly hear what is being said about them. The argument between Ban Dion and the two second-years escalates, while Uziel silently watches, reflecting on why she is even here. She had accepted an invitation to join a club with an open seat that allowed special leave privileges, hoping to make useful connections. Now, seeing the group's dynamics, she feels somewhat relieved that they do not seem like bad people. Dion eventually signals to Uziel that they should move on, but just as they turn to leave, an explosion erupts behind them. Dion quickly wonders where the blast originated from, while Cholkwang observes the surroundings and notes that someone nearby must be fighting intensely. Dion remarks that if another group is engaged in battle nearby, it would be problematic if their hunting areas overlapped. She suggests that they should at least go and greet them. Kasif, another student, agrees with her suggestion. As they approach the source of the explosion, Uziel notices something and is visibly surprised. In the clearing ahead, she sees Flame and Hong Bayon facing off against each other. Uziel immediately wonders what they are doing there. She then listens to their argument. Hong Bayon insists that she was the one who shot down the big Predict Fish first. Flame, clearly frustrated, dismisses her claim, stating that they were already hunting in this area, meaning it rightfully belongs to them. Uziel observes the scene carefully. She acknowledges that the big Predict Fish is indeed rare and classified as a risk level 3 creature. Given how difficult they are to find, it makes sense that they are fighting over it. However, she also realizes that getting involved in this dispute could make things more chaotic. Additionally, she has no desire to interact with Hong Bayon, the younger sister of the person responsible for her father's death. Determined to avoid unnecessary trouble, she considers leaving quickly. However, Kasif unexpectedly steps forward to intervene. With an air of authority, he attempts to mediate, telling Flame and Hong Bayon to stop fighting and instead express their grievances to him, their senior. Flame and Hong Bayon, unimpressed, immediately tell him to shut up and stay out of it. Kasif, taken aback, reacts with anger. He questions how they could speak to their senior in such a manner. Hong Bayon retorts that if he wants to be treated as a senior, he should start acting like one. Suddenly, the ground trembles. Flame, sensing the shift in energy, immediately realizes what is happening. A skeletal hand bursts out from the earth. Everyone watches in horror as more and more skeletons begin to rise from the ground. Flame, unable to contain her shock, mutters to herself, unable to believe what she is seeing. The entire cemetery becomes engulfed in chaos as countless skeletons emerge, their hollow eyes glowing with eerie energy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the cemetery, Uziel is also present, hunting alone. He mutters to himself, wishing he could use magic more freely. He complains about being stuck with Blink as his primary ability. As he navigates the cemetery, he keeps his focus on his objective. He reminds himself that he should be getting close to it soon. After searching for a while, he finally finds the place he has been looking for. Standing before a particular grave, he carefully assesses his surroundings. He acknowledges that he lacks overwhelming strength or an overpowered skill that would allow him to wipe out an entire skeleton army like Ma Uzong could. However, he has another advantage, his knowledge as a player. If he wants to survive, he must fight in a way that only a player can. The ground beneath him begins to shake violently. A notification appears before him, confirming that Episode 4, Necromancer's attack has begun. From the grave where he stands, the skeleton general rises, commanding an army of hundreds of skeletons. Uziel carefully evaluates the situation. He knows that there are only 3 semi-boss ranked skeleton generals in this episode. He also knows that if he were to fight them head-on with his current abilities, he would die instantly. However, he has no intention of facing them directly. Instead, as soon as the skeleton general fully emerges, Uziel immediately pushes it back into its grave. Even the skeleton general itself appears momentarily confused by his actions. Uziel calmly thinks to himself that one of the golden rules in games is that when a monster is transforming or being summoned, players should wait and observe. However, in this case, simply ignoring it will not be enough to guarantee survival. Fast forward, and Uziel successfully executes his plan. He obtains the spined staff, an item that allows him to assume command over the skeletons that previously obeyed the skeleton general. Now armed with this power, he immediately sets out to find the others. Back at the main battlefield, Flame and the others are still struggling. She had momentarily forgotten that this was the Necromancer episode. However, something feels off to her. In her memories, Ma Uzong was the one who resolved this event. Yet, he is nowhere to be found. Instead, Ezel is here with an unfamiliar group. This realization makes her uneasy. She wonders if they are now expected to face a 5th-class Necromancer with only their current members. Ha Wan Ryang informs Flame that he has already sent a distress request to Stellar Academy through his pocket watch. He tells her that they only need to hold off the skeletons until help arrives. Cholkwang adds that as long as they endure a little longer, the professors will come. Dion remarks that even if they cannot defeat the Necromancer, they should at least be able to escape. Hong Bayon, however, sharply interjects that this is not the time for such talk. She reminds them that this is a cemetery. The longer they wait, the more skeletons will continue to rise. She warns them that their best option is to retreat to base camp immediately. As the group tries to hold their ground, Jackie becomes overwhelmed by fear. The skeletons begin closing in on her, ready to strike. Before they can attack, a sudden burst of water magic blasts them away. Ezel steps forward, checking on Jackie and asking if she is alright. Cholkwang, impressed by her precise magic, compliments her, saying that she is pretty good. Ezel, however, remains focused. She quickly assesses the situation and deduces that the Necromancer must have prepared a pose vessel. A pose vessel is a technique that allows a Necromancer to continuously store and inject mana. Normally, a Necromancer would be exhausted after summoning a dozen 3rd to 4th class skeletons. However, if a pose vessel is involved, it would explain how they managed to seize control of such a large domain. As the skeletons close in, chaos erupts. Flame, now at her limit, prepares for what she believes to be her end. However, just as a skeleton is about to strike her, it suddenly freezes in place. She looks around in shock. All the skeletons have stopped moving. From within their ranks, Uziel steps forward, holding the skeleton general's staff. Flame, utterly stunned, wonders how he managed to do this. As Flame stands amidst the battlefield, her breath catches in her throat. The skeletons, which had been relentless in their assault, are now frozen in place. Her eyes shift to Uziel, who emerges from between them, gripping the skeleton general's staff firmly in his hand. A wave of shock courses through her. She cannot comprehend how he was able to obtain such an item. The skeleton general is far stronger than any regular undead, and an elite skeleton should have been guarding it. Even with that knowledge, Uziel managed to defeat it on his own. Flame finds the thought almost unbelievable. Despite her disbelief, relief washes over her. She realizes that because of him, they might actually survive this. Fast forward, and the group has managed to recover. Cholkwang, still catching his breath, expresses his gratitude toward Uzil, acknowledging that they were only able to survive because of him. Uzil brushes off the praise, stating that it was nothing. Osil, curious, steps forward and asks how Uzil was able to obtain the skeleton general's head by himself. Uzil, unwilling to reveal his true method, jokingly remarks that he got it from some bone soup. Internally, he knows there is no need to explain that he had been waiting at the exact location where the skeleton general was said to be summoned. Osil, puzzled by his response, tilts his head in confusion but does not press further. Uzil informs the group that they must quickly establish a plan, as the situation will worsen once the necromancer begins ignoring the skeleton general and takes direct control of the undead army. Cholkwang turns to him, asking if he already has a strategy in mind. Uzil responds that on his way here, he noticed that the necromancer had completely seized control of the area near the base camp. As a result, breaking through the siege is impossible. However, there is one alternative: to defeat the boss directly. Dion and Cholkwang react with shock. They ask if he is serious about such a reckless idea. Uzil calmly explains that in their academy lessons, they were taught that necromancers wield the strongest form of necromancy, but their physical bodies are inherently weak. Dion counters that there will likely be numerous guards protecting the necromancer, making the approach nearly impossible. Uzil acknowledges this but states that the necromancer's area of control is already vast. If they do not eliminate him now, they will not be able to escape. He calculates that the necromancer's current forces consist of 1 general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 normal skeletons. He notes that with every passing moment, those numbers will only continue to grow. This moment is their only chance to strike. However, he wonders how he can convince the others to follow his plan. Before he can speak further, someone unexpectedly voices their agreement. Both Flame and Bion step forward, supporting his proposal. Flame remarks that although Uzil might look a little foolish, he clearly possesses more experience in battle and strategy. Bion adds that in their current situation, there is no realistic way to break through the siege without taking direct action. She also speculates that the necromancer likely does not expect them to attack him. Hearing the two vouch for Uzil, both Dion and Cholkwang hesitate before ultimately agreeing. Cholkwang, still uncertain, says that while he does not understand why Uzil is so confident, there is no way for him and Dion to escape on their own. Therefore, they will work together. Dion agrees as well, stating that they must act quickly before the necromancer realizes what they are attempting. Elsewhere in the cemetery, the necromancer smirks to himself. He considers himself fortunate to have encountered Stella Academy's fledgling students here today. He believes that if he can turn them into skeleton mages, the Dark Demonic Union will no longer underestimate him. His name is Sa Bahyuk, a 5th-class necromancer from the Mage Tower of Darkness. He reflects that it has been 7 years since he began collecting mana in the Pose vessel. Over that time, he has gathered an army of 700 dormant skeletons. His lips curl into a confident, almost deranged smile. He tells himself that no one will scorn him anymore. However, just as he revels in his impending victory, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, all of his magical senses become completely blocked. A wave of nervousness washes over him. He immediately questions whether his skeleton general has been captured. Before he can act, a massive attack strikes from behind him. He barely manages to conjure a bone barrier in time, but even so, the force of the attack cracks the protective structure. Recognizing that the spell used was of 4th-class magic, he immediately grows furious. He vows that whoever is responsible will not be forgiven. However, before he has time to react, another devastating attack falls from the sky, a colossal fire spell descending upon him. He desperately conjures another barrier to block the impact, though this time, he barely succeeds. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledges that he let his guard down. He had never anticipated that the students would dare to attack him directly. Reluctantly, he admits that even though they are mere fledglings, they are still students of Stella Academy. He bites down on his own finger, deep in thought. He did not want to resort to this method, but after assessing the danger of facing them head-on, he decides that he has no choice. He must summon his elite soldiers. The ground beneath him rumbles violently as the earth begins to fracture and break apart. A vast horde of undead emerges, rising from the depths. However, the excessive use of magic takes its toll on him. He suddenly coughs up blood, realizing that he has sustained internal damage from overexerting himself during the summoning process. Despite his weakened state, he remains confident. He tells himself that this much should be more than enough to crush the students. He gives his undead army the order to eliminate them. Observing from a distance, he watches the battle unfold and smirks. Just as he begins to relax, Uziel suddenly appears behind him, using Blink. The necromancer is caught off guard. Shocked, he immediately demands to know who Uziel is. His confusion deepens as he questions where Uziel came from. He cannot comprehend how Uziel managed to approach him undetected, especially since he had been monitoring all of the Stella Academy students through his skeleton's shared vision. His eyes then land on Uziel's hand. He sees the skeleton general's staff. A wave of pure shock overtakes him. Before he can react, Uziel drops the skeleton general's remains to the ground and stomps on them, completely destroying it. The necromancer immediately screams in agony as his body convulses from the unexpected damage. He coughs up more blood, realizing that he had underestimated his opponents far too much. Staring at Uziel, he wonders if this is the true power of Stella Academy. Meanwhile, Uziel himself is sweating bullets. This was not how he planned for things to go. According to his strategy, Dok Cholkwang and Ban Dian should have already finished dealing with the elite skeletons and should have been here to assist him. However, due to the unexpected increase in elite soldiers, they are still preoccupied elsewhere. As such, Uziel finds himself alone against the necromancer. He immediately panics, thinking to himself that he is the weakest one here. If he is forced to fight alone, it will not end well for him. For a moment, he even contemplates running away. However, at that moment, the necromancer coughs up blood again. Uziel quickly realizes something important. The necromancer himself is in bad condition. He has overexerted his magic while summoning the elite skeletons, causing internal injuries. A smirk forms on Uziel's face. In this situation, he realizes that he might actually be able to win. Elsewhere, Bayan struggles against the skeletons surrounding her. She recognizes that she needs to quickly deal with these enemies and join Uziel as soon as possible. At that moment, Ah Suang rushes toward her in a panic. Breathing heavily, Ah Suang urgently informs Bayan that there is trouble. Baek Uziel is currently engaged in a one-on-one fight with the necromancer. Bayan's entire body freezes in shock. Her eyes widen as she processes the news. She then sees a brilliant purple light shining in the distance, the source of the battle between Uziel and the 5th-class necromancer. An overwhelming sense of dread fills her. She knows that Uziel is a 1st-class mage, while his opponent is a 5th-class necromancer. This is not a fight he should be able to win. A deep frustration wells up inside her. She clenches her fists, cursing her own powerlessness. She mutters under her breath that if Uziel dares to die, she will personally kill him herself. Back at the battle, the necromancer conjures a bone cage around Uziel, attempting to trap him. However, Uziel immediately reacts, using Blink to escape before the structure can fully form. Seeing his attempt fail, the necromancer quickly launches a powerful attack toward Uziel. But once again, Uziel evades by blinking away, narrowly avoiding the impact. Realizing that he needs to close the distance, Uziel quickly moves toward the necromancer, preparing to strike. However, before he can land a hit, the necromancer raises another bone barrier to defend himself. Uziel, having anticipated this, pulls out several vials and hurls them onto the barrier. The liquid inside begins to dissolve the bones upon contact. The necromancer watches in horror as his defense melts away before his eyes. He immediately recognizes the substance and angrily curses Uziel, calling him a rat. Uziel smirks, having planned for this exact scenario. He had brought cola potions, knowing that their unique properties were particularly effective against bone-based structures. In retaliation, the necromancer summons sharpened bone spikes from the ground, aiming to impale Uziel. Uziel dodges the first few strikes and blinks behind him, attempting to counterattack. However, the necromancer had predicted this movement. It was a trap. A large spike erupts from the ground, piercing straight through Uziel's thigh. Pain surges through his leg as he stumbles backward. His breathing becomes heavy and sweat drips down his face. He realizes that he has been baited. The necromancer laughs, mocking him for falling into such an obvious trap. Uziel, struggling to remain on his feet, acknowledges that even in his weakened state, the necromancer is still a 5th-class mage. However, he also notes something else. The necromancer is exhausted. His movements are slower, his breathing is uneven, and his body is visibly strained. Uziel determines that if he can push forward one more time, he might be able to end this. The problem is, the pain in his leg is overwhelming. With his wound worsening, he knows that using Blink's motion cancel will be much harder now. He struggles to think of a solution. Suddenly, an idea forms in his mind. Instead of forcing himself to move immediately, he decides to wait. Uziel kneels on the ground, appearing as though he is too weak to continue. The necromancer watches with amusement, believing that Uziel is finally giving up. Seeing him in this state, he begins charging another attack. However, just as he is about to strike, Uziel suddenly springs into action. He jumps out of the way at the last moment, dodging the attack completely. The necromancer laughs, calling Uziel's desperate attempt to run away pathetic. Uziel, still crawling, continues to inch away from him, trying to gain just a bit more distance. The necromancer taunts him, saying that there is no use in struggling. Once Uziel reaches a certain distance, he suddenly smirks. The necromancer's expression shifts as he realizes that something is wrong. Uziel calmly calculates the space between them. The distance is now exactly 13 meters. This is important, because at this range, he no longer needs motion cancel to use blink effectively. Before the necromancer can react, Uziel activates blink, closing the gap in an instant. His sudden movement takes the necromancer completely off guard. For the first time, fear flickers in his eyes. Before he can cast a defensive spell, Uziel drives his sword straight through his chest. At that moment, outside the battlefield, the undead army begins to collapse. The skeletons stop moving entirely, their glowing eyes flickering out one by one. Cholkwang watches in disbelief as the skeletal forces disintegrate before him. He mutters in shock, questioning whether Beck Uziel actually defeated the necromancer. Jackie, overwhelmed by the sudden shift, falls to her knees. A wave of relief washes over everyone. The group, still processing what just happened, begins cheering. They survived. Meanwhile, Uziel remains where he had collapsed after the battle. Exhausted beyond measure, he attempts to get up, groaning that he is so damn tired and just wants to go home. Afterward, all of the students are transported back to Stella Academy by the Magic Knights. Back at school, Uziel finds himself face to face with an instructor. The instructor, looking unimpressed, reminds Uziel that he had originally claimed he was going to train somewhere with fresh mountain air. He then sarcastically asks whether Uziel considers a cemetery to have good air. Uziel, realizing he has no excuse, simply apologizes. The instructor sighs and states that according to school regulations, Uziel will receive a penalty point for his unauthorized actions. However, despite violating the rules, the fact that he saved his fellow students is undeniable. Because of this, he will also be granted appropriate rewards and recognition. The instructor tells him to wait for the official decision. Uziel thanks him and prepares to leave, planning to rest. His leg injury will take a few days to fully recover. Just as he is about to go, Izel appears. She quietly thanks him for what he did. Uziel, brushing it off, jokingly tells her that she can repay him by buying him a meal later. However, Izel's expression seems more serious. As Uziel turns to leave, she suddenly stops him with a question. She hesitates before asking if she will ever be able to do what he did. She wants to know if she can reach his level if she tries. Hearing this, Uziel pauses. A troubling realization dawns on him. In the original novel, Izel never asked such a question. This means that his interference has changed something. Because of him, Izel has only faced hardships, yet she has not been given a chance to overcome them on her own. He realizes that this could be a dangerous development. Still, he decides to answer her. He tells her that she should not need to ask such a thing, because she has already achieved something that others considered impossible. Izel, surprised, asks how he knows that. Uziel simply replies that it is because he has been watching her. The moment those words leave his mouth, Izel's face turns red. She stares at him in confusion, flustered. Uziel immediately realizes that his choice of words might have made him sound like a stalker. Panicking, he quickly makes his escape, mentally cursing himself for how embarrassing that was. Meanwhile, Izel stands frozen in place. She reflects that no one has ever paid attention to her before, no one has ever acknowledged her efforts. Yet, Uziel does. For the first time in a long while, she smiles. She quietly calls it a miracle. Later, back at Stella Academy, an official commendation ceremony is held. Uziel looks around at the massive crowd, noting how absurdly grandiose the event is. He is especially surprised by the presence of the magic faculty, the Mage Tower representatives, and several noble figures. He sighs, thinking to himself that this is way too much for a simple commendation. Meanwhile, he notices Bayan looking overly excited. She catches him glancing at her and immediately asks what he is looking at. Uziel quickly replies that it is nothing. The instructor then steps forward and calls for silence. He announces that they are here today to recognize the 12 students who fought against the dark demonic humans. Then, to everyone's surprise, he reveals that the headmaster himself will be personally delivering the awards. A wave of murmurs spreads through the crowd. Uziel turns his gaze toward the headmaster and immediately stiffens. This is Eltman Eltwin, a 9th-class master mage. He is 300 years old and carries the terrifying title of Decimator. Despite his usual warm smile, he is known as the strongest mage warrior in the world. As the headmaster approaches Uziel, he pauses and glares at him with intense interest. Uziel immediately feels a crushing weight press down on him. Even just locking eyes with the man makes it difficult to breathe. He now fully understands what it means to be a 9th class mage. Regardless, Uziel continued to stare at him, thinking that he could not turn away his gaze here. Seeing this, the headmaster smiled and remarked that Uziel was as hardworking as ever. It was just as he had hoped. Uziel was left confused by the comment, wondering what it meant. While he was still trying to figure it out, the instructor announced the end of the commendation award ceremony. Fast forward, Uziel received his rewards. 5 million credits, which was quite a lot. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. He also received the pose vessel, said to be the heart of a necromancer. It would be difficult now, but Altalicia would soon be able to create a subspace. Once that happened, carrying items would become easier for him. He also felt glad that other students had passed some of their rewards to him. Next were the system rewards. Since he had continued the story in a unique way, the Constellation Project promised him additional rewards. A downgraded version of an item he had used in the game, a downgraded version of a skill he had obtained in the game, or experience points. He noted that these were the same choices he had been offered previously, which left him torn over what to choose. He thought about what mattered most at the moment and told the system to add experience points to the blink skill. He realized how weak he had been during the battle. It was useless for him to work hard like others. Instead, he needed to use his knowledge to get as far ahead as possible. The system upgraded his blink skill, increasing its distance and maximum charges. A golden aura enveloped him, and he noted that Blink's maximum number of charges had finally increased to 3. He felt relieved, knowing he would be able to use it a bit more while staying at ease. The next focus was Azel. During a meditation class on Journeying into the Abyss, Azel was deep in meditation when she suddenly woke up after hearing someone call her name. She wondered if she had fallen asleep. A butterfly told her that she couldn't use magic in the middle of meditation. Azel felt confused by this, but the butterfly told her to look above her head. She was surprised to see 2 huge blocks of ice floating in midair. In disbelief, she wondered when she had created them since she hadn't used any techniques or made any calculations. She glanced at the other students and noticed that they didn't seem to realize what had happened. Even if it was first-class magic, they should have felt the mana's flow before it was completed. She wondered if this was really the effect of meditation and if Uziel had foreseen all of this. At the end of class, Azel sat down and excitedly ate a piece of bread filled with red bean paste. Thanks to the reward, she could afford this bread, which cost 1,500 credits, making her incredibly happy. Suddenly, Jeremy approached her with a smile and asked if she had joined any clubs yet. When she replied that she hadn't, he asked if she wanted to join his club. Azel put down her bread and asked what the conditions were. Jeremy replied that there were no conditions, he simply liked her and wanted her to join his club. Azel immediately thought that he was lying, realizing that he had approached her to use her as a trophy. Jeremy seemed to understand that she didn't believe him and assured her that he really didn't have any conditions. He leaned in close and told her that she just needed to join his club and stay with him, and he could do a lot for her. She knew who he was, after all. Azel thought that better than anyone, she understood the hostile relationship between the Scalvan Empire and the Adalabic Kingdom. With the Crown Prince Jeremy's power, her difficult life could end. She wouldn't have to find happiness in mere bread, and she wouldn't have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter. She knew she shouldn't, but she was about to speak up to accept. At that moment, Flame arrived and slapped Azel across the face. Both Azel and Jeremy were shocked. Flame loudly shouted at Azel, calling her a piece of trash. Flame exclaimed that she had thought they were going to try to work it out, but Azel had secretly been seducing men. Flame reminded her that she had confessed her feelings, but now Azel was going to abandon her. Azel felt confused and wondered what was going on. Flame dragged Azel away, telling her that they needed to talk. Jeremy observed the scene and smiled. After they got some distance, Flame told Azel that it had been close. Azel, still confused, asked what Flame meant. Flame explained that Jeremy would have harassed her until she died if she had refused him without a reason. Flame apologized for hitting her and walked away, wondering if she had made the right choice. In the original story, Azel had joined Jeremy's club and suffered because of it. Flame had hoped not to interfere with the flow of the original story, but after seeing Uziel, she felt that this change wasn't so bad. She only hoped that Jeremy wouldn't realize that she had lied. Meanwhile, Jeremy thought about Flame. He remarked to himself how cute her actions were when she had taken Azel away from him. He concluded that it was an obvious lie and gave a dark smile, thinking that Flame was even more interesting than Azel. He decided that Flame would be his next target, saying that he wanted her. Later, the instructor announced that they would be having a monster mock battle. This time, it wouldn't be against risk level 1 or 2 monsters. They would face mid-level monsters with a risk level of 3. The students were expected to form teams, analyze the monsters, and defeat them using standard tactics. If they chose to suppress a mid-level monster, they would be given practice time to face it. A-class and S-class students would do the test together, and the performance assessment would take place in 4 days. Each team could have up to 6 members, and the students were required to submit their team list soon. Azel thought that she hated group projects. She overheard students asking Princess Beyond if she would join them. She watched as some students fought over the chance to team up with Beyond, while she stood completely alone. Azel reflected that her surroundings had always been like this since the Adolabit family destroyed hers. Both Azel and Beyond had come from powerful lineages, the Grand Duchy of Molf with the ice attribute and the royal household of Adolabit with the fire attribute. Once, the two families had controlled the magic world. Both Azel and Hong Beyond had been born with exceptional talent. Azel wondered if she could really get revenge on the Adolabit family. Uziel approached Azel and asked if she was alone. Azel asked what he wanted. Uziel smiled and suggested that they form a team. Beyond noticed Uziel approaching Azel and wondered why he had approached her. Azel asked Uziel if he had just suggested forming a team. Uziel replied that since there wasn't a minimum number of team members, they could form a team of 2 and receive bonus points for being a small team. Azel asked if he was crazy, questioning how the two of them could defeat a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3. Uziel didn't answer, only repeating the question of whether she would join him or not. After thinking about it, Azel agreed, admitting that she didn't have anyone else to team up with. Uziel smiled and said he would go submit their list. After Uziel left, Beyond approached Azel. Beyond tells Azel to behave herself, saying that she is nothing more than a pig wearing a pearl necklace now. Azel is taken aback by the comment, shocked that Beyond would say such a thing. Without waiting for a response, Beyond leaves immediately. Azel reflects on the moment, realizing that Beyond wasn't underestimating her abilities, it was because of Beck Uziel. As Beyond walks away, she finds the situation annoying and wonders if Azel really thought she would lose to a commoner like them. She considers that even if Azel forms a team with her clique, she will still be fine. However, Beyond concludes that the most strategic move would be to partner with a knight known as the best. With that thought, Beyond approaches Ma Uziel. He greets her casually, asking what's going on. Beyond asks if he has formed a team yet. He responds that he hasn't and mentions that he was planning to do it alone. Beyond then asks if he would like to team up with her. He questions why he should. Beyond reveals that Beck Uziel and Azel have already formed a team. This information surprises him. She adds that they likely won't be targeting a mid-level monster, but rather a mid-large level special monster. Beyond asks him once again if he would like to join her. Uziel smiles, saying that it would be fun since he has always wanted to compete with Uziel at least once. Beyond also smiles, agreeing that they should do it together. She glances over at Beck and Azel, thinking to herself that this time, she will defeat both of them properly. After 4 days of preparation, the monster mock battle begins. Students are shown facing a slime-type monster as the instructor announces that the S-Class and A-Class performance assessment will now begin. The students begin their tests, battling various monsters while others watch and comment on the fights. Among the students preparing for her assessment is Flame. She reassures herself that it will be fine since she has practiced enough. She reasons that while gaining reverse bonus points by exploiting a special monster's attributes or fighting a mid-large special monster would be too difficult, defeating a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3 by herself would earn her the highest score. It typically takes 5 first-class mages to defeat a mid-level monster with a risk of level 1. However, with the right compatibility, experience, and environmental factors, it's possible to defeat monsters at a higher level. Unfortunately, as a light-class mage, Flame acknowledges that she has almost no compatibility advantage. She then glances toward Izel, hoping that things go well for her. In the original story, Izel didn't team up with anyone because of Hong Bayan and ended up with the worst score. Flame had considered recruiting her, but with Beck Uziel now working with Izel, she believes that Izel's future might take a better turn. Flame watches as Group 16 finishes their assessment. The instructor then calls up Group 17, which includes Flame. As she walks past Uziel and Izel, she suddenly trips. Just before she falls, Uziel catches her by grabbing her clothes from behind, steadying her. Both Flame and Uziel seem surprised by the moment. After regaining her balance, Flame thanks Uziel for saving her. He replies that it's nothing and advises her to tie her shoelaces. Flame thinks that it was fine when Jackie helped her before, but it would have been bad if she had gone out to fight like that. After tying her shoelaces, Flame gets ready for the assessment. Some students watching comment that she's alone in a group assessment and doubt that she can defeat a giant boar by herself. They note that the boar has no special attributes, making it difficult to target with an opposing element. The instructor announces the start of the assessment, and the boar immediately charges toward Flame. The spectators wonder how she plans to handle it alone. Flame begins channeling her spell with a chant, summoning roots that bind the giant boar and halt its movements. She then uses matter modification, causing leaves to grow on the roots while the boar struggles to break free. Flame notes that it's not over yet and charges up a large spell. However, the boar manages to break free and charges toward her once more. Just before the boar reaches her, a beam of light pierces through its open mouth, creating a clean hole and causing the board to collapse. The spectators are impressed, remarking that it's rare for someone to defeat a mid-level monster alone when it usually takes 5 mages. They wonder who she is. Flame notes to herself that it's finally over. As she walks back, she notices something and is surprised, wondering if she saw it correctly. As the instructor calls for the next group, Group 31, to step forward for their performance assessment, Ma Yuzhong and Hong Baiyan prepare themselves. The students watching are excited, shouting and wishing them good luck. Flame stands behind them, observing the scene. She wonders why Hong Baiyan is working with Ma Yuzhong instead of one of her usual clique members. In the original story, they don't really interact, which makes this combination surprising. Their first monster is summoned, a waterfish monster, a mid-level special monster. The students are shocked to see a special monster being used for the assessment, finding it incredible. Flame notes that it's not just any mid-level special monster. She reflects on the fact that Hong Baiyan and Ma Yuzhong's attributes are earth, fire, and lightning. The waterfish monster, being a water class and a flying type, holds a natural advantage over them. This makes it not only a poor attribute match for Hong Baiyan but also for Ma Yuzhong. Flame considers that they are not only challenging a mid-level special monster that everyone else has failed to defeat, but they are also forfeiting attributional dominance. She assumes they are doing it to earn full marks, though that would only happen if they succeed. The monster starts flapping its wings and lets out a loud roar. Baiyan tells Yuzhong to begin, and he complies. More students gather to watch, wondering why they aren't attacking immediately. They note that Yuzhong, the knight, is standing behind Baiyan, the bishop, which seems unusual. Yuzhong smirks and quickly uses his magic to launch himself into the air. The second-year students comment that his power jump is impressive for a first year, but one girl remarks that it won't be enough to reach the monster. She notes that he can't perform another power jump in midair, questioning his plan. Yuzhong then pulls out his staff and forms a platform using earth magic. Baiyan responds by using a fire spell to create an explosion beneath the platform, propelling Yuzhong even higher. The second years are shocked and impressed by the coordination. Baiyan then starts preparing a fire spell of her own. Yuzhong seems momentarily surprised but quickly casts a spell called Giant's Fist. He punches the waterfish, sending it crashing to the ground. The monster's body starts to crack. Yuzhong prepares another spell and traps the fish with his earth magic. The waterfish screams but quickly goes into a rage and breaks free from the trap. Yuzhong notes that it escaped too easily but smirks, thinking that it's already too late. Their princess's spell is ready. A massive pillar of flame strikes the waterfish. The students are stunned to see the monster writhing in pain despite its natural resistance to fire. Yuzhong raises his staff, charging a spell, and declares that it's over. A bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky, striking the fire and burning the waterfish to a crisp. The students remark that the fight ended without the monster being able to attack even once. They call the first years insane this year, comparing their strength to a third-year S-class student. They marvel at witnessing true genius. Beyond smiles as she watches Yuzhong, thinking to herself that at this rate, no matter what he chooses, he won't be able to surpass her. With a satisfied expression, she believes that she has already won. As their turn ends, Yuzhong requests that 5 monsters be summoned at once. Both Beyond and the other students are surprised, wondering if they heard him correctly. They find it hard to believe since even 5 people would struggle to defeat one mid-level monster. Yet 2 of them are now facing 5. Rumors about Yuzhong's abilities had already been circulating, and the students now wonder if he might actually be insane. The monster summoning begins, and soon they are surrounded by creatures. A monster scholar, Wyken, identifies them as a Hymeridon, a sandmane black cow, a Kaden, a Nomi slime, and a sensitive bat. Upon seeing this combination, the students realize something. Beyond asks Yuzhong if he understands the situation. He indicates that he does, though he seems curious about Yuzhong's thinking and a bit excited. The professor asks who selected this monster combination. Yuzhong replies that he did. The professor notes that since Yuzhong is a knight, he can earn points even in extreme situations, but bishops cannot, suggesting that this might be too harsh a strategy for a bishop. Yuzhong refutes this, saying that the strategy is specifically designed for a bishop. The professor accepts his answer and tells them to begin. Surrounded by monsters, Yuzhong asks Azel if she's ready. She responds that she is, though Yuzhong tells her to trust him. Azel sighs, saying she's tired of hearing that. Yuzhong then tells her that he truly does trust her. Azel reflects that she still doesn't understand what Yuzhong is thinking. Her mind drifts back to a conversation they had one night while walking together. Azel had asked why he chose her when a knight of his ability could have partnered with someone else. Yuzhong had considered her question and replied that it was true. There were many incredible students. No one could match Hong Baiyan in firepower or flame in control. Ma Yuzhong was the strongest first year, and even Shinwarian and Adeline, known for their one-on-one strength, would have paired well with him. Azel had asked again why he picked her specifically. Yuzhong had replied that he simply thought it would be better to do it with her, and that was all there was to it. He had then asked if they should get going. Azel had blushed slightly at his words. Back in the present, Azel still doesn't know what Yuzhong meant, but she realizes that there must be a reason he chose her. Deciding to prove herself, she starts levitating and charges up a spell. The other students immediately recognize what she's doing, ephemeral resonance. They're shocked because it's a phenomenon that only appears when a 6th class or higher mage fully enters the unconscious world. If her concentration slips, a mana counter current could occur, disabling her magic entirely. For a first year to perform, this is almost unheard of. Azel reflects that she is worthy of the title Lady of the Winter and smiles as she prepares to get started. The plan to face 5 mid-level monsters with just 2 people begins. Yuzhong quickly jumps and uses his blink to appear behind the Chimeridon, striking a blow to its body. Blood begins to gush out as the Chimeridon screams in pain. Azel immediately steps back, assessing the situation. Azel thinks that Chimeridon is handled for now, which means the next target is the Sandmane Black Cow. The Black Cow notices the horn on the Chimeridon, and its eyes begin to glow red. It quickly becomes agitated, which is exactly what Azel had anticipated. The strategy for handling 5 mid-level monsters at once, Azel reflects, is to create a situation where they become hostile to each other. As the other monsters also start to show signs of agitation, the students watching are stunned. They wonder how it's possible for the monsters to attack each other like that. Azel smirks, thinking that everything is proceeding according to plan. The goal is to make the monsters turn on each other. This tactic is known as the borrowing knife strategy. It's a method where one doesn't use their own strength, but instead manipulates the enemy's strength to fight against itself. Azel recalls that veterans of the Ether world had long sought a way to kill many monsters with limited numbers. After countless trials, they discovered that exploiting the attributes and characteristics of the monsters was the key. Azel remembers the precise sequence. First, attacking the Chimeridon causes it to experience pain, which makes its forehead redden. This, in turn, triggers the Black Cow's attacking instincts. The enraged Black Cow then sprays sand from its body, spreading it across the area. When that sand contacts the Nomi slime, the slime will begin producing large amounts of water to keep its skin from drying out, a reaction that's particularly effective since the water isn't properly absorbed due to the barrier of the testing site. Next, the Kaden, sensing the moisture in the air, will respond by emitting a high-pitched scream at 7 octaves or higher. Finally, the sensitive bat, with its acute hearing, will be provoked by the sound and enter a state of agitation, completing the cycle of chaos as the monsters begin to attack each other. The professor observes the unfolding scene and notes that the monsters are provoking each other. Weiken remarks that Yuzhong seems to have an exceptional understanding of monster behavior and characteristics. Even Weiken, who majored in monster studies, admits that he had never considered such a strategy before, which he finds impressive. Another professor points out that, even amidst the chaos, Ezel's mana remains stable and focused. He remarks that it seems as though she truly trusts her knight to protect her. Yuzhong spots the Kaden behind Azel and immediately uses Blink to attack it. As he lands, he notices another attack aimed at Azel. Without hesitation, he moves to shield her once again, protecting her from harm. Yuzhong remarks to Beyond that if she understands Yuzhong's nature, she must see that he is the most ideal knight, someone who protects his princess without fail. Meanwhile, Azel remains fully focused on her spell. After a moment, she finally opens her eyes and activates Crystal Flower. Ice crystals begin forming around her, and a delicate flower of ice takes shape above her head. The watching students are stunned by the beauty and precision of the spell. As the flower fully forms, Azel releases the spell, ordering the ice to shatter. Shards of ice explode outward, striking the surrounding monsters. The students wonder if it's over, if the two of them have really managed to defeat 5 mid-level monsters. But as the ice clears, they realize that the monsters are still moving. The professor concludes that they couldn't finish the fight after all, which is unfortunate. However, he adds that they likely already earned a high score with their performance. At that moment, Azel raises her hand. A massive ball of lightning forms in her palm as she calls for it to strike. The lightning descends from the sky and crashes into the arena, hitting all the monsters at once. As the dust and lightning begin to fade, Azel stands motionless, shocked by what she just accomplished. She marvels that this was her own magic, realizing that she is capable of something like this. The memory of Yuzhong's words comes back to her. Azel recalls how, before the battle, Yuzhong had revealed his plan to face 5 monsters at once. She had called him crazy, but he had assured her that she could do it. He had said that he believed in her, so she should believe in him, who believes in her. Azel reflects that, until now, she had nothing. She lacked conviction in her path and had no one to assure her that the path she walked was the right one. But now, as she lowers her hand and sees Yuzhong walking ahead of her toward the light, she realizes that things have changed. She decides to follow that light so that she will no longer feel lost. The announcer declares that Group 32's performance assessment is complete. Hearing this, Azel gives a warm and quiet smile. Meanwhile, Uziel is hanging off the wall, narrowly avoiding getting caught up in Ezel's spell. After the battle, the results are announced, and Uziel secures first place. Uziel remarks that they completely lost, and Bion responds that if they lost even after defeating 2 mid-level special monsters with opposing attributes, they have no choice but to accept the outcome. Uziel teases that Bion seems to have come to terms with it faster than he expected. Bion tells him to shut up, though it leaves her wondering. She questions whether, if Uziel were her knight instead of Ezel's, she would have been able to display magic as powerful as Ezel's. Frustration wells up inside her as she considers how dedicated Uziel seems to be toward Azel. Bion reflects that if the most perfect knight in the world exists, shouldn't he serve the one who will become the perfect queen? This thought leaves her feeling angry and unsettled. She admits to herself that it would be a lie to say she has accepted the outcome. She cannot understand it and cannot accept it, which makes her decide to investigate Uziel further. As she walks, she notices someone watching her. It is Saren Orkin. Bion wonders if Saren came after hearing that Bion lost to a group consisting of a commoner and a traitor, which she finds irritating. Saren, watching Bion walk away, remarks that Bion still has a long way to go. The scene shifts to Flame, who is writing something while reflecting on Ezel's unexpected mastery of Crystal Flower. Flame is surprised that Ezel managed to learn it so early. Crystal Flower is a spell that, in the original story, represented Ezel's identity, a spell she was only supposed to demonstrate after recovering her confidence following numerous hardships and struggles. Based on the progression of the original novel, Flame notes that Ezel should be declining even more at this point. For Ezel to have performed Crystal Flower in front of everyone's eyes must be because of Uziel. Flame recalls that in the original romance fantasy, Ma Uziel and Ezel shared their feelings, and the story ended with the world's destruction. But Flame wonders if there is an untold story, an extra layer that was never revealed. She considers the possibility that a nameless character, Beck Uziel, loved Ezel. Perhaps, at the moment the world ended, he chose to regress in Uziel's place. Flame reflects on the idea of someone turning back time to create a world where the person he loves could survive, even if it meant being completely forgotten by that person in the end. She wonders if Uziel could truly have no regrets about sacrificing himself for such a love. Meanwhile, Uziel receives a notification that episode 5 has been completed. He wonders what reward he should choose this time. Since he has strengthened his skills to a decent level, he decides to prepare for the next episode. After considering his options, he selects iFinal's Grass Key as his reward. The system processes the request and rewards Uziel with the key. Uziel explains to himself that it isn't an ancient relic class item, but it is one of the rarest class items that only high-level players can obtain. The key serves as a link to a place where deities exist. However, in order to use it, he needs to arrange an outing. This presents a problem, as the conditions for leaving the academy have become much stricter after the Necromancer incident. As Uziel thinks through the challenge, he suddenly recalls the existence of student clubs and begins considering them as a possible solution. Later, Uziel finishes writing his assignment and decides to search for a suitable club. He approaches the notice board and examines the available options, wondering which club would best support his goals. Since not many clubs have permission to conduct special external activities, he knows he needs to choose carefully. While studying the board, Uziel notices Ezel standing beside him. He asks if she is also trying to join a club and seems surprised when she admits she hasn't joined one yet. Ezel hesitantly replies that it isn't strange for her not to have joined a club. Uziel comments that he's sure many clubs have invited her to join, but Ezel responds that he must have forgotten who she is. Uziel calmly replies that he knows exactly who she is, Ezel. He reflects on how the student's perception of Ezel has shifted significantly and notes that Ezel herself is probably more aware of this than anyone. Ezel quietly remarks that she needs to be careful when choosing a club. Suddenly, someone places a hand on Uziel's shoulder from behind. Uziel turns to see Ma Yuzhong standing there. Uziel wonders what Yuzhong is doing here. Yuzhong tells Uziel that he enjoyed watching the mock battle and mentions that he heard about Uziel leading a successful hunt against necromancers, which he found impressive. Uziel chuckles nervously in response. Uziel watches him closely for a moment before saying that it's just as he thought, that the way he thinks is different from others. Uziel becomes slightly nervous and explains that, as a commoner, he's always looking for ways to improve. The other Uziel responds that, unlike him, Uziel seems to be managing his time well. This leads Uziel to ask how Uziel usually spends his weekends, to which Uziel simply replies that he studies. Uziel feels a bit irritated, thinking that Uziel only answered out of formality because the question itself was just polite conversation. However, Uziel clarifies that he truly does spend his weekends studying and training, which surprises Uziel. He remarks that Uziel doesn't seem like the type to do that, and Uziel agrees, though he mentions that it's something he has started doing recently. Uziel recalls that Uziel was supposed to begin his training much later in the original story and wonders what might have caused this shift. Azel then suggests that it might be due to the practical dungeon training. Uziel agrees, adding that if Lady Azel hadn't intervened at the time, the situation could have turned dangerous. Al interrupts, telling Uziel not to call her that. Uziel reflects that, in the original story, Uziel and Flame had easily defeated Wonryong together. But since he had intervened this time, Flame had been held back, leaving Uziel to face Wonryong alone. He suspects that this might explain Wonryong's unusual state. Still, he considers it a positive outcome, since if this continues, both Wonryong and Uziel will grow stronger, and unlike him, their progress will contribute to a happy ending. Yusung then asks Uziel if he still hasn't joined a club, despite having been enrolled in the school for a while. Uziel answers that he has been busy. Yusung then asks if Uziel would like to join his club, and Uziel replies that he might consider it, depending on whether the club's activities suit him. Curious, Yusung asks what kind of club Uziel would like to join. Uziel gives a long list of requirements in a joking manner. Azel, overhearing this, wonders what kind of club could possibly meet those demands, since Uziel was clearly joking. But to their surprise, Yusung responds that if Uziel would like him to create a club like that, he could make it happen. Uziel questions whether Yusung could really create a special outing club, and Yusung confidently replies that he can. Yusung explains that, with his connections, it's possible. However, he asks Uziel how creating a club for him would benefit Yusung. Yusung responds that it does benefit him, because Yusung is special. Uziel asks if Yusung knows something, and then suddenly remembers one of Yusung's fundamental flaws, his deep loneliness. Understanding this, Uziel agrees to let Yusung create the club. Yusung's excitement and happiness are obvious. However, Yusung then asks that Azel be allowed to join as well. Since they were inseparable in the original story, Azel would be able to provide mental support for Yusung. Yusung happily agrees to this, adding that he would gladly welcome a pretty girl like Lady Azel. Annoyed, Azel tells him to stop calling her that. Yusung then asks Uziel what kind of club they are going to create. Uziel admits that he already has an idea. Fast forward, they are seen filling out a club form for Delicious Restaurants Club. Azel doubts whether it will work since, to receive permission for special activities, they need a guidance professor and at least 4 club members. Yusung confidently states that he will handle finding the members and securing the official seal. However, he admits that finding a guidance professor will be difficult. Uziel questions why that would be a problem when Yusung seems to have the influence to secure permission for special outings. Yusung, wearing an irritated expression, explains that it's because all the potential professors are useless. Yusung then sets off to obtain the seal, leaving Uziel to think that not just anyone can approve a special activity club. If someone is able to give that kind of approval, it would have to be one of those idiots. The scene shifts to the first main tower, where someone enters the vice principal's office, leaving the vice principal visibly surprised. The visitor is revealed to be Yusung. The vice principal stands up in shock and greets Yusung respectfully, calling him young master. Yusung replies that it's been a long time and addresses the vice principal as grandfather. Yuzhong leans back in the vice principal's chair, remarking that it's far more comfortable than he imagined. He adds that he could get used to this, clearly enjoying the moment. Across from him, the vice principal sits stiffly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Internally, he panics. Why would someone like Yuzhong, with his terrifying reputation, suddenly show up? The vice principal musters the courage to ask what brought him here. In response, Yuzhong casually slides a paper across the desk, explaining that it's a club registration form and requesting that it be stamped. The vice principal hesitates, explaining that he needs to review whether it meets the conditions. But Yuzhong slams his hand down on the paper, cutting him off. He insists there's no need for any of that, and with a tone that carries a quiet threat, he asks if the stamp will be given or not. Trembling, the vice principal reminds himself that he has no choice. As the heir to that man, Yuzhong cannot be denied. He agrees to stamp the form and says something else, to which Yuzhong replies that he already knows. Then, standing up, he states that he'll be leaving now that he's got what he came for. As the door closes behind Yuzhong, the vice principal exhales deeply, tension draining from his body. He mutters to himself that Yuzhong is just like his father, arrogant, confident, a carbon copy. Hatred flickers in his eyes as he silently swears that one day, he'll be the one to sever that arrogant head. Back in the classroom, the lecture comes to an end. The professor gathers his materials and walks out. A collective sigh of relief follows. The students murmur complaints, noting how this professor always nitpicks, especially when commoners are presenting. Jackie, her hands still trembling, berates herself for her performance. She thinks she should have done better, especially compared to Flame. The nerves had gotten the best of her. Flame approaches and offers encouragement. She tells Jackie that her presentation was good and she shouldn't worry about the professor's opinion. Jackie doesn't respond. Instead, she storms off, clearly upset. Flame doesn't seem to register her reaction. From behind, Yuzhong suddenly speaks up, telling Flame to ignore Jackie. She turns around, startled by his presence, and asks what he's doing here. He says it's nothing much, then adds that since she's close to the professors, maybe she can help him form a club by getting some of them on board. Flame raises an eyebrow and asks why he doesn't just do it himself. Yuzhong replies that the professors probably hate him too much for that. Flame agrees, saying that based on how he argues with them and sleeps through class, it's a miracle he hasn't gotten an academic warning yet. Yuzhong chuckles nervously, claiming she's exaggerating. She begins to retort, but something clicks in her mind. She suddenly asks if he isn't close with Assistant Professor Altalicia. A short while later, Yuzhong learns something new, that assistant professors can also serve as guidance professors. He reflects that during his time playing the game, he focused too much on the story and missed such mechanics. As he makes his way to Altalicia's office, he spots Professor Mizan leaving. There's a strange smile on her face, unsettling and almost sinister. Yuzhong pauses, confused, wondering what could have happened. Entering the office, he cheerfully greets Altalicia but immediately notices something off. She seems distant, lost in thought, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. She quickly wipes her tears and tries to compose herself as he approaches. Concerned, Yuzhong asks what's wrong. She begins to explain, her voice shaky. Yuzhong inquires about the thesis she had been working on, the one she had poured so much effort into. Her hand trembles as she replies that she handed it to Professor Mizan. With the research conference approaching, Mizan claimed she'd use the thesis and that Altalicia should be grateful it would be presented among such esteemed alchemists. Before she can justify it further, Yuzhong interrupts sharply. He tells her that she's been robbed, plain and simple, and demands to know if her name will even be included. She tries to reassure herself, and him, saying that it's fine and that it's all a learning experience. But Yuzhong knows this isn't the right time to ask her to become his guidance professor. He also realizes something else. If Professor Mizan finishes that formula first, everything changes. He had hoped Altalicia would complete it herself. Trying to shift her attention, he reminds her of something else she'd worked on with him, the random sequence convergence technique. She remembers. It was a problem that had fascinated her, sparked by Yuzhong's unique idea. Despite her efforts, she hadn't cracked it. It wasn't called an unsolved mystery of over 3 centuries for no reason, but she believes she's close. Just one more insight could be the key. Yuzhong then says that he'll solve that final part. Shocked, she asks if he really means it. He admits that he solved it by coincidence and doesn't fully understand it himself. Walking up to the blackboard, he begins writing. Once finished, he tells her that it might not mean much to him, but she would be able to understand it. She nods, analyzing the work. In moments, she's completely absorbed. Yuzhong watches silently, impressed by her focus. In his eyes, she's the real genius here. Someone capable of reshaping the world. Unlike him, who only mimicked what he'd seen, she had the power to change everything. Satisfied, he decides his part is done. He walks away quietly, choosing to trust in her talent, to let her carry the weight from here. Sometime later, someone yawns and mutters that they've finally arrived. Yuzhil mentions that he isn't feeling well, though he seems to be moving with purpose. After solving a difficult problem with Altalicia's help, he had officially founded the Delicious Restaurant Club. Using his newly earned club leader rights, he obtained a leave pass from school. The process wasn't entirely smooth. His professor raised an eyebrow at the notion of Yuzhil getting time off through a culinary-themed club, doubting the legitimacy of his training. But despite the suspicion, the leave pass was granted, which Yuzhil considers a win. He tells himself that as long as he doesn't stir up trouble, everything should be fine. After a bit of walking, he arrives at his destination and is taken aback. It's the Dutch tree orchard, and the view is breathtaking. The city sprawls out beneath the canopy of towering trees, surrounded by a lush, endless sea of green. Yuzhil finds himself speechless, silently admitting that no game engine, no matter how advanced, could match this level of beauty. The people in the area are kind and respectful. They greet Yuzhil with warm smiles and offer blessings. He speculates that this reverence may be because Eltman Eltwin, a legendary figure, once saved the Second World Tree from certain destruction here. Some of the locals recognize the Stellar Academy uniform and are quick to show friendliness. Uziel returns their greetings, offering the traditional world tree blessing in return. He also notes, somewhat amused, that the setting matches the game to an uncanny degree. The people here are stunning, almost unreal in their appearance. But one individual stands out above all. The King of Elves, Flower Siren. With a beauty that borders on divine, this character is known as the most beloved figure in Ether world, the one who inspired the most fan art among players. Flower Siren, like all elves, was born without a gender. Elves choose their gender only after finding true love. Siren was born female but had not identified as either gender due to the absence of love in his life. Eventually, upon falling in love with Flame, he chose to become male. Across every possible story path in the game, Flower Siren never selected the female gender, leaving many male players heartbroken. Continuing his journey, Uziel finally reaches the hidden dungeon, Deity Ifunnel's Garden. He reflects that he's improved his skills enough to handle what's coming. Earlier in the game, he had selected Ifunnel's key as a reward. He's glad now that he can use it sooner than expected. Slotting the key into the entrance, a familiar warning appears. It states that unlocking this place may alert others who possess the same key. Uziel recognizes the line from the game, recalling how players had tested it extensively, only to find it led to no significant events. Confident that it's just flavor text, he ignores it and steps into the dungeon. Far away, in the Elf Kingdom, the birthplace of the heavenly spirited tree, someone stirs. In a quiet, sunlit room, the King of Elves awakens from sleep. He walks to a window and gazes out at the sprawling world tree. He notes aloud that the world seems peaceful today. Watching the birds take to the sky, he admits to himself that he envies them, their freedom, their weightless flight. But his attention is suddenly pulled elsewhere. He senses something. An unfamiliar energy. Someone has entered the hidden garden, Ifunnel's Garden. That should be impossible. He wonders who the intruder could be. But just as quickly, he reins himself in. Now is not the time. He's waited decades. Acting impulsively could trigger the curse again, and the consequences would be catastrophic. He resolves to wait until the World Tree's birthday, which is fast approaching. He'll uncover the intruder's identity then. Back in the garden, Uziel lets out a sneeze. The air is thick with pollen, irritating his nose. Without warning, roots erupt from the ground, lashing toward him. He narrowly dodges, leaping back. Surveying the swarm, he realizes fighting them head-on would take forever. Thankfully, he had prepared. With a quick motion, he hurls a fire potion crafted through alchemy. Flames burst across the plants, and a deafening screech fills the air. Without hesitating, Uziel draws his sword and blinks forward, scanning for an opening. Spotting a weak point in the largest flower, he drives his blade in. The creature combusts, burning to ash, and he earns a chunk of experience. He remarks that this is enough for the small fry and resumes walking, focused now on reaching his real goal. Soon, he enters the boss room. Before him stretches a stunning field of flowers, vibrant and surreal. The sight alone makes Uziel pause. In the center stands a statue, and he instantly recognizes it. It's the deity Ifunnel. In the world of Ether, deities are among the most mysterious and revered beings. They're pure souls who trained for hundreds of years, gaining enlightenment and ascending to a higher state. Even in Ether world, their presence is rare. But the figure before Uziel isn't a full deity. This woman, on the brink of divine transformation, had her heart stolen before she could complete the process. Her power solidified in that moment, trapping her in a state just shy of true ascension. As Uziel steps closer to the statue, something about it draws him in. His curiosity burns, but before he can even take another step, a crushing wave of mana pressure slams into him. It's overwhelming, dense, suffocating. In that instant, he fully grasps what it means to stand before a deity. Even in death, their presence lingers with terrifying strength. The force nearly drops him to his knees, but he clenches his jaw and pushes through, telling himself that giving up now isn't an option. Driven by raw determination, he staggers forward and finally reaches the base of the statue. A notification pings. His body responds. His mana revelation delay physique has advanced, granting him increased experience and improved stats. At last, he can breathe properly again. He realizes this space is more than just symbolic. It's a natural training ground left behind by a true deity. A ley line, saturated with pure mana. Training here multiplies results 100-fold, and with the deity's energy passing through the body, even natural affinity can evolve. He reflects bitterly that, in essence, he endured all of that, just to find a top-tier gem. Before anything else, he focuses on the statue and carefully retrieves a branch nestled beside it. It's not just ordinary debris. It's a hidden artifact. The status window appears. Resentment-filled branch. A powerful tool, and exactly what he needs. With this in hand, he knows he'll be able to face Episode 8's boss, Myzantiron Asterisk. Confident, he dives into his training. Weeks pass in a blur. His stats now hover at 2.5 stars, decent, but still far from enough. He knows the truth. The protagonists of this world wield powers at 4 stars or higher. Here, he has no mentor to guide his swordsmanship. It's all repetition. Stab. Slash. Again. He sharpens his precision with each strike, forcing his blade closer and closer to the vital points. He thinks about how deeply he must cut, through bone, through flesh, until his arms ache and his stomach turns. He tells himself that only through pain will he move forward. Suddenly, the pain in his heart spikes. He coughs violently, his sword slipping from his hand. Gasping for air, he drops to his knees. A system message appears before him. He's unlocked a special skill. Deity's Breath. It's a mana breathing technique, and it surges through him like fire. His vision blurs, and the world starts spinning. Then, without warning, a voice booms inside his head. It's loud, irritated, and feminine. The voice demands to know what he's doing and why he's ignoring her. It tells him to answer. He recoils, startled and disoriented. He tries to make sense of it. Who is yelling at him, and where is it coming from? The voice responds again, sharper this time, insisting he did hear her. He turns around instinctively, eyes falling on the statue. It's deity Ifunnel. And the voice, it's hers. He's stunned. He mutters that a corpse is talking, which only seems to offend her. She snaps back that she isn't dead, clearly annoyed. Yujiu, still in disbelief, asks how she's speaking. She answers dryly that she's been talking the entire time. He just couldn't hear her because he was deaf. He presses further, asking why he can hear her now. She tells him it's because he's begun to breathe as she once did. It clicks for him. The skill he just gained, Asterisk Deity's Breath. He checks the details. The boost is incredible. Temporarily, his physical stats spike to a 4-star level. But then, his expression shifts when he reads the penalty. Essence Erosion. The explanation chills him. Using the skill erodes his human form. If his body is destroyed, his essence can only persist through mana. But with his mana revelation delay physique, that essentially means death. It's a dangerous trade. The more he uses the skill, the shorter his lifespan becomes. Still, he resolves to look on the bright side. It's a powerful ability, one he can keep in his back pocket for emergencies. Ifunnel watches him quietly and eventually speaks again. She says that it's fascinating. He is only the second human to ever breathe as she does. His presence is faint, strangely ethereal. Just like another person she once knew. Someone who also had almost no mana inside them. Someone who didn't fully belong to this world. Yujiu, intrigued, asks who she means. She explains that, like him, there was someone who wielded a sword. Someone who cut through magic, through deities. The mention of this swordsman shocks Yujiu. He doesn't recall any mention of such a figure in the game. If this man really could defeat gods, then he must have been powerful beyond comprehension. He asks if it's possible to meet him. Ifunnel answers solemnly that it isn't. That swordsman, like all of her first mage disciples, has long since died. Realizing this, Yujiu accepts that this person must have existed long ago. Then, unexpectedly, Ifunnel offers something. She asks if she should teach him. She says that she was close with that swordsman and recorded all of his breathing methods and sword movements. Yujiu lights up with excitement. He eagerly asks if she truly means it. Ifunnel replies that she will indeed teach him, but under one condition. She explains that she cannot move from her current place, nor can she speak to others. In all practical senses, she is dead. What she wants, then, is a heart. She asks Yujiu to save her. He listens quietly, unsurprised. It's the kind of response he expected. He declines, saying flatly that it's impossible with his current strength. Acquiring the heart of another deity is far beyond him. There's a pause before she speaks again. Her voice is softer this time as she says that it doesn't have to be a deity's heart. The pure heart of a divine beast would suffice. Yujiu questions whether using such a heart would diminish her power. She answers that she doesn't care. Anything is better than being eternally trapped in this space. With that, Yujiu agrees. A divine beast's heart is something within reach. He had, after all, begun training here in preparation for the upcoming familiar ceremony. By that time, he will have encountered several divine beasts. It's a challenge, but not an impossible one. He says that he'll do his best to bring one back. Ifunnel thanks him, saying that she will wait, and adds that she has something to give him in return. Right now. She instructs him to look behind her, to the pillar. He picks up the object resting there and asks what it is. She tells him it's a token, a sign that he is now her friend. Uziel inspects it, puzzled. He doesn't remember anything like it existing in the game. He jokes to himself that if nothing else, it'll make good firewood if he runs out. Still, it's from a deity. He reminds himself not to dismiss it so quickly. It could end up being more valuable than it looks. The scene shifts. In another place, Altalicia is hunched over her work, scribbling with intensity. She finally collapses onto the desk, breathing hard, but pushes herself back up almost immediately. There's no time to rest. She finishes her writing with a determined glint in her eyes and says aloud that a new generation will begin tomorrow. She believes Uziel will be proud to hear this. Time fast forwards, and we arrive at the capital of the Black Iron Empire, deep in the Dwarf Kingdom, at the famous gold mining junction known as the Manchurian Railway. A large crowd has gathered for the annual conference, and among them stand Uziel and Altalicia. This year, the event is being held at the prestigious Golden Light Crane Academy, the pride of dwarven alchemy. The setting is grand, almost overwhelming, a testament to the dwarves' mastery of material magic. The timing couldn't be more perfect. The conference will be attended by none other than the Golden Alchemist himself, Talcum Cordon, a legend in the field. It's the ideal opportunity to unveil Altalicia's research. Altalicia looks uneasy and asks Uziel if it's truly alright. She's aware that what she's presenting is something Professor Mason has spent half her life researching. Uziel wonders silently whether to consider her noble or just naive. He tells her not to worry. She didn't steal anything. She simply outpaced Mason with her own ability. She smiles at his words, thanking him. They head toward the venue but choose to enter through the back, finding the red carpet treatment unnecessary and excessive. Inside, the announcer welcomes the audience and officially kicks off the 87th Golden Section Conference. The first session begins with new potion introductions. Professor Mason of Stellar Academy is called to the stage. She introduces herself with confidence and proceeds to unveil a new potion formula, *Red Potion Alpha Type. With practiced ease, she dives into an explanation of the research behind it. Later, her presentation wraps up to a chorus of applause. The audience praises her, impressed by what they perceive as a brilliant evolution of a notoriously difficult potion. From the sidelines, Uziel watches with narrowed eyes. He's annoyed by how smoothly she claims Altalicia's work as her own. He thinks that he has more than a few ways to ruin her if he really wanted to. But he holds back, because the real show is only just about to begin. Altalicia steps onto the grand stage, her posture composed, her steps steady. She introduces herself as an alchemist from Stellar Academy. But her voice barely registers with the audience. The attendees murmur among themselves, uninterested, their attention scattered, their respect absent. She moves forward nonetheless, undeterred. As she prepares to announce her topic, Uziel watches from his seat, a knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. She then declares the title of her research, *Complete Theoretical Understanding of the Random Sequence Convergence Technique. The room falls silent. Heads turn. Conversations stop mid-sentence. The shock is immediate and widespread. A veteran alchemist from the crowd speaks up, questioning whether she truly understands where she is right now. Altalicia responds that she does. She says that standing in this place is an honor, one that she knows may seem too grand for someone like her. The alchemist then challenges her again, asking how they're supposed to take such a claim seriously. Her answer is firm. She says they should take it the way alchemists always have, by seeking truth, not comfort. Yet skepticism lingers. Whispers stir through the crowd. Many are unable to accept what they've just heard. To them, what she's proposing is simply not possible. For over 3 centuries, this technique, the fusion of magic and engineering, had stood as one of the great unsolved riddles of alchemy, a theoretical dead end. Then, a new voice breaks the tension. Talcum Cordon, the legendary Golden Alchemist, finally speaks. He says that it would be unlike an alchemist to dismiss something merely because others have failed. He expresses genuine curiosity and states that he looks forward to hearing what this young alchemist has discovered. He invites her to begin. But just as she is about to start, Professor Mason rises from her seat and interrupts. She says that before Altalicia continues, she has something to raise, an accusation. Her voice is calm, but the word she uses hits like a thunderclap. Plagiarism. Gasps echo through the hall. Talcum leans forward slightly and tells Mason that if she's going to accuse someone of theft in front of the entire conference, she had better be prepared to prove it. Mason replies that she is. With complete confidence, she walks up onto the stage. She begins by recounting the historical context. She reminds the audience that the random sequence convergence technique contains 5 conundrums. For true synthesis between alchemy and magic engineering to occur, all 5 must be resolved. Historically, only 2 had been approached with incomplete solutions. She then states that she herself has solved 4 out of the 5 and emphasizes that Altalicia is nothing more than her assistant in alchemy back at Stellar Academy. The audience starts to shift. Doubt creeps in. Murmurs spread. Her words are methodical, sharp. She claims that while Altalicia may have contributed to one part of the solution, the rest is clearly hers. And if Altalicia hadn't even tackled the others, how could she claim the thesis as her own? Altalicia stands frozen, the weight of betrayal pressing down on her. Mason addresses her directly, calling her unreliable despite her talent, and then adds coldly that her life as an alchemist is over, and her brilliance will be taken and owned. She asks Altalicia what she has to say in her defense. Altalicia's thoughts spiral. She had expected something like this, but knowing it was coming doesn't dull the blow. Her mind goes blank for a moment. She feels herself losing grip, unsure of what to do next. Then a memory flashes, Uziel's voice, telling her that if it becomes too much for her alone, she should just ask for help. Clinging to that thought, she lifts her hand and announces that she would like to call someone to support her. The room bristles with new tension. Curious voices ask who she's referring to. She answers clearly, the co-author of the thesis. Then she raises her arm and points to Uziel. His eyes widen in complete disbelief. He hadn't been told. He hadn't even suspected. And now, the entire hall is looking at him. Uziel, caught off guard, exclaims internally that he is the co-author. His surprise is evident as he processes the sudden declaration. A member of the audience reacts with disbelief, questioning how a young student could be involved in such advanced research. However, they concede that this revelation doesn't change much about the situation. Despite the skepticism, they admit to feeling excited about the unfolding events. Uziel gets on stage after recovering from his initial shock. While walking past the professor, he sneakily uses the resentment-filled branch artifact on her. When she doesn't notice his actions, he notes to himself that his plan has worked. Standing in front of the audience, he says that he would like to first examine Professor Mason's perspective, recalling the saying that seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. He proposes a competition. Professor Mason and Assistant Professor Altalicia should solve the random sequence convergence technique simultaneously. The audience starts murmuring that this will be fun. Altalicia tries to interject as she calls Gorham. Uziel, sensing hesitation, asks Altalicia if she doesn't trust him. Altalicia quickly denies this, affirming that she does. He explains that he has been observing her from the sidelines all this time and is confident in her abilities. He urges her not to worry and to trust him in return, just as he trusts her. Altalicia thinks to herself that Uziel is right. She resolves to trust everything she has done up to this point. With that, she shoots the Mason a determined look and signals for the competition to begin. In the infamous history of the random sequence convergence technique, 300 years ago an alchemist once said that he found an astounding technique that can explain this formula, but died accidentally in a washroom right after that, turning the formula into a notorious, unsolvable mystery. Countless alchemists have challenged it over the years, only to fail, leading most to deem it impossible. Yet now, someone has boldly announced their intent to solve it. A member of the New Moon Great Tower's 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, Captain Khan, remarks that this is interesting. His vice captain, Hazen Macaron, however, scoffs, declaring herself bored to death. Hazen questions whether the professor is truly a dark demonic human, but the captain dismisses the mission as a failure. She stared at him for a while before criticizing him for blindly trusting that old man's words unconditionally. Suddenly something catches their attention. In the conference hall, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The first dilemma of the formula has been solved, but both in a way slightly different from each other. Khan notes that the assistant professor's approach is clearer and more precise than Professor Mason's, not to mention a slight difference in the final answer as well. The second dilemma follows swiftly. Some comment that while many have solved it before, the method used this time is unprecedented, condensing a solution that typically spans 200 lines into just 12. The crowd reacts with astonishment. Yusul smiles as he sees everything going smoothly so far. The real challenge, however, lies ahead. The third dilemma, which has never been solved until now, is the true test. As both competitors focus on their work, the audience holds its breath until the old man stood up in excitement, wondering, has it really been solved? The audience is in awe as the presentation continues. They comment that although it is impressive that Professor Mason solved the third dilemma, previously considered impossible, Assistant Professor Altalisha's approach is even more revolutionary. Mason's gaze darkens in anger seeing Altalisha stand out. Observers whisper in disbelief, questioning how she could conceive of such a method. Yusul smiles, proudly watches and thinks that although he's seeing the solution with his own eyes, he still can't believe it. While past alchemists treated each dilemma as an isolated problem, Altalisha approached them as interconnected components of a unified system. This fundamental difference in perspective sets her apart from Professor Mason. As they continue with the next dilemmas, Mason starts freaking out when she couldn't remember the ending of a certain part. And she suddenly realizes the chalkboard is full. She urgently calls for another, but her voice is drowned by Altalisha, who announces that she is finished with hers. Mason looks on in disbelief as Altalisha declares that what they are witnessing is nothing less than the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. The crowd erupts. One attendee exclaims in shock, calling the moment historic. Another marvels that they are witnessing a breakthrough of the century. The energy in the room is electric, with scholars and alchemists alike overwhelmed by the significance of the achievement. Amid the excitement, Altalisha smiles and quietly acknowledges herself. She thanks Yusul inwardly for everything he's done for her. Mason starts calling out Altalisha's name in a creepy voice. She murmurs the name over and over again as dark energy swirls around her. Even Altalisha is confused by this point. Mason demands to know how much longer Altalisha plans to antagonize her. After all, she accuses, Altalisha stole her thesis and then had the nerve to pass it off as her own. Yusul steps between them, shielding Altalisha, and observes aloud that the transformation into a dark demonic human is progressing faster than he anticipated. Still, he notes, this could work in his favor. If Altalisha were to fully demonify here and now, in front of everyone, it would only strengthen his case. Mason starts to advance toward Altalisha in a fury, but abruptly stops. Altalisha steps forward then, her voice rising as she demands that Mason stop pretending and face the truth. She declares that her thesis is superior and accuses Mason of repeatedly stealing it. How many times would she have to endure this theft? She asks, before Mason feels satisfied. The room shifts as the gathered audience begins to understand. Mason's potion thesis hadn't been hers to begin with. Altalisha doesn't hold back. She finally calls Mason out, stating bluntly that she is dumber than her. The boldness of the accusation leaves the room stunned. Talcum bursts into laughter, proclaiming that this conference has become truly entertaining. Mason, meanwhile, is hit with a jolt of realization. She had come dangerously close to doing something reckless. Still burning with anger, Mason spins on Altalisha and storms forward as if to strike her. Yusul steps up again, telling her to stop and read the room. She hesitates, then looks around. The eyes of the audience are all on her now, hostile, disappointed, judging. She snaps. She begins ranting, denying everything, insisting again that Altalisha was the one who stole the thesis. But Talcum calmly instructs security to remove her. As they drag her out, she continues to shout that none of this is her fault. Keen and Mason watch in silence as she is escorted away. With the tension broken, Altalisha's body goes slack and she drops to the ground. Yusul offers her his hand and tells her she did well today. She takes it with a bright smile, agreeing. Later, Keen and Mason are seen walking away from the scene. Mason mutters that the entire situation ended up being a dud. Keen nods, adding that if Altalisha had truly undergone dark demonification, there would have been a sign, yet the sensor for dark demon erosion hadn't picked up anything. Mason replies that even the new Moon Great Tower's psychometry isn't perfect. Still, she admits she's surprised to learn that the co-author is just a high schooler. She finds him intriguing, even calling him cute. Keen asks if she investigated him. Mason replies that she didn't have to. Medler contacted her. According to him, the boy's hometown was destroyed by dark demonic humans before he came to Stella. He's a commoner with abysmal grades, yet somehow placed in S-class. He attends the greatest magic academy yet doesn't use magic, and requested his name be removed from the published articles. she finds him peculiar on multiple levels. Keen simply says that he understands and that he'll remember, but then something unexpected happens. Yuseo looks directly at him and makes eye contact. Keen freezes, stunned. He quickly turns to Hazen and asks if Yuseo just looked at him. Hazen insists that's impossible. She says there's no way he could have broken through both her shadow shield formation and Keen's recognition resistance magic so easily. He must be mistaken. But Keen can't quite shake it. Even though Yuseo appears preoccupied, talking casually with others, Keen keeps thinking about the brief moment of eye contact. In the end, he decides to let it go for now. He tells Hazen that their work here is done and they should leave. The scene shifts to a carriage where Mazen sits, visibly anxious. She fumes silently, convinced that if not for Beck Yuseo, she wouldn't have suffered such public disgrace. Her thoughts spiral toward revenge when suddenly a voice tells her to calm down. She flinches in shock. It's Layden. Layden addresses her coldly, stating that she's caused an incident. Mazen starts to argue, insisting that it wasn't an accident, but the words die in her throat as fear overtakes her. Layden calls her reckless and says she's lucky that suppression magic was placed on her. Had she succumbed to rage, he says, their entire plan could have collapsed. She stammers an apology. He dismisses it, saying that an apology isn't enough. The leader of the order is extremely disappointed, and as far as they're concerned, she's lost the right to serve as a professor at Stella. Mazen tries again, claiming she has connections within the Plagiarism Review Committee. She's confident that this scandal can still be buried, and believes she won't be cast out so easily. But Layden shuts her down, telling her to be silent. The most useful thing she can do now, he says, is to keep her head low and wait. Then he vanishes, leaving her alone with his final command, not to move or speak until she receives new orders from the leader. Her fury boils over again. She blames Yuseo, cursing him in her thoughts and vowing to make him pay, soon. Back on a train, Altalicia and Yuseo begin their return journey. Yuseo feels a sharp pang of disappointment. He had hoped that Mazen would undergo dark demonization right then and there. If she had, he believes he might have been able to prevent the calamity slated to unfold in Episode 8. But perhaps this was how it was always meant to play out. The dark transformation was originally scripted for later, for that future breakdown, not now. He decides there's no point brooding over it. The event has ended without a catastrophe, and he's at least succeeded in activating the resentment-filled branch. Still, one thing continues to gnaw at his thoughts. His gaze drifts back to an earlier moment, when he had noticed someone among the crowd and recognized him. That person had been Keen. Keen, the captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, an elite division of the New Moon Grade Tower, a black magic unit known for their ruthless pursuit and extermination of dark demonic humans and mages. The New Moon Tower is infamous, with only a few members making up its mage squad, and all of them are dangerously capable. Without his heightened senses, Yuseo thinks, he might have missed their presence entirely. He reflects that their attendance at the conference likely signals something greater, but chooses to focus on the possible upside. If handled correctly, a connection with them could prove beneficial. His thoughts are interrupted when a man suddenly appears and approaches Altalicia, asking if she has a moment. She responds with a guarded question, wanting to know who he is. But her expression changes upon recognizing him. The man introduces himself as Melian, president of the Stark Clouds Trading Company. Yuseo immediately recognizes the name. In the later episodes of the game, as the main character Flame matured, the world expanded and new key figures appeared. Melian, known as the Heart of the Southern Haywall Plains, was one such figure, a pivotal NPC with immense influence. With his trait, Golden Rules Foretell, he held the title of the wealthiest man alive. Despite being in his 50s and the father of a notorious daughter, Melian had become a favorite romance target among players. That daughter, Jiriel, the High Elf, was a villainess through and through, constantly harassing the protagonist. In retaliation, players crafted a wildly popular strategy. Seduce her father, Melian, marry him, bankrupt the family, and destroy her from within. It had been intended as satire, but the drama of it had captured the fandom's imagination. Yuseo had expected Melian's involvement eventually, but seeing him show up personally is still a surprise. Yuseo understands immediately that he needs to leave a good impression here, for the sake of the coming episodes. Melian turns to both of them and formally asks Yuseo for his name. Although Yuseo is aware that Melian already knows who he is, He plays along and introduces himself as Baek Yuseol, a first year at Stella Academy. Melian greets him with a warm smile. Melian then gets to the point. He wants to offer an exclusive contract for Altalicia's technique through the Stark Clouds Trading Company. He hands her the proposal and tells her to review it. She reads the document and is struck silent. The offer includes unlimited materials, full support, and a sum of money she has never even imagined. Her mind races. She could build every invention she's ever dreamed of under these conditions. She glances at Yuseol, expecting him to be equally pleased, only to see his expression cold and unreadable. She hesitates. Then, after a moment's thought, she turns back to Melian and asks if she can have some time to think about the offer. Melian seems confused. He asks if the terms are lacking and assures her that he's willing to make adjustments if necessary. She quickly clarifies that the terms are more than generous, excessive, even. But she wants to discuss it with the co-author of the technique first. Yuseol looks at her with surprise, caught off guard by the unexpected credit. Melian, watching, raises an eyebrow. He had assumed the co-author claim was a formality, but now realizes the young man truly had a hand in the technique. It impresses him. Yuseol, still a teenager, had contributed to solving a mystery that had eluded alchemists for centuries. Melian considers him a genius, but also reminds himself that Yuseol is still in high school. Wanting to bring him into the deal, Melian offers the contract to Yuseol as well. He believes that even if Yuseol is a prodigy in magic and alchemy, he's still a novice when it comes to business and won't be able to resist the offer. But Yuseol immediately rejects it, without hesitation, without counter. Melian is stunned. He presses, asking if there's a reason, and promises to modify the conditions to suit him. Yuseol pauses. An exclusive deal with the most powerful trading company in the world is no small opportunity. He acknowledges that Melian's business skills are exceptional. But he also knows Melian's fatal flaw, his obsession with ownership. Yuseol considers what such a contract would mean. Once tied to Stark Clouds, the technique would lose its flexibility. Its innovation would be directed solely toward commercial gain, narrowing its range and slowing its evolution. Only what sells would survive, and countless magic users would be cut off from access. Worse, in that narrowed space, dark demonic humans would quickly catch up, and surpass it. In the game, many players had chosen the profit-first route. They got rich, yes, but they all met bad ends. So, Yuseol calmly tells Melian that the terms don't matter to him. He simply doesn't want exclusivity. This technique, born from a fusion of magic engineering and alchemy, could reshape the future, not just by selling tools, but by enabling a generation of mages. And he wants that future open to everyone. Melian responds with a calm tone, stating that having grand ambitions is admirable, but to realize them, one needs capital. Money is essential. Yuseol replies that they had just finished discussing with several investors earlier, so he considers Melian simply another among them. Melian then asks if Yuseol is interested in a deal with all those investors combined, including himself. If so, he says, most of the current contract's generous terms would have to be stripped away. Yuseol smiles, acknowledging the truth of that logic, but adds that he genuinely likes Melian's conditions. That's why, instead of rejecting the offer outright, he proposes a compromise. An exclusive contract not for the entire product line, but only for the luxury-grade versions of the item. He explains that while they aim to expand supply as broadly as possible for public access, they would reserve the rare, high-end variants for the Stark Clouds Trading Company under a special brand. It would become a signature product line. Melian considers this and questions whether such luxury goods would sell. He notes that he never backs ventures that could put him at a loss. Yuseol agrees and assures him that he understands completely. That's precisely why he isn't pushing for a contract right away. Instead, he proposes a trial period, half a year. In that time, he promises to prepare a full investor presentation, showcasing the high-end product line. If Melian finds it convincing, then they can proceed with the exclusive deal. Melian sighs, remarking that Yuseol is impressively cool-headed for someone so young. He hands them a sheet of messenger paper with his contact information. Altalicia thanks him sincerely, and with a tip of his hat, Melian turns and departs. Once he's gone, Yuseol exhales heavily, admitting that he felt like he was going to collapse from anxiety. Altalicia chuckles and teases him, asking if that's really how an anxious person acts. Yuseol insists it is. prompting a genuine smile from her as she tells him he's remarkable. He doesn't quite get what she means, but she brushes it off, saying it's nothing. Regardless, Yuseo feels that things have settled for now. When he returns to campus, he plans to take the club out to a good restaurant to unwind. The conference wraps up without incident, and classes at Stellar Academy resume as usual. A substitute teacher has taken over for Professor Mason, who is officially said to be unwell. Yuseo realizes they're hiding the truth, that she has disappeared. In the game's timeline, Mason should have gone on a rampage in episode 18, fully awakened and causing massive destruction at the academy. But due to recent events, that might change. He wonders if the disaster will happen earlier now, and hopes that if it does, it remains manageable. Altalicia hasn't returned to school either. He guesses she's probably being showered with attention at the Alchemy Castle. Overhearing nearby students, he catches fragments of gossip. They're talking about Professor Altalicia solving the infamous random sequence convergence problem. They also mention a mysterious co-author who insisted on keeping their identity hidden. One student speculates that the person must be hideously ugly to want anonymity. Yuseo smirks at the assumption. Thanks to keeping his involvement a secret, he can attend school without constant attention. He reasons that it's fair. He only nudged the discovery by borrowing knowledge from the bulbul glasses. Altalicia deserves the spotlight. When he finally reaches his clubroom, he notices a crowd surrounding both Ma Yuseo and Isel. The other students marvel at Ma Yuseo's height, intelligence, and looks, muttering about how unfair it is. Isel, despite looking like a doll, is still referred to coldly as a child of trash. The attention wears on Yuseo. He thinks to himself that quiet days are a luxury he doesn't have. As he joins the group, they exchange greetings. Yuseo apologizes for being late. Isel shrugs it off and reminds him that he promised to pick the place they would eat at. With a knowing smile, he tells her they'll find out soon enough. At the restaurant, they gather around the table as dishes are served. Isel stares wide-eyed at the food, clearly impressed and excited. Yuseo remembers a detail from her character description, that if she ever ordered pizza, she'd drink the pickle juice first. So, he offers her exactly that. She blinks in surprise, unsure what to make of it. She hesitates, clearly unfamiliar with the ritual. Yuseo wonders if it's her first time at a pizza place. Before he can say anything, she gulps the juice down in one swift motion, and immediately lights up at the taste. Curious, Yuseo takes a sip himself and finds it surprisingly good. Watching their reactions, he jokes inwardly that this moment feels like a food commercial. Next, he hands her a slice of pizza. She eagerly readies her knife and fork, but Yuseo chides her gently for treating pizza so formally. He shows her how to eat it with her hands, saying it improves the flavor. Isel raises an eyebrow at the suggestion, thinking his method seems even more improper, but decides to give it a try anyway. She bites into the slice, and her face lights up. She starts excitedly describing the flavors, how well everything blends together. Yuseo asks if she's enjoying it, and she beams as she replies that she is. Yuzian and Yuseo exchange a satisfied look, clearly pleased. Yuseo says they should visit this place more often. Yuzian then asks if he'll be invited too. Yuseo responds with a playful, "We'll see," prompting Yuzian to let out a melodramatic sigh of disappointment. The scene shifts. In an unknown, distant place, a faint crack begins to split the air, something strange, something ominous. Back at school, Flame was walking through the class when someone called out to her. A female student asked if she'd heard the news. Flame smiled and replied that she had. The student seemed awkward, then quickly said goodbye and walked off. Flame sighed, understanding what she really wanted to talk about, the rumor that Assistant Altari had solved the mixed algebraic interference technique. But Flame knew the truth. It wasn't Altari, it was Beck Usul. His image rose in her mind. She turned slightly, lost in thought. How had he solved such a complex formula? Knowledge of the future should have mostly faded, save for key events. Was he simply that brilliant? Or was something else at play? Up ahead, a group of students chatted loudly. Then someone stepped forward, Jeremy Scanvin. He greeted her and suggested she join his team for Persona Gate practice. Flame didn't respond kindly. She looked away, questioning why he was acting so familiar. She told him to find someone else to flirt with and walked off. Jeremy watched her go with a smirk, amused by her attitude. Nearby, The bulletin board displayed a new notice. First years must now select their Persona Gate team. Flame read the announcement. It had begun, the Persona Gate exercises. Persona Gates were different from normal dungeons. Formed from the residual power of dark mages, they couldn't be cleared by brute force alone. They demanded pattern recognition, logic, spatial awareness, and the ability to see through illusions. Thousands of traps and soul-binding tricks had to be analyzed and broken. Combat was only a part of it. Magic warriors were trained for this exact purpose, to stop the gates from spreading. It was the most important subject in the academy. Flame clenched her fist. If things were still following the original timeline, then something dangerous had already been added to the gates. She couldn't let Beck Usul handle it alone. This time, she had to act. Meanwhile, in the 9th Star Tower's Cloud Floor Cafe, Princess Beion and her companions sat around a table of pastries and tea. Someone asked about a new dessert. A few responded. The pumpkin cake without cream cheese. Strange taste. Beion sipped her tea silently, disagreeing internally. To her, it was bland. Then someone mentioned a hot topic. Stella's assistant had solved the random space interference technique. Richard added that she'd heard it from his father, the head of the intelligence agency. She also revealed that the co-author was a student at the academy. The girls reacted with shock. Who could solve such a thing as a student? Beion's expression turned serious. Even her father hadn't learned the co-author's identity. But she had a suspicion. Images of Beck Usul and assistant Altarisha flickered in her mind. Beck was the co-author. She felt her heart stir, her fingers brushing her teacup absent-mindedly. Why was he hiding his role? Was he trying to help Altarisha rise? Or, did he care for her? The thought triggered a wave of emotion. Beion suddenly stood up. One of her friends asked where she was going. Tea time wasn't over. But Beion just said she had to leave and walked away, leaving the others puzzled. Outside the school, a shadow blocked her path. She looked up. It was Hong Siwa. Beion called her by name. Siwa grinned, pretending to forget and teasingly calling her sister. Their relationship was complicated. Half-sisters, born of different mothers. One legitimate, the other not. Beion kept her distance, her voice cold as she asked why she was here. Siwa chuckled and said she never visited without a reason. This time, she was curious about a new first-year student. An ordinary boy embodying the vanishing spirit of the night. At this, Beion stiffened. Siwa noticed and teased her again, saying her reaction revealed her interest. She described Beck Usul as someone who lived like a knight, sacrificing for mages, every princess's fantasy. Beion's fist clenched. Siwa asked if she would introduce her to him. Beion brushed past, coldly suggesting she does it herself. Siwa laughed loudly, calling her icy. Not as she used to be. Then, as if remembering something, she mentioned their eldest sister's passing. Beion froze. Her face darkened. She muttered that she had to go and walked away. Siwa watched her leave with mixed emotions. Maybe she'd gone too far. Maybe it was still too soon to talk about their sister. Just then, Sayara, a guard, arrived and handed Siwa a file. It was about Beck Usul, his class assignment, including personal notes. Siwa flipped it open. The title. To my mother. It read, "Mom, I miss you." She burst into quiet laughter at first, but as she read on, her smile faded. Her fingers trembled. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Sayara noticed and asked gently, "Princess?" Siwa covered her mouth and replied that she was fine, but she couldn't hide her emotions. The letter had mentioned how his mother hated black bean noodles. It seemed trivial, yet it hit something deep within her. She whispered that she never thought much about poverty, but Beck Usul had endured it while holding onto the knight's spirit. She remembered his homeland had been destroyed by dark mages. A slow smile formed on her lips. She admitted to herself that she was getting curious. Really curious. The scene shifted again. To Beck Usul. The final day of Persona Gate training had arrived. Students gathered on a grassy field, buzzing with anticipation. A professor stepped forward, announcing that the gates would now open. Each student was to enter their individual gate. Usul stood off to the side, hearing the murmurs around him. It all matched the textbook perfectly. The tension was real. He could feel it. It was finally happening. Usul gently activates the Fortal analysis function on his thrush goggles. a feature unlocked as a reward for completing the academic conference episode. He reflects softly that his frequent trips to Fanel's Garpen have steadily increased his stats, enough to make such a function usable now. Nearby, a staff member calmly calls out for students assigned to Portal C7 to gather. The instructor explains that the upcoming Persona Gate training will be carried out in groups of 4 to 18 students. He emphasizes with a steady tone that the key to success lies in their ability to collaborate. Yusail quietly watches the group come together. First years at Stella Academy, preparing to face a Persona Gate rated at risk level 3. For most of them, it is their first real battle scenario, and he understands deeply that it won't be an easy task. He turns his thoughts to Portal Garden C-7, where the unfolding event is set. The gate can hold 16 people. He notes with slight detachment that Mayusheng and Waryeon are absent, though both Flame and Hong Beion are present. For this event, he tells himself he doesn't need to help with the final boss. His real focus is the hidden objective, obtaining the enchanted tree petals. Stepping into the portal, he is transported to a lavish and elegant space labeled a Theoran Ball. A staff member calmly announces that a ball is about to begin. Beion blinks in surprise, unsettled by the absurdity of encountering a ballroom inside a Persona Gate. But she gently pushes aside her confusion and reminds herself to analyze the portal and check the guide message. A well-dressed servant approaches her, politely urging her to prepare for dinner, which would begin soon. Still Puzzle observes the situation with quiet confusion. He murmurs that if this were a real Persona Gate NPC, it might make sense. But the behavior of the characters inside Mage-created portals should be limited. They shouldn't possess this level of autonomy. Beion looks at the guide message and finds it overwhelmingly complex. The formulas are dense and advanced, far beyond what she believes should be used in a first-year exercise. She wonders aloud why the format is so intricate. The servant's polite insistence breaks her train of thought again. As she turns around, the servant gently asks if something is wrong. Beion responds, startled, asking how she can say such a thing. Was she programmed that way? She reiterates softly to herself that in a true Persona Gate, NPCs might act this way, but in a mage-constructed simulation, that shouldn't be possible. Then, a chilling thought passes through her mind. She whispers that there's no way a real Persona Gate could be active at Stella Academy. She tries to convince herself that it must be advanced simulation magic, something designed to mimic the real experience. Yet the servant doesn't seem to notice her unease and kindly repeats the request. Beion brushes it off with a composed smile and says that there's no problem, just please bring the dress. The servant nods obediently and replies with a quiet, understood. Alone again, Beion's thoughts quicken. She watches the strange events unfolding and softly admits to herself that something doesn't feel right. She senses this test may stretch far longer than she'd expected. Soon after, she finishes changing and steps into the hall wearing a beautifully crafted dress that complements her hair perfectly. The others are already gathered, including Yusail. Beion notes aloud that the tailoring is unexpectedly detailed and refined. Her mind drifts to a memory. Her attendant once handed her a paper, a class assignment presented by Cadet Beck Yusail. It held pieces of his past. As she rereads it, her expression shifts subtly. She wonders quietly whether learning about Beck Yusail's past a few days earlier is now changing how she sees him. There's something different in how she interprets him now. Despite what he endured, he stands at Stella, walking a path of discipline and chivalry. Her thoughts are interrupted by his voice. He asks what she's looking at, and whether she's never seen a commoner before. She turns sharply and says that it isn't that. Suddenly, a new voice calls out, announcing that everyone has gathered. A striking woman with vibrant red hair speaks with clarity, explaining that they are to attend the ball hosted by the Duchess of Iharen. She warns that the 4 corridors leading ahead are connected to the mansion's basement, a labyrinth filled with traps. The moment someone becomes lost, the knights of the mansion will activate. She tells them calmly that instinct and intuition will be their only guides. Then, looking around the group, she asks with a playful challenge if they are capable of handling it. Yusail answers with a quiet confidence, and the woman responds with approval. She compliments his attitude, saying she likes it. He nods and thanks her politely. Murmurs ripple through the students. One whispers in confusion, wondering if NPCs are supposed to say things like that. The woman simply smiles and wishes them luck. One student hesitates, suggesting they move forward, though clearly unsure. As they begin stepping forward, Another voice calls out for them to wait. Flame steps up, her expression troubled. She voices her concern, pointing out that the difficulty level of the interpretation is far too high. She notes how lifelike the NPCs seem and questions whether it's appropriate for first years to face something so advanced. Another student quietly agrees, saying they too noticed something strange. They admit they barely managed to read the initial guide, and the realism of the earlier NPC unsettled them. Flame thinks this might be her moment to guide them, to help them see the truth, but before she can speak again, another voice cuts through. Jackie scoffs, asking mockingly if Flame was about to say something absurd, like the portal might actually be real. She speaks firmly, insisting that this is clearly a carefully constructed simulation made by the professors. She reasons that in real gates, analysis isn't always straightforward, so creating a deliberately confusing scenario would be a smart teaching tool. She stresses that this is Stella Academy, the best training institution for knights and mages, and if a real gate had appeared, the faculty would know instantly. Flame's face darkens. She mutters silently that this isn't good. She's certain this gate mirrors the one from the original novel, and if that's true, it is real. But she doubts anyone will believe her. Her only hope now is to plant just enough suspicion in their minds to make them cautious. She quietly wonders what she should do next. Usail watches it all unfold with a thoughtful gaze. He thinks to himself that they've arrived at this point after all. Jackie's dark corruption route. In the original story, Jackie didn't exist. For Flame, this development must be deeply confusing. But for Usail, it's a known path. One of many branching routes where a student succumbs to corruption. He doesn't want that. Not for any of them. Still, he knows that interfering now may not prevent the outcome. Sometimes, letting go is the best move. Jackie, with a defiant tilt of her chin, announces that she's moving forward no matter what Flame says. Flame tries to stop her, pleading one last time, but Jackie dismisses her with confidence. She says that this scenario is professor designed and that there's no need to panic. With a final jab at the others, telling them they can stay behind if they want, she steps forward and disappears into the corridor. Another student, after a beat of hesitation, declares that they're going too. They say they've trained for this and are ready. One by one, the students begin to move, but without coordination. Usail notes how disorganized they are. He sighs softly in his heart. There's no turning back now. And so, with a quiet breath and no other option, he too steps forward. Usail opens the gate, and just as expected, he's greeted by a long, eerie corridor cloaked in shadows, flickering with strange lights and veiled in a thick, ominous fog. He glances around, noticing the unsettling oddities lining the hallway, unnatural shapes, twisted ornaments, and a stillness that presses on his chest. The whole scene makes him question what this creepy passage is all about. Not long after stepping in, he turns around and sees that everyone else has already arrived. Apparently, they had all been waiting for him to go first. But something's clearly off. They've been separated. Princess Hong Baeyeon stands with a few other students. She scans the corridor, quickly realizing the rest of the group is nowhere in sight. Still, she notices that Usail is there, which is at least some relief. Usail, on his end, also sees that a number of classmates are missing, even though they all passed through the doors earlier. He's not particularly surprised. He already figured they wouldn't all move together. In this twisted place, 16 students have been split into 4 corridors, meaning each group has 4 students. Knowing this, Usail assumes that Azul and Flame likely got grouped together. What he didn't expect, however, was ending up in the same group as Hong Baeyeon. The heavy atmosphere weighs on all of them. The pressure is immediate, sinking in like fog through their clothes. Baeyeon suggests that they begin moving right away, not wanting to stand around in the thick air. That's when she notices Usail staring at her. Naturally, she throws his own words back at him. The same thing he told her earlier when she was the one staring. The princess questions whether he has a problem or something, seeing how he keeps looking at her. Usail replies flatly that he doesn't. She scoffs and tells him he's boring. As the 4 of them move deeper into the corridor, Usail starts thinking that it's probably for the best that Baeyeon and Agel ended up separated. Just as that thought crosses his mind, something triggers inside him. He senses something suspicious ahead and immediately halts, signaling the others to stop too. He informs them that something is up and takes a second to focus, trying to identify what exactly is ahead. After a beat, he realizes, they're dolls. There's a door inside the room in front of them. One of the girls wonders aloud if a lock release spell could work to open it. Another student doubts it, saying that they haven't been able to interpret this kind of gate so far, and she's afraid their magic level might be too low to pull it off. On top of that, the darkness is too intense, and she admits she's scared to go in. It's clear none of the girls are ready to handle this, so Baeyeon turns to Yusail and asks if he's been able to figure the gate out yet. He answers bluntly that he hasn't. That's when Baeyeon starts to wonder if this kind of thing is just too much to expect from a commoner. She's convinced there's definitely something important in here, but she has no idea how to reach it. While she's still stewing in disappointment, Yusail reveals that he might know a way out. Baeyeon's red eyes go wide at the revelation. She looks almost shocked. She asks if he's serious about what he just said. Yusail points toward the dolls and explains that they're all dancing, each one performing a different step, but all from the same dance. Baeyeon acknowledges this too. When Yusail asks if she knows which dance it is, she confirms that it's the Requiem of the dead Serena. It's the same dance Serena performed before her tragic death, unable to overcome her fate. Now that they're on the same page, Yusail asks if she still remembers the moves. But for some reason, Baeyeon snaps at him when he says this. It's clear she doesn't want to do the dance, but right now, they don't have much of a choice. She takes a closer look at the dolls and notices something. The poses of the statues are forming a sequence. If that's the case, then the empty spot in the middle of the room must be meant for them. As she processes this, Yusail casually asks if she's ready to dance. The two girls in the group get into position, visibly excited as they respond. Han Baeyeon also takes her place, assuming the dance pose, and then, without warning, the door opens. The moment it does, all four of them break into a sprint. They rush toward the now open passage, and as they enter, the sight waiting for them blows them away. The massive room is bathed in gold, with towering armored knight statues positioned throughout the space. The students freeze in awe and start to question whether there might be another clue hidden in the statues. Following this idea, the girls step forward to take a closer look. Unfortunately, after careful examination, it starts to look like the answer isn't in the statues this time. Just then, Baeyeon notices Yusail analyzing the floor, specifically the symbols glowing across the carpet. She asks him what he's focusing on. Yusail suggests that the dolls are a distraction. This time, the real clue is in the carpet. He points out that the dance is being depicted there instead. If they look closely, they'll notice human figures frozen in specific poses. He believes that solving the puzzle depends on matching those symbols correctly. The other girls lean in for a better view, and they quickly confirm that he's right. They can all clearly see the poses of Serena's silent tango displayed in the design. After a long and tiring effort to piece together all the correct poses, Yusail finally manages to crack the pattern. As soon as he does, the door opens instantly. The moment the door opens, the four of them sprint toward the exit again, fully aware that they only have a few seconds to get through. As they run, the princess finds herself struck by how different this commoner truly is. She knows he's thought differently ever since he learned how to shift perspectives, but she hadn't expected the gap between them to be this massive. She realizes he's clearing a gate no one else can even annul, and he's doing it with speed and precision. His strategy, his thought process, his observations, his calculations, and his deductions are all operating on another level. She questions whether he's really at first-year level. It feels more like he's passed through dozens of persona gates before. Once they make it through the door, Yusail notices another statue waiting for them inside, but the princess can't stop thinking about how exceptional he's been. Her thoughts flash back to what she remembers. His hometown fell to black mages before he ever enrolled at the academy. It strikes her as suspicious, especially since he's from some backwater village no one had heard of before. Still, it was a place on the front lines of countless bloody battles against black mages. Now, she understands why he showed up lacking even the most basic academic foundation yet displayed such high-level skills in strategy and battle. The princess concludes that Yusail must have spent his life fighting on the front lines, immersed in deadly encounters with black mages. Whether or not that fully explains his strange talent, Baeyeon is convinced. He's undeniably different from the rest of the students. Everyone else is scrambling to score well, pushing themselves to prove something, while he just guesses his way through exams. He doesn't do his assignments, his behavior in class is abysmal, and he's earned himself a reputation for not caring. So why is he trying so hard now? That's the question turning in her mind. While the thoughts race through her head, Yuseol notices her acting strangely. He asks why she's zoning out, and she takes the chance to ask whether the persona gate they're currently in is real. Her question is met with silence, and Yuseol pauses for a moment, unsure how to respond. She keeps staring at him, waiting for an answer, and he finds himself startled by how sharp she's become. Normally, she wouldn't have figured things out until the very end. She would have stayed caught up in interfering with Ajo. But this moment, proves to Yuseol that Baeon is slowly straying from the path of a villainess. That realization makes him smile without thinking. She immediately notices and demands to know why he's smiling like that. Yuseol simply replies that it's nothing. But eventually, he decides to stop dodging and just tells her the truth. He says that the persona gate is, in fact, real. He explains that if they don't clear it in time, they could be seriously hurt, or worse, die, because a dimensional synchronization will occur on the outside. That's the reason he's been trying to get through the gate as fast as possible. The princess listens, not shocked, because she had already suspected something like this. More importantly, she now understands that Yuseol only puts in effort when the stakes are real. Knowing that, she refuses to let him carry the whole burden. She's determined to survive this with her own strength. Meanwhile, in another part of the maze, Flame and her blue-haired friend make it out of a different door. As soon as they do, they're reunited with another group who rush over to meet them. Flame hurries over and immediately asks if everyone's safe. But something is off, someone's missing. It turns out that Jackie vanished without warning. While Flame tries to make sense of this, the other students explain that they only made it this far because of the redhead. But she disappeared the moment they crossed the last door. They say they've already been searching for her for a while, and when Flame hears this, she realizes something. Jackie cleared the gate faster than either her or Azul. It's hard to believe she did it without any injuries. Then the others add that this isn't their first time inside a gate like this. While the rest of the group is busy catching up, Yuseol sits alone in a corner, looking like he's brooding. Flame walks over and asks when he arrived. He says that he got there a while ago. She then asks if he saw Jackie. Yuseol shakes his head and says he hasn't. Disappointed, Flame walks away without another word. She's not the only one feeling let down. Yuseol had hoped that by making it to the end first, they could prevent Jackie's disappearance. Clearly, that plan didn't work. Now, all he can do is help the heroines finish the stage. Outside the gate, in the Stella Dome, word spreads quickly. A real persona gate somehow ended up in the training field. Lee Hanwha panics and runs to the gate, needing to see it with his own eyes. No one understands how it happened. Stella's security system is supposed to be the most advanced in the world. Apparently, someone completely reverse-engineered Stella's spatial wave detection system. As a result, it failed to pick up the unique signal emitted when a persona forms. A blonde professor explains that the security department is already working to strengthen the system, but unfortunately, that's no longer the main concern. Just then, Irene Blacksaw, commander of the Stella Knights, arrives and says that what matters most now are the people trapped inside the persona gate. The captain demands a status update, asking if there's any way to send in a backup unit. The professor says that's impossible. The students are already locked into a challenge. Captain Irene then asks for the gate's risk level. The professor estimates that it's somewhere between RESIM 4 and 5. The captain doesn't like that answer. He needs a precise number. The professor explains that the risk level rose the instant the students entered. Irene admits that persona gates rarely emit false signals, but since there's no way to reverse that, he asks for a list of everyone who went in. The professor hands it over, and as the commander reads through the names, he grows visibly angry. First-year students with only 2 or 3 class levels are completely unequipped to survive a gate like this. From the way things look, he doesn't think the kids inside have any real chance. He gives the order to prepare 16 corpse recovery units, just in case. Lee Hanwha is disturbed by what he hears. The captain explains that it's not about giving up, it's about preparing logistics efficiently. He says he can't be expected to believe that a bunch of rookies will clear a Resim 5 gate. That would be like saying an ant could kill a tiger. Lee knows it's a ridiculous gamble. But even with the odds stacked against them, he still clings to the hope that the students will make it out alive. Back inside the Persona Gate, Jackie finally returns to the group. She hadn't realized this was where everyone had ended up. They're all relieved to see that she's safe, especially since she vanished so suddenly. But Yuseo doesn't relax. Not even a little. He knows that with everyone now assembled, there's only one thing left, the boss fight. Just then, a glowing red system message flashes into existence, announcing that they have arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. The message instructs them to descend all the way down the staircase to reach the ballroom. It warns that the ball has already begun, urging them to hurry. Flame looks up toward the ceiling and remarks that it seems their descent must now begin. She reflects that the creature stationed at the top is likely the Knifeblade Spider, a being with a risk level of 4. Each of its 8 legs is as sharp as a blade, making it a deadly opponent. She notes that she can't rely on Beck Yuseo for everything, especially now that he's lost his memories. By all logic, he shouldn't remember anything about the Knifeblade Spider. She adds that she might be able to handle it herself, since she had studied its patterns in advance. If Azel and Yuseo confront the final boss while she holds off the spider, she believes they'll be able to clear the gate without any serious issues. With this strategy in mind, she begins giving instructions to the others, but before she can finish, Beck Yuseo suddenly interrupts her. He says that they should wait. He warns them that something is lurking above the tower. He insists that the rest of the group descend first while he stays back to deal with whatever threat is overhead. He promises to catch up with them afterward. Trusting his judgment, the group listens and begins making their way down the spiral staircase. As they move, Flame quietly ponders how strange it is that Beck Yuseo even knew the creature existed. From his position earlier, there was no way for him to have sensed anything. She concludes that his detection abilities must have evolved dramatically. Perhaps that's why he stopped using magic altogether. Suddenly, a bizarre sound echoes through the tower. Princess Hongbaeon exclaims in alarm, wondering what the noise was. She believes it came from above. They all look up, just in time to see something falling toward them. It's exactly what Flame had described earlier, but it's not just a regular Knifeblade Spider. It's the leader Knifeblade Spider, and its risk level is the same, a solid 4. Flame curses under her breath, questioning where Beck Yuseo has gone. The princess calls out his name, and Azel, now visibly worried, adds that something doesn't feel right. Then, suddenly, Beck Yuseo appears above, dropping down with force and landing a powerful kick directly to the spider's face. The others are stunned, shouting his name in disbelief. Beck Yuseo declares that he'll take care of the spider himself and urges them to continue their descent to the ballroom. Azel voices concern, wondering aloud if he can truly handle it alone. The princess answers without hesitation. She explains that she knows what the others are thinking, but insists that their best move now is to reach the ballroom as fast as possible. She believes that doing so will ultimately help the commoner far more than trying to stay and assist him here. Flame turns to her, surprised by the calm in her voice. She thinks that only someone like Beion could speak with such conviction in a moment like this. After all, Beion is meant to be the final boss. The lights that had dimmed earlier suddenly shine bright again as they reach the bottom floor. All of them glance around, surprised by the lavish ballroom that surrounds them. But just as quickly as the lights return, they dim again. The students cry out in confusion. Beion notes that someone appears to be coming down the stairs. Flame replies that it must be Duchess Aheron, the final boss, and warns everyone to prepare themselves. A single spotlight snaps on, casting its beam on a woman. A warm, elegant voice welcomes them, introducing herself as Jackie Aaron. The dancers, who had remained eerily quiet until now, erupt into cheers. They shout that the Duchess looks stunning and beg her to smile and look their way. Flame, visibly confused, mutters that none of this appeared in the original novel. Jackie wasn't even a character. Beion agrees, thinking that the situation defies logic. A normal human becoming an NPC inside a Persona Gate is simply impossible. And Jackie isn't just any NPC, she's the final boss. The only type of person who can turn into an NPC in a Persona Gate is a dark, demonic human. Flame recalls what Usail had told her and finally understands why he warned her about Jackie. Still, she refuses to back down. Flame announces that no matter what happens, she will find a way to bring Jackie back. She shouts toward her, begging her not to let the power consume her, warning that if she gives in, she'll turn into something monstrous. She pleads with her to calm down. But Jackie responds with a twisted kind of joy. She says that her heart, her mind, and her body all feel incredible, as if she could melt from the sensation. Beion watches grimly and concludes that there's nothing they can do. Jackie's mind is already lost. Azel agrees. She says that now the only option left is to clear the gate and try to restore Jackie afterward. The others call for Flame, who grips her staff tighter and tells herself with fierce determination that she will save Jackie, no matter what it takes. Jackie steps forward. Red lightning-like energy crackles around her, and she declares that they've spoken enough. Now, it's time to begin the party. In another part of the Persona Gate, Usail stood alone, facing a daunting opponent, the leader Knife Blade Spider. The monstrous creature loomed before him, its bladed limbs gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Usail muttered to himself that the thing was annoyingly strong, though technically unnecessary to defeat for clearing the gate. Since it existed in an external subspace, he had two personal reasons for engaging it in battle. With fresh determination, he unleashed a precise sequence of attacks, timing his movements with clinical accuracy. He used his potions strategically: Spark Potion for electric amplification, Slippery Potion for evasive fluidity, and Oil Potion to boost the damage output. Each enhancement layered his assault, allowing him to strike the spider with critical force again and again. Despite its relentless aggression, Usail remained focused. Every strike served a purpose. Every blow moved him closer to his two goals. The first was to obtain the captivating tree's petals, a rare item located on the spider's forehead. These petals, once absorbed, massively increased mental power and were necessary for unlocking high-level techniques like cognitive acceleration and the bulbul glasses. The second reason was more complex. Defeating the spider was a hidden method for clearing the alternate route. The episode Jackie Dark Demonization route. A vital storyline in his journey. These petals weren't just power boosters, they were tied to the final boss herself, Duchess Aheron. According to the story, this monstrous spider was none other than Duke Aheron, her husband. Each attack against the petals subtly damaged the Duchess herself by weakening the emotional connection hidden within the gate's structure. It was a strategic move to make the final confrontation easier. Usail's blade continued slicing the air, each swing deliberate, each hit calculated. Sparks flew from every impact, and the spider's defenses began to crack. He paused for a moment, breath sharp, expression tightened. He admitted to himself that he wasn't sure if his strikes would connect at the critical moment. So, his solution was simple: he would just hit it as much as possible. With that renewed resolve, he resumed his assault, his movements blending seamlessly with the rhythm of the fight. The battle intensified, his precision never wavering, each strike pushing him closer to his objectives. Just as he prepared to savor victory, he noticed something odd. The spider was falling. Alarm surged through him as he wondered aloud whether he had overused the slippery potion. His expression snapped to focus. The students were directly below. Usail's sharp breath cut through the chaos as he assessed the danger. He muttered under his breath that he needed to think fast. His eyes scanned the environment, calculating the trajectory of the spider's fall, analyzing every potential angle. He knew that the smallest misjudgment could lead to disaster. Then, he made his move, activating Blink to reposition instantly. A few minutes earlier, elsewhere in the gate, a system message had echoed ominously. Boss match, Ball of Temptation, has begun. Below their position, the ballroom glowed with a faint, pulsing light. The air trembled with tension. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning was launched toward the students. A voice shouted for everyone to dodge. Beion asked quickly if everyone was all right. The students confirmed that they were, for now. Beion thought to herself that there was no room for hesitation anymore. Their enemy was no longer human. It was a dark demonic being. She summoned her strength, focused her magic, and cast a fire spell directly at Jackie. Jackie turned her head, her smirk sharp and unwavering. She said that it was pointless. The students launched more spells in rapid succession, but Jackie raised her hand, deflecting all of them effortlessly with a barrier of dark energy. One of the students cried out in panic, saying their magic wasn't working. Fear rippled through the group as another warning shout followed, urging caution. A second lightning strike was on its way. But before it could hit, Flame stepped forward and blocked it. Jackie looked visibly surprised. And then, Flame did something entirely unexpected. She lifted the hem of her dress and began to dance. Azel's eyes widened with confusion. She asked why Flame was suddenly dancing, but the redhead didn't stop. She moved with purpose, spinning in sequence, every step deliberate. As she completed her rhythmic motion, she turned and launched a powerful spell. It brushed by Jackie, who was caught off guard by the timing. Flame thought to herself that it was exactly as she had read in the novels. She announced to the group that the previous stages had all contained clues, and this one was no different. This stage, she explained between measured breaths, wasn't just about magic. It was also about dance. She spun again, her staff flowing with the beat, and clarified that their magic had to be used in time with the rhythm. Only then would it work. The revelation hit the students like a shockwave. They understood now. Traditional attacks wouldn't defeat the Duchess. They needed to perform a dance that contrasted Serena's quiet requiem, a fierce, expressive counterpart. Without hesitation, the girls began moving together, dancing in sync with the music, their spells channeling through the steps. At the climax of each sequence, they unleashed their magic. Jackie could only stare, stunned, as the wave of coordinated spells surged toward her. An instant later, a brilliant explosion consumed the space. Azel watches closely, eyes fixed on the aftermath of their last coordinated assault. She wonders aloud if the attack actually worked. Then her expression shifts. Something feels off. She listens more carefully and realizes that the tempo of the music has increased. Alarmed, she remarks that the music is getting faster. Across the room, a woman points out something strange happening in the haze ahead. A man beside her peers through the smoke, his voice uneasy as he asks what it is they're seeing. Then, it becomes clear. Jackie's legs have increased in number, 4 now. Jackie begins dancing again, but this time her movements are completely transformed. They are no longer elegant or ethereal. Now they are rapid, calculated, forceful. She moves to the center of a glowing summoning circle formed by crimson light, and as she opens her eyes, a wicked smirk spreads across her face. Her voice is laced with twisted confidence and madness as she says that now, they should really begin. Flame calls out loudly for her to stop. She asks Jackie if she understands what she's doing. She pleads with her to look around, to realize that the deeper she descends into the Duchess's persona, the harder it will be to return. But Jackie completely ignores the words. Instead, she gestures toward the NPC audience, who are screaming her name with adoration, calling her beautiful and declaring her the best dancer of all. With disdain, Jackie tells Flame that she's terrible. Confused, Flame barely manages a shocked response. Jackie follows up by saying that Flame is mean and selfish for trying to monopolize this exquisite, overwhelming, killer sensation all for herself. Jackie clutches her chest as power flares wildly around her and declares that she's never letting go of this feeling, ever. Beyond quickly shouts a warning. She says Jackie's preparing to strike and tells everyone to get into defensive formation immediately. An enormous wave of red magic crashes from above, erupting on impact in a fiery explosion. A student cries out in agony, while another, shielded by a weakening barrier, gasps as the protective layer shatters and they're thrown back by the force. Suddenly, a burst of red energy races toward Azel. She closes her eyes, bracing herself. But at the last moment, a flash intercepts the blast. Azel opens her eyes to see Beyond standing before her, unwavering, the flames of Jackie's assault roaring behind her. Beyond yells at her to get her head straight. She says that she's better suited to defend against fire-based attacks, and instructs Azel to focus on defending the incoming lightning strikes instead. She also calls out to Flame, telling her to stay behind and search for an opening to strike. Flame hesitates for a second, her mind racing. This isn't how it played out in the original novel. In that version, Han Beian was consumed with jealousy toward Azel, which caused chaos and unnecessary damage for everyone. But now, she isn't sabotaging anything. She's analyzing the battlefield clearly and directing the others with accuracy. Before Flame can react further, a lightning strike targets Beon from her blind side. Azel moves quickly, intercepting it and shielding her. Flame realizes then, it isn't just Beon who has changed, Azel has too. Azel snaps at Beon not to let her guard down, prompting Beon to scowl. It's the same phrase she had used earlier, and now it's being thrown back at her. Watching them, Flame clenches her fists. She thinks to herself that she can't afford to be the weak link, not now. She starts casting spells again, aiming them precisely. Jackie deflects them easily and declares with a cold smile that it's all pointless. But then, in a surprise move, Flame teleports and delivers a sudden strike from above. The attack connects, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that fills the ballroom. For a brief moment, the students collectively hold their breath, wondering if it's finally over. But the silhouette that emerges from the settling smoke makes their blood run cold. It's Jackie, but transformed. Her new form is grotesque, a fusion of woman and spider, eerily reminiscent of a certain boss from Dark Souls. The students stare in horror, paralyzed by the grotesque sight. Jackie's voice rings out, cracked with rage and grief. She demands to know why Flame can't leave her alone. She asks if Flame truly hates seeing her happy that much. Flame shouts back that it's not about that. She begs her to come back, but Jackie screams at her to shut up. A massive magical circle materializes above Jackie. She begins drawing mana into it, thick, pulsating, and dangerous. Beon's face darkens as she recognizes the scale of the spell. Flame confirms it aloud. They're looking at a risk level of 5 at least. Flame stares upward, dread tightening her chest. She whispers that she doesn't know what they can possibly do now. But then she notices something. Her eyes lift instinctively, catching a sudden flicker above. A strange sound follows. Azel, also sensing it, suddenly calls out Usael's name. At that very moment, Jackie screams in pain. Beon narrows her eyes, wondering what just happened. Flame answers that she isn't sure, but she suspects it's Usael. She says she thinks his battle with the leader spider must be affecting Jackie somehow. Jackie's body twists as she clutches her head, writhing in agony. Her shriek shakes the floor. Flame wonders to herself. Did Usael know this would happen? Did he intentionally stay behind to fight a level 4 boss, alone, just to help them here? Then, another scream rips from Jackie, louder, sharper, filled with torment. Beon sees the opening. She immediately signals to the others, shouting that now is the time to attack. Flame realizes that Usael must have stayed behind on purpose. He wanted to exploit the gimmick, and she understands now that this was his plan all along. He volunteered to face the knife blade spider leader so the rest of them could strike when the Duchess was vulnerable. Hong Beon sees the opening and decides it's the perfect time to go in. The boss is distracted, and that's all the heroines need. Izel unleashes a sharp blast of ice. Hong Beon follows with a surge of fire, and Flame joins the attack, driven by resolve. Their powers collide at once, a synchronized assault, and the Duchess buckles under the pressure almost immediately. Jackie is still fuming, unable to grasp what's happening. She's in disbelief. How could they land such a devastating blow? While she struggles to process the scene, another explosion erupts. None of the girls are sure what just happened, but Flame feels the shift in the air. Something just fell from above. As the dust settles, they spot the knife blade spider collapsed on the ground. There's hesitation. Could it really be dead? A level 4 risk monster, brought down by a single first year. The doubt fades when they see him. Usael, buried in rubble, caked in dirt, unconscious. The fight with the Duchess isn't over. The girls refocus, resuming their assault. Jackie, now seething, burns with even more hatred for Flame. She swears that she'll never forgive her. In Jackie's mind, Flame couldn't beat her through talent or performance, so she resorted to cheap tricks. She calls her pathetic and mocks her, saying that it's nice to see Flame finally suffer like she once did. Flame, however, simply looks back at her with pity. The Duchess, noticing Flame's expression, begins to panic. Something's wrong. Why is she being stared at like that? Flame calmly asks Izel to summon an ice mirror. Jackie scoffs, still refusing to give in. She insists that she'll always be more beautiful than Flame, no matter what illusions they throw at her. Before she can finish, the mirror appears. For the first time in a long while, Jackie sees her own reflection, and the horror sets in. She's speechless. She can't believe it. That can't be her. She claims the mirror is fake, a trick, a lie meant to deceive her. Meanwhile, Yuseo begins to stir. His eyes flutter open just in time to hear Jackie wailing about how hideous she looks. The Duchess shrieks, demanding the mirror be taken away. Even the NPCs start turning their heads, no longer entranced by her beauty. She pleads with them, insisting this isn't who she really is, but it's too late. Jackie turns to Flame, begging her to do something, anything, to save her. But Flame doesn't move. She stands still, because she knows the truth. Jackie hasn't changed. Not really. The Duchess snarls, claiming she has nothing to apologize for. She blames Flame for everything. And then, with hatred burning behind her eyes, she lunges upward, determined to strike. But the attack never lands. Flames engulf her before she can reach her target. She screams, and then she's gone. The girls are quiet. They've lost someone who was once a friend, but they had no other choice. They turn away as the fire consumes her. There's regret, yes, but no doubt. They whisper their apologies and watch the flames burn. This, they're told, is the end of the Duchess's story. The Duchess of Heron, who once sought beauty and fame above all else, has been defeated. With her fall, the ball of temptation is complete. A message appears, congratulating them. Outside, Group A6 has finished their practical training. The students return, and Group B3 isn't far behind. Lee Hanwell immediately calls for evacuation. Still, despite the success, he can't stop thinking about Group C7. They haven't returned yet. He tells the professor to prepare. He can feel the wavelengths shifting. Standing in front of the Persona Gate, Lee Hanwell waits. His expression hardens, ready for anything, and then his face lights up. Students emerge from the gate, Yuseo leading them. Hanwell announces that the ant has beaten the tiger. The students have managed to open and close a Persona Gate rated at risk level 5, a feat even professionals struggle with. The faculty is stunned. They assume Yuseo is the team leader, and as they celebrate the victory, Captain Arian watches silently. Disappointed that his expectations weren't met, he turns and leaves. Yuseo steps forward to deliver the report. He confirms that the mission is complete. Out of 16, there was one casualty. The weight of it hangs in the air. Lee Hanwell nods solemnly and congratulates them. He calls for the medic mages and tells the team to get some rest. But before they can leave, a voice cuts in, curious. Someone wants to know what happened. They all turn to see a silver-haired student wearing a twisted grin. The next scene shifts to Stella Academy's first main tower. Yuseo is now following that same student, the one who asked for the report. His nerves are creeping in. A private meeting with Altman isn't something he wanted, and it only reminds him of why he never wanted to lead the team. Before leaving the Persona Gate, the girls had decided someone needed to be the face of the team, to give the report. It was Princess Bion's suggestion, and naturally, one would expect her to step up. At the time, Yuseo had just woken up, dazed and unsure, so he quickly nominated Isel instead. The princess shut that down. She reminded him she had been awake the whole time and didn't like him trying to hand off the credit. Flame agreed. Isel declined politely, not wanting the recognition. And just like that, Yuseo was cornered into taking the role. Even then, he had no clear idea what had happened while he was unconscious. It made the responsibility harder. He wasn't just reporting, he was piecing together something he hadn't seen. As he walks, lost in thought, Altman speaks. He says this might be their third meeting. He comments on how much Yuseo has grown. He remembers him from when he was just a child. Yuseo stops in his tracks, stunned. He doesn't remember meeting Altman before, and now he doesn't know what to expect next. Yuseo wonders what it all means. That's when a memory surfaces, a flashback from years ago. A younger version of himself trudges through a snowy forest, quiet and alone, until a voice breaks the silence. Someone calls out, remarking that he seems rather interesting. The voice belongs to none other than Altman. The man watches Yuseo and comments that he must have a peculiar kind of talent. With a hint of amusement, he says that he'll write the boy a recommendation and invites him to take the entrance exam for their academy. He assures Yuseo that he'll likely earn bonus points just for showing up. The memory passes in an instant, snapping Yuseo back to the present. Altman now tells him the real reason for this meeting. He explains that he called Usail here to personally thank him on behalf of everyone for preventing what could have turned into a major disaster. He goes on to say that he has no plans to make the incident public. Had the students suffered serious harm, the situation would have been very different. But since they came through mostly unharmed, he expresses his gratitude to the young hero. Still, there's another reason for this private discussion. Altman says there's something he wants to confirm. He leans in slightly and asks if there was an insect inside the persona gate, his voice calm, but his eyes gleaming with unsettling curiosity. The way he says it sets Usail on edge. It's now clearer than ever why people refer to him as the Black Sorcerer Slayer. Usail admits that Jackie, the student who died inside the gate, showed signs of black magic corruption. In response, Altman says that it's a true pity, though his tone carries no genuine sorrow. While Usail tries to make sense of the layered tension in this meeting, Altman suddenly comments that he forgot to offer his guest something to drink. He casually asks if Usail would prefer coffee or tea, adding that kids these days usually prefer soda. His smile never fades, and that only makes things worse. Despite his nerves, Usail keeps a straight face and replies that tea would be fine. Specifically, he asks for Lil tea. Altman appears momentarily taken aback by the request, but his expression quickly softens into a smile. He confirms that he does, indeed, have Lil tea. He asks for a moment to prepare it, and Usail feels a small wave of relief. Altman returns shortly with the tea and sets the cup in front of him, stating that very few people even know about this tea. Fewer still actually like it. Usail thanks him and takes a sip. It tastes just as awful as he remembers. He compares the flavor to earth foods like durian or fermented skate. Polarizing flavors. People either love them or can't stand to be in the same room. The stench alone drives most away, but for the rare few who enjoy it, it becomes an obsession. Still, that's not why he chose this particular drink. There's a deeper reason. A meeting with Altman isn't just a conversation, it's a branching path, a chance to gain something special. When Flame chose coffee, she was offered magical teachings. Azel picked soda and received magical enlightenment. Usail knew that Lil tea was Altman's favorite. By selecting it, he hoped to earn the man's favor. But there's a catch. Altman begins to recount the origin of the tea. He explains that Lil tea was once cherished by the Lil tribe who lived on the western continent decades ago. He believes the tea should have remained with them alone. Unfortunately, the tribe shared it with humans, and as a result, they suffered for it. The recipe vanished along with the tribe. Altman says that what they're drinking now might be one of the few surviving examples of true Lil tea. He laments that the tribe paid a price for humanity's greed, and it's tragic that no one can enjoy the tea anymore. Hearing this, Usail tilts his head. He says that he still drinks it even now though. Altman is visibly stunned. He wonders if more of the tea still exists somewhere. But Usail clarifies that it doesn't. At least not in any stocked or preserved form. Just as Altman's excitement begins to fade, Usail casually reveals that he knows the recipe. Altman stares at him, confused and more than a little suspicious. He asks how that's even possible. Usail hesitates, knowing full well he can't say it came from a game. So instead, he says that his late mother taught him before she passed. Mentioning a mother, especially a dead one, is a surefire way to stop questions cold. Altman nods, deciding not to press the issue any further. He doesn't want to seem insensitive. Still, his curiosity remains. He asks Usail to share the recipe and even offers to pay handsomely for it. This is the moment Usail has been waiting for. He tells the headmaster that he isn't interested in money. There's something else he wants more. Altman raises a brow and asks what it is. Usail replies that he wants help, just once, with Altman's magic engineering enchantment. Altman doesn't respond immediately. He tells Usail to think carefully. The Lil tea recipe is lost to history and could be worth a fortune. In contrast, his enchantment might not seem nearly as valuable. But Usail understands exactly what he's asking for. With Altman's magic engineering and Alterish's alchemy techniques, Usail believes he can use a necromancer's force vessel to craft a subspace inventory. Subspaces are rare. They require mastery of 8th class spatial magic engineering, a level few can ever hope to reach. But with guidance from a 9th class mage like Altman, he believes he can do it. To Usail, This knowledge, this chance, is worth far more than gold. Usail tells Altman that receiving his help would be the greatest gift of his life. He repeats his request, firm and unwavering, despite the confusion still etched on the headmaster's face. After observing the determination in the student's eyes, Altman finally relents. He agrees to the deal. At that same moment, elsewhere in the first main tower, Vice Principal Aki Hayden sits across from Layden in a tense meeting. The Vice Principal has already heard the news. The Persona Gate, which they had gone through great effort to open, has failed. Layden confirms this with unease, clearly worried about how the Master will take the news. Hayden, calm and dismissive, mutters that Layden is being far too uptight. He assures him that there are still other ways to achieve their goal, even if this one was a disappointment. But from Hayden's tone and the way he casually brushes off the situation, Layden realizes something else. The Vice Principal intends to have Professor Mason explode. Hayden doesn't deny it. Layden leaves, seething with frustration. The entire purpose behind opening the Persona Gate had been sinister. It was meant to eliminate the promising students most likely to attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. They deliberately set a gate at level 5, far beyond the safe limit, expecting it to break the young contenders. But instead of casualties, Flame, Azel, Princess Bion, and even Usail returned unscathed. None of it went according to plan, and Layden is boiling over. Things only get worse when Ma Yusung suddenly appears outside, confronting him. Yusung teases him, remarking that Layden used to be more like a wild beast when he was younger and finds it odd how civilized he's become. The banter quickly turns sharp. Yusung asks directly if Layden's plan had been to harm his friends, framing it as the old man's lazy way of thinning the competition. Layden warns him, reminding him to show respect toward the order leader despite his status as the young master. He accuses Yusung of getting too immersed in his role at the academy, treating this like some childish game. Yusung scoffs, calling Layden arrogant for spewing such nonsense. Layden nearly loses his temper, his restraint thinning. Yusung simply advises him to be cautious. His patience is wearing thin. He delivers his final words and walks away, leaving Layden alone with his building resentment. Meanwhile, Princess Bion reunites with her friends. They rush to her side, clearly shaken but relieved to see her unharmed. They surround her, their concern evident as they criticize the academy for being reckless with student safety. Bion understands why the school would want to save face and tells them that the official story blames a Persona Gate malfunction. But her attention shifts when Edmund Italic approaches. A third-year student with striking green eyes, Edmund greets her. She returns the gesture, but he quickly tells her not to be so formal. He says that he's glad to see her safe, claiming that he was worried about her during the incident. Bion isn't fooled. She smiles politely and tells him that there's no need to be concerned anymore, fully aware that his worry wasn't for her. It was for his own interests. The Italic family, after all, is one of the two great houses of the Adalibet kingdom. While Duke Orkan's house supports the princesses, the Italics remain the only real opposition. Edmund, as heir, most likely plans to crown Bion queen, then marry her. He casually suggests that they play some soul chess in preparation for the upcoming tournament. She agrees, and as he leans in close, he whispers that she should watch and learn. Bion feels a wave of discomfort as he touches her. Her lips quiver with frustration. She feels weak, knowing that to become queen, she might need help from someone like him. She wishes she had his kind of power, or at least someone with that influence who truly stood by her. Her thoughts drift toward her savior. That's when she spots Baek Usail walking past the window. Her heart jumps, caught off guard. She instinctively steps toward the door, intending to follow him, but Edmund stops her, telling her to hurry up and stay on track. In that moment, she faces a difficult decision. With a heavy heart, she follows Edmund instead. For now, he holds the power to shape her future. Outside, Usail is holding a single petal in his hand. He inspects it, thinking that it should be sufficient for what he needs. A system notification appears. He is absorbing the mall leaf of the charm tree. The effect is immediate. His mental power increases by 65%, and with it comes permanent resistance to seduction magic. More notifications follow. His strength rises by 73%, perception by 57%. Agility jumps 42%. Stamina climbs 19%. Most staggering of all, endurance surges upward by 99%. There's no obvious improvement to his magic power, but he doesn't mind. The rest more than make up for it. Another notification arrives. He's been granted a bonus reward for clearing the current episode under the Constant Ratio project. Though unsure how to use it at first, he considers his options. Growth would be a safe bet, but then he remembers something better. He could use it to acquire American's pendant. He selects it, and the pendant is instantly granted. Crafted by the future alchemic mage American, the pendant is a high-ranking item embedded with refined barrier spells designed to protect its wearer. It contains a unique function called American's Shield, capable of blocking any attack below 6th Thalas in power. Unfortunately, the pendant is single-use. Still, it's the perfect emergency safeguard, especially with Episode 8 on the horizon, where he'll eventually face the awakened Mason Tyrann. Then, yet another notification pings. The artifact known as Saren's Resentful Branch has reached 78% stored resentment. Usail grins. Everything is coming together. His preparations to face Mason are nearly complete. Confident, he decides it's time to pass the rest of the task to Altalicia. The scene cuts away, shifting to the International Alchemy Organization, deep within the heart of the Alchemy Department. Usail arrives at the Almanacs, specifically, Branch 13 of the Halsacordon faction. Upon entering, he announces that he's there to see Altalicia. The receptionist informs him that the assistant is currently unavailable, but Usail anticipated this. Calmly, he produces a sealed envelope, an official invitation from Altalicia herself. The moment the receptionist sees the seal, her demeanor shifts, and she promptly escorts him toward the assistant's laboratory without hesitation. As they approach the door to Altalicia's faction chamber, the receptionist politely announces the arrival of a guest. There's no response. She hesitates for a moment, then decides to open the door. That's when Usail suddenly senses something off. The air feels distorted, unstable. Before he can pinpoint the feeling, the room explodes with a deafening bang. Instinctively, Usail shields the receptionist and drags her behind a nearby doorway just in time. Smoke floods the hallway, but both of them remain unharmed. Once the dust begins to settle, Usail rushes into the office, eyes scanning for any sign of Altalicia or what might have caused the blast. He calls out, concerned, and a voice quickly responds. Altalicia seems thrilled to hear him and says that she was just about to show him something. What stuns Usail more than the explosion is how little she seems to care about it. Apparently, she and her colleague were conducting an experiment, hence the dramatic chemical reaction. The scientist steps forward and proudly shows Usail a shield bracelet strapped to his wrist. He explains that pressing the button twice activates a third-class level defense spell. Pressing it once more deploys a full protective shield. Usail listens as the man excitedly explains that the design allows even those with minimal or no mana to trigger a defense spell, once. Though the defense power is modest at about 500, it's still a practical tool in life-threatening scenarios. The scientist believes this new tech will revolutionize their world once it's unveiled. He credits the entire success to Altalicia. She tries to brush off the praise, mentioning that he's a co-developer. Then, the scientist turns to Usail and offers him a position in the Alchemy Castle as an official alchemist. Usail declines, saying that it wouldn't work. When asked why, he reveals something most people don't know. He suffers from mana leak syndrome. He was born unable to absorb mana. The revelation stuns both scientists. They fall silent, their expressions full of concern. They know the implications. His condition means he has a limited lifespan. Usail casually shrugs it off. He says that he doesn't think about it that way. Dying isn't part of his plan. He tells them not to worry and shifts the conversation back to the bracelet. Curious, he asks if he can examine it more closely. The scientist eagerly hands it over, always excited to share new tech with someone like him. Usail inspects the bracelet and immediately notices its flaws. It's clearly still in prototype form, clunky, inefficient, with several unnecessary components. He asks for a monoline welding pen. Altalicia hands it to him without hesitation. The scientist watches, concerned about what he's planning to do, but Altalicia tells him to be quiet and let Usail work. Usail focuses. With one precise adjustment, he reroutes a critical connection using the welding pen. It only takes seconds. The result is instantaneous. The bracelet's defense power spikes to 800. A near 1.5x boost in efficiency. The professor stares, stunned. Now he understands why Yuseol is listed as the co-author of their project. He's beyond impressed. He asks Yuseol to work with him in the lab, quickly correcting himself and saying they'd be equals. He assures Yuseol that his lack of mana isn't a problem. He can assign an alchemist to serve as his mana battery. He even hints that he's willing to offer nearly anything just to have Yuseol on board. But Yuseol politely declines. He says that he has his own path to follow, as a magic warrior. Though disappointed, the professor listens as Yuseol changes the subject. He brings out a purple orb and asks if the scientist could create an item with it. The professor asks if he want him to enchant it. Yuseol replies that it's spatial magic. He also mentions that the principal has agreed to help, which surprises both scientists. They can't imagine the notoriously incooperative man assisting anyone. Altalicia then offers to craft the item for him. She admits it may be difficult since she's never tried combining elemental magic with enchantment. But Yuseol already knows this. He tells her there's no rush, she can take her time, even if it takes months. Encouraged by his confidence, Altalicia assures him that she'll handle it. She says that it's about time someone here made a true masterpiece. Later, in class, Azel struggles quietly with a project. Frustrated, she considers asking Yuseol for help. But before she can approach him, Princess Beion reaches him first. She steps up and says that she needs to talk with him privately. Seeing this, Azel hesitates. She backs off, watching the two leave the classroom. She tries to convince herself that whatever they're discussing has nothing to do with her, but she can't shake the feeling of disappointment. Outside, Yuseol asks what the princess wants. She reveals that she's heard about the new invention from the Alchemy Castle, an item born from alchemy magic engineering. And she also knows that he's a co-author. Yuseol isn't surprised. Given the Adalibet royal family's intelligence network, he expected her to find out. He bluntly asks if she's trying to establish a connection to the item trade through him. She doesn't deny it, but says that's not her priority. She insists that her relationship with him matters more to her than just the item. Yuseol is taken aback. He never imagined she saw him in a favorable light. Now he realizes she's diverging from how she was portrayed in the original story, and that gives him hope. Maybe this time, he can prevent her death. Suddenly, Beion grows flustered. She shyly asks if he'd like to get something to eat. But before he can answer, Edmund crashes into the scene. With a smug grin, he says that he's been looking for her. He claims that he assumed she was busy when he didn't see her at lunch, but now he's disappointed to see her talking with a commoner. He smirks, pretending to be hurt. Silence descends. Yuseol's gaze sharpens. He thinks that he's seen this man before. In the game, in the narrative threads that all ended in tragedy for Hong Beion. He identifies him in silence as Aedmund Atalek. He deduces by the guy's attitude that Aedmund doesn't seem to know that he is the co-author of the magic theory. Yuseol locks eyes with him and Hong Beion states that he's no ordinary commoner. She turns toward the third year with careful composure and says that she plans to use this commoner to forge a link with Altalicia, the famed alchemist, and politely asks Aedmund not to interfere. Aedmund lets a small chuckle slip behind his hand, then lets it blossom into open amusement. He questions whether she truly believes that a commoner like Yuseol could help her at all. He adds that it would make far more sense to rely on someone of stature, like himself. Yuseol listens, unmoved. He thinks how absurd all of this is, but he also understands exactly what's happening. This is the way the world sees him. A commoner, nothing more. Hong Beion frowns and asks Aedmund to explain himself. Yuseol lets the silence hang before responding that perhaps it's best to forget the trade deal altogether. She reacts in confusion and shock, while TTE Senior states that at least now he seems to understand his place. But Yuseol doesn't stop there. He turns to Aedmund and adds that, in regard to the deal, he'll make sure it's known that the Atalek Duchy has effectively withdrawn support from the Adaluit Kingdom. Aedmund's smile tightens into something colder. He remarks that Yuseol is getting bold, and asks if he even realizes what happens when a first year stands against a third year. Yuseol responds coolly that he doesn't, and that it's not his concern. Hong Beion lifts her crimson eyes and thinks that surely even a commoner must know Stella Academy's hierarchy. She notes that Aedmund Atalek is among the most influential students in the entire third year. Yuseol turns and states that he'll be going now. His footsteps echo as they part from the upperclassmen. Aedmund's smile remains, though it sharpens like a blade. He says that any first-year foolish enough to ignore seniority should expect his school life to become much more interesting. Han Bi-yeon watches his back as he leaves, her silence unreadable. Outside, the hedges sway in the breeze, rustling like whispered warnings. Yoo Se-il lowers his head slightly, apologizing to Han Bi-yeon in his thoughts. He knows that unless he brings Aidman down, she will never reach a happy ending. Whether she inherits the throne or the Atalic house falls, he believes the result is the same: death. But even if he can't stop everything, he thinks that he can at least keep her from bowing her head to that man. He walks the sunlit paths, boots tapping over stone, while nearby two students talk about exams. In a quieter spot against a stone wall, Han Bi-yeon places a hand to her brow, deep in thought. She considers whether she should simply let go of the whole princess thing. Her mind shapes the words like spells. She thinks that Aidman Atalic keeps interfering not out of affection, but for business. He wants her to be dependent, never free. She folds her arms and thinks that, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have taken any bold steps, but Yoo Se-il had done exactly that. He had provoked Aidman openly. Her fingers tighten around her sleeve. A suspicion forms in a quiet breath. Don't tell me he did that on purpose. Night descends over the academy rooftops. In his dorm, Yoo Se-il unseals a velvet-lined parcel and smiles, saying that it arrived safely. Inside are a necklace, a ring, and a bracelet. His latest tools. He lifts the necklace first. A system window informs him it's the barrier coating necklace. When worn, it creates a shield-like coating over the user's body and boosts defense, resistance, and durability. It also includes a special function. He grins, impressed. It's better than expected. He picks up the ring next. The unknown dagger ring transforms into a hilt and forms a mana dagger when activated, granting boosts to attack power, precision, and speed, along with a unique ability. He studies the bracelet last. The system identifies it as the shield bracelet, which morphs into a bracer that defends the forearm. It improves strength, endurance, and mana, and, like the others, carries a special trait. He nods in satisfaction and says that Altalicia has reached mid-grade item crafting already. He clenches a fist, quietly thrilled. He needs to test them in live combat soon so he can provide Altalicia with feedback. He mentions that Dr. Hall's cordon has already been notified. And now that everything is in place, he declares that it's time to slowly begin crushing the Atalic duchy. Days pass. The second exam looms. The exam includes both written and practical sections. The practical side assesses various magical attributes differently. Judges explain that lightning magic is rated by maximum voltage and chain capacity. Wind magic is measured by explosive output. On shimmering platforms, ice magic is judged by minimum temperature and density. Other specialized attributes, healing, radiance, material, also have their criteria. But what captures the room is the fire attribute. Crimson waves roar across the testing arena as Han Bi-yeon steps forward. She thinks, unsurprised, that fire once again dominates. Examiners murmur that she's clearly on another level, that this is the power of a protagonist. The examiner calls for Baek Yoo Se-il. He takes position, centers his focus, and announces his readiness. At the judge's signal, he moves. In a blur, he blinks from platform to platform. Gold streaks cut through the air as he taps each target with machine-like precision. White-robed observers whisper in awe. They say it's unbelievable. There's no delay after blinking, no hesitation. He picks his trajectory with uncanny speed and accuracy. A proctor raises a hand and announces the test complete. Yoo Se-il breathes out, noting that the first part of the practical exam is done. He sighs inwardly. Since he can't use magic, he knows the written portion will be a nightmare, but with his direct lens glasses, he thinks there's still a chance he can scrape together a decent score. Footsteps sound behind him. A senior student remarks that so this is Baek Yoo Se-il, the one who dared talk back to a third year. Another laughs, saying that in his day, no first year would ever imagine doing such a thing. Yoo Se-il narrows his eyes. He thinks that it's starting. He suspects these are Aidman's lackeys. One steps close, sneering, and says to look at the audacity in his stare. He asks if Yoo Se-il plans to lower his eyes or not. Yoo Se-il lowers his chin just a little, thoughts calm but firm. He expected this. Still, now that it's actually happening, having to take a beating from some arrogant brat, he admits it's a bit more unnerving than he thought. He takes a breath and steadies himself, ready.